all of us to stand, and when he passes, we can bow, or for some of you who is able to do it and who would like to do it, we can sembah him like this when he arrives. So thank you very much for making the time to be with us today. So I hope you'll have a wonderful session today and the next couple of days. Kepada hadirin sekalian yang masih berada di luar Dewan, saya ingin memohon untuk kalian sila masuk ke dalam kerana majlis kita akan dimulakan tidak lama lagi. Sekali lagi saya ingin memohon kalian semua untuk meletakkan telefon anda di dalam silent mode ataupun mode senyap ataupun vibrate. Terima kasih sekali lagi. So for your information, the Wi-Fi for today and next couple of days has been sponsored by Celcom Digi, and the password is at the entrance. The survey or the QR code will be flashed on screen for 10 to 15 seconds, and it will continue during our impact report. The QR code will be flashed on the screen for everyone who requires CPE points. Otherwise, you'll not be awarded with those points. And then we will provide, it'll provide awareness to audiences to give you information about the details of the event. Once again, I'd like to inform you later when His Royal Highness arrive to bow and to sembah. Terima kasih sekali lagi, dan terima kasih kerana sudi bersama kami pada hari ini dan hari-hari yang akan datang ini. Terima kasih. Kepada hadirin sekalian yang masih berada di luar auditorium, kami ingin memohon anda sila masuk ke dalam. For some of you who are still outside at the auditorium, and if you can hear me, I'd like to kindly invite you to join us inside as His Royal Highness has already arrived. May I kindly remind all of you to please put your telephones on silent mode, please. Thank you so very much. Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. We will begin with our event in a couple of minutes more. His Royal Highness is already outside the auditorium. I'd kindly like to remind you to please switch your phone on vibrate or silent mode when His Royal Highness arrives. I'd like to invite all of you to rise and to bow when he enters or passes in front of you. And for some of you who would like to do it, you can also sambah him like this when he arrives. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to welcome His Royal Highness, the Regent of Pahang. Hadirin sekalian, mengumumkan keberangkatan ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Pemangku Raja Pahang. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Menghadap ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Pemangku Raja Pahang, Tengku Mahkota Pahang, Tengku Hassanal Ibrahim Shah, Ibni Al-Sultan Abdullah Ri'ayatuddin Al-Mustafa Billah Shah. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun, sembah patik mohon diampun. Patik memohon limpah perkenan tuanku untuk patik memulakan majlis. Ampun tuanku. Melati kuntum tumbuh melata, sayang merbah di pohon cemara. Assalamualaikum mulanya kata, patik sembah pembuka bicara. Ampun tuanku, patik memohon ampuni limpah perkenan ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia tuanku untuk patik meneruskan majlis pada pagi ini di dalam bahasa Inggeris. Ampun tuanku. Ampun tuanku, I'm Rajakumar and I'll be the master ceremony of this next few days, and we're so pleased to have you with us. Your Royal Highness, the Regent of Pahang, Crown Prince of Pahang, His Royal Highness, the Regent of Pahang, Tengku Hassanal Ibrahim Shah, Ibni Al-Sultan Abdullah Ri'ayatuddin Al-Mustafa, Yang Amat Mulia, Tengku Puteri Raja, Tengku Puteri Afzan Aminah Hafizatullah binti Al-Sultan Abdullah Ri'ayatuddin Al-Mustafa Billah Shah, Yang Berhormat Nik Nazmi Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Her Excellency Al-Sultan, the British High Commissioner to Malaysia, Excellency Ari Norton de Murad Quindila, Brazil Ambassador to Malaysia, His Excellency Michaelis Rokas, EU Ambassador to Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, CEO Companies Commission of Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar, Chairperson Climate Governance Malaysia, Tan Sri, Puan Sri, Datuk, Datin, distinguished guests and members of the media. Selamat datang or welcome to the National Climate Governance Summit. Your Royal Highness and distinguished guests, in the next 3 days, we will be listening, observing, and collaborating the best we can in creating awareness and focusing on a subject which affects each and every one of us, climate change. What's to become of planet Earth, our home, the only home we have? Why are we not doing enough to protect it? Where have we gone wrong? And how can we save it before it's too late? And with that, I invite the CEO of Companies Commission of Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia, Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, to present her welcoming address. Silakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Menghadap ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Pemangku Raja Pahang, Tengku Mahkota, Tengku Hassanal Ibrahim Shah Ibni, Al-Sultan Abdullah Ri'ayatuddin Al-Mustafa Billah Shah. Ampun tuanku beribu-ribu ampun, sembah patik mohon diampun. Patik dan seluruh pacar-pacar menyembahkan ucapan setinggi-tinggi, menjunjung kasih atas limpah berkenan ke Bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia, Tuanku berangkat mencemaduli ke persidangan National Climate Governance Summit pada hari ini dan selanjutnya menyempurnakan titah diraja sebentar nanti. Ampun Tuanku. Patik mohon meneruskan ucapan pada pagi ini dalam bahasa Inggeris. Yang Amat Mulia, Tengku Puteri Raja, Tengku Puteri Afzan, Aminah Hafizatullah binti Al-Sultan Abdullah Ri'ayatuddin, Al-Mustafa Billah Shah. Yang berhormat Nik Nazmi, Nik Ahmad, Minister of National Resources, Environment and Climate Change. Yang bahagia, Datin Seri Sunita Rajakumar, Chairman of Climate Governance Malaysia, CGM. Esteemed speakers, panelists and distinguished delegates, salam sejahtera and salam Malaysia Madani. Your Royal Highness and distinguished guests, first and foremost, it is indeed a great honour to deliver a few words at this inaugural National Climate Governance Summit 2023 on behalf of the Companies Commission of Malaysia or Suruhanjaya Syarikat Malaysia SSM. I would like to express my appreciation to the Climate Governance Malaysia CGM for the invitation to co-organise this prestigious summit. As regulator of companies and businesses in Malaysia, one of the main functions of SSM is to promote sustainability within the corporate sector. Together with CGM, we aim to create awareness and call for actions amongst business community to address challenges and issues that emerge due to climate change. The National Climate Governance Summit is significant to the present situation. We strongly believe that it is high time for all of us as a nation to strengthen our efforts in controlling both human and business activities which contribute to climate change. His Royal Highness, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a government alone can't afford to achieve the overall national climate governance agenda. We need to collaborate and strengthen public-private partnership where all economic actors and societal groups must play their role and engage in the transition. In particular, to achieve the targets that require all types and sizes of companies to invest in greening their businesses, including small and medium-sized enterprises or SMEs. In Malaysia, about 98% of business entities are SMEs. While the environmental footprint of individual SME may be small, but their aggregated emissions or impact are substantial. Therefore, SMEs are key actors in climate change, mitigation and adaptation. Board of directors and business owners must play a stronger role by addressing the challenges and seizing the opportunities arising from greening their businesses. It is therefore important for companies to acknowledge that climate governance policies must be integrated into their business strategy to ensure perpetual sustainability of their businesses. His Royal Highness, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, SSM encourages to report and disclose ESG initiatives and measures undertaken as part of the Director's Report. This is reflected through the Business Review Reporting requirement under Section 253 and 5th Schedule of the Companies Act 2016, which encourage companies to report the policies adopted by them and their effectiveness in relation to environmental, employees, and community matters. This provision is applicable to all types of companies in Malaysia and to be complied on voluntary basis. Companies are encouraged to prepare and lodge the Business Review Report to the Registrar of Companies on non-financial matters to provide a broader perspective on companies' performance in addition to the usual mandatory disclosure relating to financial performance. So we do acknowledge that embarking on ESG reporting can be daunting for SMEs, but to this end, since 2017, SSM has issued the Best Business Practice Circular on Business Review Report, Guidance and Disclosure and Reporting. This document provides useful guidance for companies on how to prepare and lodge the Business Review Report to SSM. His Royal Highness, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I end my speech, I would like to urge the Board of Directors and business owners and the corporate and business community to embark on all efforts to prevent climate change for the sake of the future generation. I also hope that the summit will be a source of inspiration for them to align their business models towards climate transition compliant to remain competitive and sustainable in the industry. Ampun tuanku, sekian sahaja persembahan ucapan patik. Selanjutnya patik merafak sembah. Menyembahkan ucapan menjunjung kasih yang tidak terhingga atas limpah perkenan ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia. Tuanku berangkat mencemaduli ke persidangan ini. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun. Sembah patik harap diampun. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada yang berbahagia Datuk Nur Azimah. Thank you very much for your speech. May I now invite yang berbahagia Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar, the Chairperson of Climate Governance Malaysia, to present us with her opening remarks. Dipersilakan.
His Royal Highness, the Regent of Pahang, Crown Prince of Pahang, Tengku Hassanal Ibrahim, Shah, Ibni, Al-Sultan, Abdullah, Ri'ayatuddin, Al-Mustafa, Billah, Shah, I wish to express my deepest appreciation to His Royal Highness the Regent of Pahang, Crown Prince of Pahang, for gracing this summit. Yang Amat Mulia, Tengku Putri, Raja Tengku Putri, Afsan Aminah Hafiz Abdullah, binti Al-Sultan Abdullah, Ri'ayatuddin, Al-Mustafa, Billah, Shah, Yang Berhormat, Nik Nazmi, Nik Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Your Excellencies, Yang Berbahagia CEO of the Companies Commission of Malaysia, Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, Assistant Governor of Bank Negara Malaysia, Abdul Rahman Abdul Bakar, esteemed speakers and panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to everyone here who has made this inaugural summit happen. YB Minister Nik Nazmi, the venue host, Bank Negara, the Companies Commission, our corporate sponsors, and you can see their logos here, our partners, FIDE Forum, CEO Action Network, ICDM, MICG, of course CGM Council members who have supported me, the volunteers who have stepped up to help, and this tiny team who made this happen of 2.5 people, Sharon, Daniel, and Saras. Thank you so much. Your Royal Highness and distinguished guests, a few weeks ago, someone came up to me and recalled the first time she heard me speak over 3 years ago, when it reminded us that half our lungs are outside our body, and the idea of amanah. Next slide, please. The fact that we are sitting in this room today represents how privileged we are, that society has invested in our education, and we are standing on the shoulders of generations of people who have fought, often with their lives, for our right to live as we do today. You will hear powerful arguments in the course of the next 3 days of why we need to increase our personal ambition and national climate ambition, why we need to live and work far more sustainably, how we can do so. And remember, we have a responsibility to act, not just on behalf of nature and the environment, which supports our very life, but on behalf of the millions of other Malaysians and more who are not in this room today, who are depending on us to do what is right, whether reducing our footprint on Earth, reducing how much we are extracting from the environment, and then how much we are polluting that same environment. And also, we are now warming beyond the climatic envelope, that surprisingly narrow range of Earth's available climate that humans have concentrated in and thrived successfully for thousands of years. We need to adapt to this warmer world, where extreme heat days and flash flooding will be more common, where we will have difficulty in getting access to food and medical supplies, resulting in substantial damage to property and likely loss of lives. At the beginning of the El Niño phenomenon in this year of the global stocktake, we have just heard that the surface temperatures of the world's oceans have hit its highest ever level and surpassed the record of 20.95 degrees Celsius set in 2016. Your Royal Highness and distinguished guests, next slide please. Seth Godin shared just a few days ago, when someone trusts you to share their work and cares enough about the world to bring the work forward, that's already two things worth applauding. And this is what you're seeing here today. After so much hard work by a tiny group of volunteers and 2.5 staff, the children from the ashram who wove the beautiful leaf bands which are being used as lunch tokens, the over 100 people who almost immediately said they would speak and share their insights freely, with the support and encouragement of so many who even days before this morning were already messaging us to wish us all the very best, that we are trusting all of you enough and caring enough about the world to share in the work that has been done to bring this summit and so much more to you. Thank you for stepping up, for supporting us. It is my fervent wish that every single one of you leaves this summit renewed with determination to do more. If I may close with a short pantun, which dear friend Salika wrote for me. Perubahan iklim amat mencemaskan. Haruslah kita menanangi bersama. Lindungi dunia untuk generasi hadapan. Kelestarian alam, amanah yang dijaga. Thank you. Ampun Tuanku.
Majlis mengucapkan terima kasih. Thank you very much Yang Berbahagia Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar. Pergi ke kedai membeli bunga, bunga dibeli cantik sekali. Alam sekitar perlu dijaga agar hidup sentiasa harmoni. Berjalan-jalan di tepi tasik, bila berjalan perlu berhati. Alam dijaga kan cantik agar dapat dilihat semua generasi. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm humbly honored to invite now His Royal Highness, the Regent of Pahang, the Crown Prince of Pahang, Tengku Hassanal Ibrahim, Shah, Ibni, Al-Sultan, Abdullah, Ri'ayatuddin, Al-Mustafa, Billah, Shah, to share His Royal Highness's aspirations and thoughts on climate change. Ampun Tuanku.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning to everybody. First of all, I'd like to say a very warm welcome to everyone present here and online. Your presence here really mean a lot to our country. Today is the National Climate Governance Summit for the whole country. Today I stand before you to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time. Climate change. Climate governance is not merely a responsibility, it is of vital importance in our everyday lives. Our actions, or lack thereof, will shape the world we leave for future generations. It is time for us to take bold and decisive steps to combat this crisis. First and foremost, we must acknowledge the undeniable scientific consensus that climate change is real, caused by human activities, and poses a grave threat to our planet. Denial is no longer an option. We must accept the reality and act accordingly. The path forward requires a multi-phase approach. And first of all, for this approach, I like to touch upon is about leadership. And that is leadership that comes from every single Malaysian citizen, every single person that is here in this room, for politicians, for government civil servants, and other government officials. True environmental leadership means more than just photo ops and speeches. It's about making tough decisions that prioritize the long-term health of our planet over short-term gain. It involves crafting and enforcing policies that promote clean energy, reduce emissions, and protect our natural resources. Real leadership requires collaboration with expert stakeholders and the public to find a balanced solutions and outcomes. It's not just about being reactive, but proactive in addressing environmental challenges. By investing in sustainable infrastructure, supporting renewable technologies, and advocating for international cooperation, all Malaysian citizens, politicians, and government civil servants can demonstrate their commitment to a greener future and inspire others to follow suit. True leadership is like being the North Star in a dark sky. Just as the North Star guides travelers through the night, a genuine leader lights the way for others, showing the path forward even in challenging times. Just as the North Star remains unwavering and constant, a true leader's principles and values stay steadfast, guiding their decisions and actions. We must transition to clean and sustainable energy resources, reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. Renewable energy technologies offer not only environmental benefits, but also economic opportunities for job creation and innovation. And furthermore, we must implement stringent regulations to limit our greenhouse gas emissions from industries and the rest of the economy. And the carbon pricing mechanisms, such as carbon taxes or cap and trade systems, can incentivize emissions while funding climate mitigation. Ladies and gentlemen, governments play a critical role in climate governance, various actions and policies. Governments can create laws and regulations to limit greenhouse gases in energy. Government participation is crucial in international set the global emissions reduction targets, coordinate efforts to combat climate change on a global scale. Furthermore, governments can provide funding and incentives for research, development, adoption of clean technology. International cooperation is paramount. Climate change knows no borders. Our actions national boundaries. Equity and justice must be central to our climate. Vulnerable communities and nations are disproportionately affected despite contributions. We must ensure that our actions do not exacerbate existing inequalities that prioritize the most vulnerable. Climate change impacts are already being, and we must invest in resilience measures to protect our communities and ecosystems from its effects. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation and technology plays a pivotal role. We must support research and development efforts to create climate-friendly solutions, sustainable practices, agriculture, forestry. Education and public awareness are, there's a saying, give a man a fish and teach a man how to fish. Our citizens must understand the urgency in sustainable practices. Education empowers individuals and communities to make informed choices. In closing, the challenges posed by climate change are vast, but so too are our capabilities. Climate governance is not a choice, it is an ethical obligation and future generations. This is probably the most difficult task we have ever given up. Intentionally transform the economic development for the first time. Together, we can forge a sustainable, resilient, and equitable. The time to act is now, and the path forward is united in purpose, can overcome the climate crisis and ensure a better world for generations to come. And my final point is that there's a big green wave that's happening around the world for this climate change. And be sure to catch it and not miss it. Thank you all. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Menjunjung kasih Tuanku. Tuanku has touched just now on climate change, which has no borders, the importance of education and public awareness, the urgency in climate changes, which we have to do it together, and challenges are vast, climate governance. Together we can do it, as Tuanku mentioned, and the time is really now for us to overcome the climate crisis. And Tuanku, if Patik may say, I don't want to pressure everyone in this room, but actually the world is in our hands, and this is our responsibility. Otherwise, I really don't know what's going to be left behind for our children. Ampun Tuanku, thank you very much for your speech. Menjunjung kasih Tuanku, and now yang berbahagia Datin Sunita would like to present Tuanku a little token of appreciation. Junjung kasih Tuanku. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we will be taking a short break right now for a tea break. Patik ingin memohon Datin Sunita dan Datuk juga untuk dan YB untuk bersama-sama Tuanku ke bilik holding untuk kita bersama-sama to have tea. And for the rest of you, we'd like to invite you for some tea at the foyer. Dipersilakan. We will invite everyone back in about 15 minutes. So, yeah, we'll see you in a bit.
Atau boleh satu meja lah.
Bot. Mic 4. Mic 4 naikkan 2 dB. Mic 4 naikkan 2 dB. Mic check 1 2. Check. Okay, mic 1 kurangkan 1 dB. Thank you. Mic 1 tuliskan. Mic 1. Mic 4. Yang ini standby kan. Ini standby. Number 2 standby. You cut 0.5 dB. Cut 0.5. Thank you. Cuba lagi atas stage ya. Mic 1. Test 1 2. Mic check 1 2. You can increase 1 dB. Sorry. Test 1 2. Increase 1 dB. Thank you. Naik 1 dB. Check 1 2. Thank you. Mic 4. Mic 4. Mic 5. Number 5. Check 1 2. Okay. Number 5. Okay. Hey. Mic 5 ni tinggal kat rostrum ah. Off. On. Check 1 2 5. Number 5. Number 5. Okay. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Ini standby. Bawa rostrum. Four ni I letak standby. I tukar dengan 5. Check 1 2. Mic 2. Mic number 2. Test 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Can you reduce 0.5? 0.5 turunkan. Test 1 2. Mic check 1 2. One okay. Check 1 2. Line okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Ini okay. 5 okay. Check 1 2. Test 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Test 1 2. Test. Whoa. Check, check. Test 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2.
Hello everyone, I hope you guys outside can hear me. I'd like to invite all of you to kindly join us in the auditorium please. Saya harap kalian semua di luar dapat mendengar saya. Saya ingin menjemput anda kembali masuk ke dalam auditorium. Hi everyone. I noticed some of you have come in with some drinks and food. Actually, it's not allowed. So if you can just like sip it very quickly, that'll be really good. I didn't see. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, some of you who are still outside the auditorium, kindly join us as we would like to begin our session. And once again, I'd just like to remind you that actually food and drinks are not allowed in here. If I didn't see you, you just know what to do. I also like to welcome some of our audiences who's joined us online. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Would like to welcome you to our National Climate Governance Summit, and we hope to have you with us in the next couple of days as well. Once again, also a gentle reminder to please make sure your handphones are on silent mode. Oh my gosh, guys, there's 530 people online joining us, so I'm sure they can hear us. Let's give them a big hand. Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of His Royal Highness once again, joining us for our session this morning. Ampun Tuanku. Ampun Tuanku, it's good to have you join us again for our next few sessions. Patik ingin mengumumkan juga just to share with Tuanku, there are about 530 people who's joined us online. So we were just about to give them a big hand, but let's give them a big hand once again. Thank you everyone who's joined us online. Now let's start the ball rolling now and have both the Honourable YB Nazmi Ahmad, the Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, in a conversation on climate ambition in a nation of mega-biodiversity. This session will be moderated by my dear friend yang berbahagia, Datin Seri Sunita Rajakumar. Dipersilakan.
Thank you so much, YB, for being with us today. You've always been very supportive of Climate Governance Malaysia, and that's much appreciated. Perhaps I'll give the floor to you for a few minutes just to share your opening remarks, and then we can dive into Q&A time. Yeah? Thank you, YB. Yeah.
Menghadap ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Pemangku Raja Pahang, Tengku Mahkota Tengku Hassanal Ibrahim Alam Shah, Ibni Al-Sultan Abdullah, Ri'ayatuddin Al-Mustafa Billah Shah, ampun tuanku beribu-ribu ampun, sembah patik, mohon diampun. Chairperson of Climate Governance Malaysia, Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar, CEO of Companies Commission of Malaysia yang berbahagia, Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, Assistant Governor of Bank Negara Malaysia, Abdurrahman Abu Bakar, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak at the National Climate Governance Summit, and allow me to say a few words before we go to the fireside chat session. Malaysia is recognized to be one of the world's most mega-diverse countries due to our rich and diverse ecosystem. Our country's biodiversity, its fauna, rainforests, oceans, rivers, lakes, and mountains are national treasures that cannot be lost. Indeed, if we lose them, our entire nation will be lost. In fact, it will be a huge loss to the entire planet. Today, I hope to briefly examine the significance of biodiversity and the current challenges it faces and chart a path forward through informed policy recommendations. Biodiversity, as we all understand it, encompasses a vast array of animals, plants, and microorganisms. In short, it is the lifeblood of our planet. Ecosystems, intricate networks where these organisms interact, are the foundation upon which life as we know it depends. Indeed, biodiversity plays a pivotal role in maintaining ecological balance, regulating temperatures, ensuring food security, and providing access to clean water. It also has an underestimated importance to our economy. The idea that we have to choose between development and protecting our environment is a false one. The WEF has highlighted that over half of the world's economic output is dependent on nature. Our economies rely on the services of the ecosystem, and its disruption due to biodiversity collapse can have severe economic repercussions. Consider, for instance, the role of tropical rainforests in regulating the climate. These forests serve as a carbon sink, absorbing vast amounts of carbon dioxide. Simultaneously, they release oxygen into the atmosphere, supporting all life forms, including us, human beings. However, according to the Global Assessment Report of Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services in 2019, the 5th edition of the Global Biodiversity Outlook, and many other scientific documents, the past few decades have seen an alarming decline of biodiversity worldwide, largely due to our activities. We've witnessed species extinction rates accelerate at an unprecedented pace, threatening the stability of ecosystems. And this crisis is not isolated. It is linked to climate change. As temperatures rise and extreme weather events become more frequent, biodiversity loss exacerbates the negative impacts of climate change, and it creates a vicious cycle. We have not been insulated. Our nation has suffered habitat loss, poaching, illegal wildlife trade, and invasive species. These threats endanger our unique and diverse flora and fauna. I recently had the privilege to visit Tasik Temenggong within the Royal Belum State Park as part of the Global Tiger Day, after visiting Lanchang for the first celebration of the Global Tiger Day. The thought that these magnificent creatures, who are depicted on our national coat of arms, could one day disappear from the face of the earth should fill any sensible person with alarm. As such, the work of Your Royal Highness, the Regent of Pahang, in the Save the Malayan Tiger campaign is truly inspirational and should be supported by all. The results of unchecked climate change would be dire for the entire planet. Indeed, it has been estimated by the UNHCR that an annual average of 21.5 million people were forcibly displaced each year since 2008. The Institute of Economics and Peace has also warned that 1.2 billion people could be displaced globally by 2050 due to climate change. As such, protecting biodiversity at home and abroad is not an ideological project or scientific abstraction. It is a political, economic, and social imperative that nations ignore to their peril. Malaysia has not been idle in these issues. We boast rich biodiversity, but it also carries and brings us significant responsibilities. In the Rio Summit in 1992, our country pledged to maintain a minimum of 50% forest and tree cover, provided that developed nations maintain at least 30% of their land as forest cover. At Malaysia's end, we have kept our promise. Today, our forest cover is 54.6%. And this foresighted commitment has positioned Malaysia among the 25 developing countries with high forest cover and low deforestation rates. Our approach to preserving biodiversity is holistic and forward-thinking. We have adopted pragmatic, progressive, and long-term strategies that recognize the value of our natural heritage. Key among these strategies is the alignment with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, an international commitment aimed at reversing the decline in biodiversity. This framework, adopted during the 15th CBD COP15 in 2022, emphasizes ambitious goals and global collaborative action. This includes the protection and restoration of at least 20% of the world's land and 10% of marine areas by 2030. The revision of Malaysia's National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plan to align with the Kunming-Montreal framework is a significant step forward. Our participation and support for these targets in international negotiations reflect our commitment to global biodiversity conservation. The allocation of the EFT, Ecological Fiscal Transfer, for biodiversity conservation to encourage states to better protect their forests have also been increased. It started in 2019 at 60 million ringgit a year. In 2021 and 2022, it was 70 million ringgit a year. Under the leadership of the new Prime Minister, Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, in budget 2023, it was increased more than double to 150 million ringgit a year. And this is not free money. It is given to the states conditionally, depending on their efforts to conserve existing protected areas and the gazettement of new protected areas. We have likewise been forging close ties with state governments to ensure development activities can be balanced with environmental conservation, including better coordinations between the state excos responsible for environment. We have recognized the important roles of non-governmental actors, notably indigenous peoples and local communities, such as the Orang Asli in conservation. The employment of community rangers under the Biodiversity Protection and Patrolling Program, BP3, which began in Peninsular Malaysia in 2019, has been expanded to Sabah and Sarawak this year, to the highest number ever. Now we have 1,500 community rangers consisting of military veterans, police veterans, the Orang Asli, and local community. However, as a mega-diverse country, we always seek to take a more proactive role. Indeed, our goal is to emerge as a biodiversity superpower among nations with such rich ecosystems. Our commitment to Kunming-Montreal should go beyond support and extend to leadership. This entails not only meeting targets, but also setting an example for other nations to follow. The financial aspect of conservation must also be addressed. The Kunming-Montreal framework calls for at least $200 billion a year, with a significant portion coming from wealthy to low-income countries. I think this is something we share with Brazil. We are countries that have significant and substantial carbon sinks. Other countries have already cleared their forests. They have gotten rich through that. They've also cleared our forests. And now, when they tell us to stop clearing our forests, we agree with that, but we need more support from the developed world in order to do so, because our people too have our aspirations. I think it's worth noting, for those who are unaware, that in the COP28 in Dubai, in the UAE, it will be graced by His Majesty, the Yang di-Pertuan Agong, and our delegation will be led by none other by our Prime Minister, Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim. Again, this is proof that when it comes to sustainability, our leaders lead from the front. And it's worth noting that Tuanku Pemangku Raja Pahang, you have been attending COP since Glasgow and Sharm el-Sheikh, but this year you have a bigger team to support your attendance there. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, of course, as I highlighted earlier, more can always be done. For instance, we can never have too much public awareness and understanding of the importance of biodiversity. conservation efforts can only succeed if citizens are informed and engaged. Also, our conservation laws must be enforced consistently. We do not want to have just good policies and good laws, but we must also have good enforcement. Therefore, I propose that strengthening this must be a priority. This includes enforcing newly passed legislation such as the Wildlife Conservation Amendment Act 2022 and the National Forestry Amendment Act 2022 that empowers authorities to protect vital habitats and species in Peninsular Malaysia. Furthermore, the National Biodiversity Council should continue to emphasize a whole-of-nation approach to biodiversity management. Besides this, possible policy initiatives include 1. Enhance conservation education, 2. Strengthen legal frameworks, 3. Research and data sharing, and 4th, support indigenous communities. We ought to be providing more support and recognition for the role of indigenous communities in conservation. They are at the front lines of conservation. They have been able to live in harmony with nature for centuries. And recently, I had the privilege to speak in a dialogue at the 12th Orang Asli Land Conference and listen to these communities to listen to their plight. Their traditional knowledge can be harnessed to preserve and protect our nation's biodiversity. And, they were complaining, obviously, about many issues, including the conflict between man and wildlife. And one of the issues that I do not have an easy answer for was that they say, why is it when every time that the wildlife is captured, it tends to be released in areas that are near the Orang Asli? And these are things that perhaps we are not, when we are living in KL or living in the cities, we do not recognize these issues. But when you are living next to the jungle, you face these issues on a daily basis. Fifth, we need to look at climate adaptation strategies. The strategic formulation of the National Adaptation Plan is also taking place to increase our resilience and readiness in facing the impact of climate change. 6, to invest in green technologies. And finally, to highlight international cooperation. We must realize that ultimately we are still a small country in the big scheme of things. It's only through working with like-minded countries, with ASEAN, with countries who share rainforests like Brazil, that we can have a stronger voice at the international arena. In conclusion, Malaysia has done and is doing a lot in terms of conservation and climate action, but there is much more work to be done. Our climate ambitions must align with biodiversity preservation, and for they are intertwined destinies. In doing so, Malaysia can secure our natural heritage, strengthen our economy, and serve as a beacon of hope and inspiration for nations around the world. As Malaysians, let us never doubt our capacity to achieve great things, including protecting our biodiversity, a precious heritage we must pass intact to our children. We have no other option. My cabinet colleagues and I must provide this leadership in government, and I think this was mentioned in the speech by Tuanku Pemangku Raja Pahang just now, but we hope that it can also emerge in civil society, academia, the private sector, and society in general. We must all be leaders in the fight against climate change. The journey ahead is challenging, but with determination, informed policies, and collaboration among diverse stakeholders, we can navigate towards a future where climate ambition and biodiversity conservation are not mere aspirations, but tangible realities. Let us remember that protecting our planet's biodiversity is not a choice. It is an obligation we owe to ourselves and generations yet to come. Together, we can be the stewards of a thriving and sustainable Malaysia and a planet that thrives in harmony with nature. With that, I thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you all the most productive summit. Thank you. Ampun Tuanku.
Thank you so much, YV. Most comprehensive overview indeed. Thank you very, very much. So now I have a few questions for you. Some of the things that we might have discussed earlier in the course of this morning. So I wanted to recap in relation to climate ambition that while we recognize much progress has been made in the past few years, For me, it started with Petronas's declared ambition to be net zero. And they made this declaration in 2020, quite a few years ago. And this year, we've already seen in swift succession the launch of the National Energy Transition Roadmap, which will increase the proportion of renewable energy in the grid, the ASEAN Energy Sector Methane Leadership Program, and just last Friday, the new Industrial Master Plan, which described the moonshot thinking, which will be required. However, all around the world, and of course in Malaysia, we are still lagging in many important milestones. For example, having access to almost real-time data, which will enable better informed decisions to be made. We need to mandate emissions reporting. It would be useful to have scenarios which are required for TCFD reporting, a roadmap for the pricing of carbon, and so on and so forth. Could YB give us a quick overview on moving forward? How are we planning to decarbonize the economy in the shortest time possible?
Yes. Thank you very much. I think first and foremost, we must recognize that as a country, we are a small contributor. When it comes to carbon emissions in the world, we contribute about 0.69%. But having said that, we do not want to deny our responsibility, and we want to play a role in achieving the net zero targets. And for us, we've set one of the most ambitious targets in the region, i.e. Net zero earliest by 2050. Singapore sets it at 2060. It's not often that we are more ambitious than Singapore. But having said that, setting targets is one thing, and it's about following up with major policy decisions, and that's the hard part. For now, I think we have, as you mentioned, we have accelerated our ambition when it comes to renewable energy, because we recognize we are still relying predominantly on coal and natural gas, fossil fuels. And we know, especially coal, as being the dirtiest fuel of all, it has major repercussions on the planet. We are looking at the possibility. It's not easy. We've seen the experience of Philippines, experience of Indonesia, where a lot of the developed world were promising, the stars and the moon for them, but until today it's still yet to be delivered. But for early retirement of coal. But for us, we are looking at whether we can have possibilities at early retirement of coal, to mothball our coal plants, which has been done by the likes of Germany and China, where it's operated at a very minimal basis, or to do carbon capture. That's one. But the other part is obviously to increase renewable energy. The most viable renewable energy we have in Malaysia is solar. Now, one thing that we did is to increase our electricity prices. Not easy, and we did that even on the eve of our state elections. But the result that we've seen is that more and more companies are adopting energy efficiency measures, and they are also installing renewable energy like solar panels on their premises to offset the increase in electricity bills. So that, I think, is very positive. But we are also coming up very soon. This year, we will come up with the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act in Parliament. So that will actually mandate the biggest energy consumers to have energy audits and to be more energy efficient. In 2 years' time, we are hoping to come to Parliament with the Climate Change Act. Why 2 years is that because I do not want to have a token act. We want to have a meaningful act. We want to have a wide dialogue with the stakeholders. We've looked at the example of the UK, where the Climate Change Act has been a positive legacy across the governments, and we want that to inform our decarbonisation journey. But finally, I think what we are working on is also to have our long-term low emissions development strategies to be finalized, because that will then plot how are we going to achieve our net zero target. The initial results of when we do to have sort of a check, a reflection of what we are doing right now, there's still a lot of things, like you said, that we need to do better in order to reach that net zero by 2050. So I think these are all coming into place, and hopefully that will be there to inform our policy decision.
Thank you so much, YB. We had actually touched on this a little bit earlier. Is there, maybe you could walk us through your thought process as to what are the challenges for an outright declaration of a target and why it can't be earlier than 2050, for example?
Like I said, one is that, well, although we put it as early as by 2050, most people forget the earliest part anyway, right? So I think it's important that when we put 2050 there, we are announcing to the world that we want that as an ideal target. But we need that wiggle room because, like I said, unless we get more support, we are a developing country. We have an aspiring middle class that want to attain their own living standards. Yes, our electrification has been very successful nationally, but there are pockets. For example, Sabah, during the recent heat wave, they experienced blackouts, rolling blackouts that used to be common even in the peninsula. So you go tell them that you have to use solar, you have to use clean energy and all that. It doesn't mean anything to them because energy poverty and it has a lot of consequences. So I think, like people want us to stop using coal. Come and pay us to do that. We'd be happy to do so. But as of now, we have declared no new coal plants. We are looking at early retirement. We are looking at mothballing it and all that. But without the financial support of richer countries, we can't achieve all these targets on our own. Like mentioned in my speech, we are providing this huge ecological service, not just to Malaysia, but to the planet, by maintaining more than 50% forest cover. So I think that is very significant for people to recognize, and that there has to be some form of reparation. May seem like a controversial statement, but at least some form of assistance from the developed world. There is, but it's far from ideal what we have right now.
Thank you so much, YB. Can we all give him a round of applause? I think it's so refreshing to have an environment minister that we can engage with. I want to dive a little into the pricing of negative externalities. It's the most efficient way of signaling priorities, but we cannot price carbon and then subsidize fuel at the pump. There are challenges with dismantling these subsidies. We don't want to result in leakages, runaway inflation. What are your thoughts about how we can manage this energy transition so that it is smooth and just?
Yeah, well, one is that the World Bank and the MOF, Ministry of Finance, they're already looking at the issue of carbon pricing, carbon taxes. Because like you said, if you're talking about a mechanism, that's the most effective mechanism. You price in the externalities that's created by carbon, and then people will then, the way they spend, it will be done, it's the right signaling to the market. We may not have our holidays as much overseas. Air Asia will not be for everyone anymore, but it's a reality that we have to face. However, I think we are aware that it needs to be done in a proper manner. If you do it too sudden, you will lose the political argument. We've seen that. I mean, we've seen, Her Excellency, the UK High Commissioner is not here. We see what's happening in UK politics, where not just the Conservatives, but even the Labour Party, suddenly turned against the mayor in London when they felt that his low emissions policies were costing them a victory in a seat that actually the Labour has never won, even during Tony Blair's time. It was Boris Johnson's seat. But that is such, that people turn against climate arguments. Similarly, in Spain, the extreme right actually won because they were playing against the EU environmental policies. So I think that's why it has to be done properly, and we have done that. I mean, so what we have done, I agree. I mean, subsidizing fossil fuels is a perverse policy in that sense, but it's been there. In the past, why did we do that? We had blanket subsidies for electricity. We had blanket subsidies for fuel. because we wanted to create a low-wage economy. We wanted to attract industries to our shores, and that makes sense. I mean, then every country did that: Singapore, Korea, Japan. But so we had factories coming in; they can afford to pay low utility bills, and they can even pay their workers low wages because the workers don't pay high electricity bills. That was the logic behind it. But now, we've started to increase electricity bills. A lot of the corporations, including the big ones, complain, about it. But we felt that we had to do that because you can't go on subsidizing electricity. People will be wasteful. Electricity, the government started many years ago by capping the price on RON 95, the low quality fuel, but giving a free float for RON 97. So the logic goes that people who are rich will pay for the RON 97 prices. But hey, look, people who bought their Mercedes and BMWs, when the price of RON 97 went to 4 ringgit, they felt that they can use RON 95, right? So that's why we have to look at an household income-based system. The government is going to introduce that. PM has announced, we are going to have a database of household income. It's not there yet. It's going to be called PADU. So that will inform our subsidies. It has to be more targeted. For the B40, maybe for some M40s we need the subsidies, but certainly for those who can pay, they should pay the real price of utility bills, including for fuels. But we've started with electricity, and I believe the government is studying on how to introduce it for fossil fuels, for petrol.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, YB. I wanted to touch on access to data to be able to make informed decisions. So the science behind the climate emergency is pretty much mainstream now. It'll be difficult for businesses to claim they do not understand the emerging risks. But aside from greenhouse gas emissions, we also have a far better understanding of planetary boundaries, which we are exceeding, which we are transgressing, and in turn, this will affect our quality of life and well-being. So we are one of 17 countries of mega-biodiversity. How are we as guardians preserving, protecting these scarce resources? You had mentioned some of this already in your opening remarks, but a big part of this is actually having access to data so that we are able to monitor and therefore be accountable for the resources that we are given.
Well, I think for us, it's always good to reflect. For now, we have the global stocktake, which is a pivotal moment in our battle against climate change. And so we assess our current state of the planet, and we try to set a more ambitious trajectory for the future. And if we look at the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, I think that's an important principle for us. Again, underlining the idea of climate justice, which I mentioned just now. So I think that's how we look at when we move forward, and the constraints that we have. We need to work within our constitutional framework as well. The constant challenge is the tensions between the state and the federal government. There was a time in Malaysia where the federation was more symbolic because the political realities of those days. But now we know that, and it's a reality, and that's part and parcel of democracy, where state governments are more assertive, right? So again, that's why things like we don't just have law and to penalize the states or to restrict the states, but we also have not just the sticks, but we also have the carrots. So things like the ecological fiscal transfer, i.e. giving money to states, not free money again, it's conditional on what they do with regards to conservation, and it can only be spent in conservation. That helps, but obviously the state governments come to us and say 150 million ringgit is not the real value, it's an under-representation of the real value. But we say it's a start. This is what the federal government can afford, and we think that we want to change the mindset. When they look at forests, it's not something to be cleared for them to make money, but they can preserve the forest as it is. And we've seen, the examples of the likes of what has been done in Pahang, what's been done in Perak. It has been very positive, the impact. So I think that is how we try to communicate with the state government. So that is a challenge that we continue to face, right? The latest thing we have is on carbon credits, where state governments, they know that in many ways carbon is a state matter, but the reporting that we do to COP and all that, that's been done by the federal government. So what we are saying, we recognize states want to exploit carbon trading and all that, but there has to be a national framework to do so, so that they can enter into these transactions properly, and we will not lose our interest when we embark on carbon trading. So these are the challenges that we face. But with all the data that we have, we try to do it in a open manner with the state governments.
Thank you. I think we had also discussed the perverse incentive that you need additionality for carbon credits, right?
Yeah.
So it's not until you threaten to cut the forest down that you can issue carbon credits.
Yeah. Yeah. I can understand both sides of the argument. It's very complicated, and some people who are pro carbon credit, they don't even understand this. They think that we just have a forest and you can immediately make money from it. It doesn't happen like that. You have to have additionality. You have to either stop deforestation or do afforestation and all that. And that's not easy. It's not straightforward. And the whole crediting thing is also, there's a whole problem to it that we know, the problems associated with it. But yeah, I think that's one of the issues that we find that is a challenge for countries that already have huge forest assets, is that we have to start with zero, as opposed to whereas states that have already cleared their forests, they are at par with us on this, when we should be at least given more credit or more appreciation for having this forest already on our shores. And by stopping deforestation, it has a cost to our economic development. And there should be some form of assistance and compensation for that.
Absolutely. So around this time, as it has for almost 3 decades, so much work is going into the preparation for the Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP28, where progress is assessed, plans are reviewed and updated. And in addition, this is the critical year of the global stocktake, where national governments can see what they have achieved so far in implementing their climate plans, identify what still needs to be done, and highlight opportunities to increase their ambition on climate action. So we're going to hear in the next session a representative from the Bhutan government, the former Minister of Education. But as the lead up to COP28, our levels of ambition, what are your thoughts, YB, on how we can differentiate Malaysia on the global stage with a new narrative on sustainability and the environment?
Yeah, I think again, being one of the 17 mega-diverse countries, COP28 should be an opportunity for countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Brazil, and so on and so forth, for us to show how we can leverage on our biodiversity and how critical it is as part of the solution to climate change. It's not isolated. There's obviously people look at climate change, people look at biodiversity, but it is interrelated. And any small change in the climate will have an impact, and vice versa. So, for us, I think it's about having a louder voice. I think Malaysia we have done a lot of positive things, but communicating it and to sell this has been a challenge for us. And perhaps it was the political instability over the past few years that we've seen contributing to this. But hopefully now, and we have the highest, we have the presence of our king in Dubai. We have the presence of the Prime Minister. It puts a lot of pressure on me, but I think that's good. It will drive us to do better. I've had a series of meetings. Yesterday we launched our final journey towards COP28. Just before that, in Johor, there will be the Asia Pacific Climate Week. So I think we are having that good momentum building up, and I think if we look back I'm of a certain generation. In the 1980s, 1990s, we were actually punching above our weight. Malaysia. In those days, it was not climate change so much, but it was on issues of international, what do you call that, relations and whatnot. So I think this time, this era, it's the time for Malaysia to punch above our weight in climate change. And I'm happy to say that, you know, the Prime Minister is being very careful with his international engagements. He's not, you know, overly committing to them. He actually agreed to go to COP28 first before going to the UN General Assembly, which is actually happening this month. But he agreed to go to COP first. You know, after persuading, I said this is very critical for our countries, you know, moving forward and all that, and he agreed to that. So yeah, I mean, I think this will be a potentially important COP for us. As much as some people are cynical about it, we have similarities with the UAE. We are both oil and gas countries, where we want to get the oil and gas players not to be part of the solution for climate change. And as you know, I know that's controversial in a way, but let's face it, for us, you know, there's no other way to just to go in that journey. So yeah, I'm quite excited for COP28 for Malaysia.
And thank you so much, YB, for inviting Climate Governance Malaysia to assist in that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you our very impressive Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Minister and also Datin Seri. And now Datin Seri would like to present a token of appreciation to Yang Berhormat YB Nik Nazmi. Terima kasih diucapkan sekali lagi, and I'm sure everyone in this hall agree that we were very impressed with what was presented and discussed with the Honourable Minister and also Datin Sri Sunita. Let's give them a big hand once again. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, saya mengumumkan keberangkatan pulang the return of His Royal Highness the Regent of Pahang, Crown Prince of Pahang, Tengku Hassanal Ibrahim Shah, Ibni Al-Sultan Abdullah, Ri'ayatuddin Al-Mustafa Billah Shah. Ampun Tuanku. Junjung kasih Tuanku. Thank you very much for being with us. Let's give Tuanku a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Junjung kasih Tuanku. So, how is everybody? A bit more relaxed right now? Yes, Your Excellency, it's good to see you, everyone, once again. We will be continuing with our next session. It'll be online, where the moderator will be Suit Fang, the former partner of PwC Malaysia, who will be speaking with His Excellency Leompo Tako Singh Paudal, the Bhutan's former Minister of Education, And yang berbahagia Dr. Jomo Kwame Sundaram, the Senior Advisor of Khazanah Research Institute, and Associate Professor Dr. Winston Chow, the co-chair for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change on Balancing Economic Growth with Sustainability and Wellbeing. Now, they're going to be setting up the session because it's going to be online, yeah. But I just want to remind everyone whether you have scanned the QR code. Perhaps we can do this. Daniel, the technical team, can we just put the code on the screen? Would that be possible, please? Okay, as I mentioned earlier, the Wi-Fi today is sponsored by Celcom DG, and the password is at the entrance for some of you who would like to use that. So appreciate it if you could fill up the form. This will help us with our impact report, and for you who require the CPE points. We're good? It's okay, take your time. Okay. Just a minute more. I see some people just still doing it. Okay, I'd like to invite our moderator for the next session, Puan Chin Suit Fang. As I mentioned, she's the former partner of PwC Malaysia, and will be having online with us Associate Professor Dr. Will be speaking with His Excellency Leon Po Thakur Singh Pardel and Dr. Jomo Kwame Sundaram, and Associate Professor Dr. Winston Chow. They're going to be online, and we'll be talking about balancing economic growth with sustainability and well-being. Dipersilakan.
Morning, everyone. Let me set the context before I start. Countries around the world look to gross domestic product, or GDP, as the ultimate measure of economic progress and prosperity for nations. It is true that global economic growth has brought opportunities to billions of people around the world, but it's also been very divisive. If you look around today, the divide between the rich and the poor is so vast, where the wealth and returns accrue to a small minority. So if you look at it, what are we missing if we look at economic growth as the most important indicator of human well-being? Let's face it, we are socially addicted to growth, thanks to a century of consumerism. And we're depleting our resources because of that. And you've heard Your Royal Highness and YB Nick Nazmi talked about the impact of resources depleting and the impact on climate change. Do all of you know that July 2023 registered the hottest month in mankind history? Now, if we look at all these together, it cuts to one of the most pressing and challenging challenges that we have in our lifetime, which is balancing economic growth with sustainability and well-being. Now, I think we all know that economic growth, sustainability, and well-being, they go hand in hand. but yet they don't always pull in the same direction. Let me explain what I mean by that. For example, how do we finance and smoothen the cost of transition? In fact, what Nazmi just said, pay up and we'll stop all the coal. So how do we do that without stifling growth? How do we reskill, re-employ workers who are in shrinking or stagnating occupations, and while we'll be seeing millions of workers being displaced because of energy transition? What do we prioritize first? Development or climate? Can both of these go hand in hand? So these are very tough challenges and questions. So we have our three speakers here to shed some light on it. So let me introduce our first speaker. He's an educator by choice, passion and conviction, a former education minister of Bhutan. He was instrumental in implementing he comes from the country Bhutan, which all of you know is famous for its gross national happiness index as an alternative to gross domestic product. He was instrumental in implementing gross national happiness into the school system by creating green schools for a green Bhutan. The program covers multiple dimensions to enrich the learner's experience beyond the intellectual dimension. Please welcome Professor Thakur Paudel.
Kuzizangpo and Salam Sajatra. I would like to offer my warm greetings from Bhutan to all of you in attendance there and wherever you are in the world beyond. I deeply appreciate the kind invitation extended to me by the Chairperson of the Malaysia Chapter of Climate Governance, Datin Sunita Rajakumar. As I reflect on the theme of this session, that is balancing economic development with sustainability and well-being, I see a very close alignment with Bhutan's holistic development philosophy or vision as articulated by His Majesty the Fourth King, Dugyalpo Jigme Singye Wangchuk, when he declared that gross national happiness is more important than gross national product or gross domestic product. As a young king, 16 going on 17, His Majesty looked around the world to see as to how countries and governments looked at development. What was development after all? What was the goal of progress? And His Majesty concluded that most countries, in fact all governments around the world, used one utilitarian and reductionistic yardstick called gross domestic product. His Majesty concluded that this conventional measure of progress, otherwise called gross domestic product or GDP, told only a part of the story. It didn't tell the whole story. What is the goal of development or the goal of progress? His Majesty kept asking himself and concluded that if we want a more holistic and a reliable picture of development or societal progress, we need to base it on a broader set of variables. And in gross national happiness scheme of things, there are at least 4 variables. We call them pillars on which the architecture of gross national happiness is founded. The first pillar is ensuring balanced and equitable socio-economic development. The second one being conservation of the natural environment. The third one, preserving and promoting our ancient cultural heritage and traditions. And the fourth one being promotion of good governance. We feel that these four pillars would fairly adequately reflect the major concerns that people would have in view of their search for well-being and happiness. The conventional notion of progress as defined by GDP or gross domestic product has actually led to a mindless exploitation of the finite resources of our planet Earth against the infinite wants of human beings. Today we are talking about global warming, climate change, mass movements of people, migration, rising of sea levels, melting of the snow on the mountain tops, desertification. We need to take a pause and see as to how all these unconscionable developments have taken place. At the end of the day, all these worrying consequences are the result of human action. There are parts of the earth which are becoming uninhabitable. Water is becoming undrinkable. Air is becoming unbreathable. And life is becoming unviable in many parts of the world. That is the reason why this summit in Malaysia takes on particular relevance and importance today. We're called upon to look at the need to balance the needs of the body with the yearning of the soul. Balancing economic prosperity, economic development with the sustainability as well as well-being. Well-being not only of the humans, but well-being of this planet Earth. Well-being of all the other co-inhabitants of our planet Earth. We human beings are only a small microcosm of the big macrocosm of Mother Nature. That is why to assume that we are the masters of the universe and use up all the resources of the earth only for ourselves and for this generation without leaving anything for future generations would be an extremely irresponsible and mindless act. That is why it was in the wisdom of His Majesty the Fourth King some 45 years ago to foresee that a time would come when human beings would be faced with these very frightening consequences of human action. And it is in the fitness of things that today this summit is taking place to call upon governments and non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, citizens in general, to do their part to address climate change and also to support climate governance efforts in all countries around the world. In times to come, thanks to the wisdom emanating from this conference, from this summit, we'll be able to regenerate Mother Nature. Sustainability in the conventional sense of the term is not adequate. What do we sustain after all? It is a very unjust, unfair, inequitable world that we see around today. If we sustain this inequity, if we sustain the disharmony, if we sustain this ailing planet, the progress, the development will not be as it ought to be. We have to go beyond sustainability. We have to regenerate this ailing planet. We have to restore the broken relationships between us, the human of the species, and our Mother Nature, sustain our relationships between us the humans and amongst us the humans, between us and the earth, and between us and the air and the water and all other beings who make this earth their home. So, in the light of all these frightening changes that are taking place today, right before our eyes, it is only right, it is only fair that we play our part when we can, wherever we can, to make the world a better place. It is not a perfect world. However, with all its imperfections, it is still a good world. It is worth making efforts to improve it. With all its aches and pains, life is still beautiful. It's worth preserving not only our human life, but the life of all other beings that share this planet Earth and call it their home. For Bhutan, the big effort that was launched by His Majesty some 4.5 decades ago still guides us as the North Star. And it is my hope and my prayer that nations around the world will also identify their North Star and channel their energy in the direction of the healing of the earth, restoration of vegetation, and regeneration of life. So to all of you once again attending this summit, this conference, and to those who are part of this shared heritage, the stakeholders of this big effort, I would like to wish the very best as you look ahead, and may you all identify and find your own North Star. It is my hope and my prayer that as a positive consequence of this very important effort undertaken by men and women from all around the world, converged here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, we will be able to contribute to the making of our world a better place, to the healing of our Mother Nature, and to the building of a future that we will all be happy to leave behind for our children and their children and beyond. Terima kasih, Tashidili, and thank you.
It's not a perfect world, but it's a world worth saving. I thought that was quite nicely put by him. A couple of things stood out for me listening to his speech. It's quite remarkable that at 16, going on 17 years old, the young king of Bhutan could see that the go-to global metric of gross domestic product was not fit for purpose some 45 years ago. That's really remarkable in my view. And he chose a different development pathway for the country, one that prioritizes happiness and well-being over material things, and based on a broader set of values. And that's guided the country. In fact, that's been the North Star since. Actually, out of interest, has anyone here been to Bhutan? Oh, well, we have just one. Well done. Oh, two. As Professor Paudel was talking about the 4 pillars, it reminded me of an article I read about on their environmental tourism, which really underscores how they do their policy making, the policy of high value, low cost, meaning you pay to visit Bhutan. I think it costs about US $200 a day, in addition to all the other things. So it underpins the policy of conserving the environment while protecting their culture and heritage. That's really alignment of policy to what they say they'll do. A profound question that Professor Paudel asked was, what do we sustain after all? So he asked us to look at sustainability beyond the conventional sense by working on restoration, because it's not enough to sustain what we have. We have to recreate what we have lost. And particularly, I think, lost relationships, in today's context, we need to restore those relationships with human beings, with our neighbors, and between nations. So Bhutan was an outlier, if you ask me, when they started the gross national happiness journey. But today, we have Finland, Scotland, Iceland, Wales, and New Zealand, who are among the few countries making this shift to a well-being economy. And I thought it would be apt for me to sum up Professor Paudel's session. He's a prolific writer, and this is a tribute he wrote on gross national happiness. A Bhutan of gross national happiness will be a moral giant, where everyone cares enough and everyone shares enough so that everyone has enough. Such a nation will pattern a new social and economic order for this and all future generations. Let us be more human again. Perhaps we will one day be able to invite the world to a marriage of gross national happiness and the results of physical enterprise. So moving on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is one of this era's star Asian economists. He spent much of his career examining the challenges besetting the growth and development of emerging market economies in Asia and Africa. Hailing from Penang, he went from Penang Free School to Yale, Harvard, and the United Nations, where he served for over a decade. He's also written and spoken about subjects ranging from political economy, climate change, economic inequality, and social development. His unusual name has always intrigued me. And after some digging around, I learned that he was named after two African anti-colonial leaders. Jomo Kenyatta, the first Kenyan president, and Kwame Nkrumah, the first Ghanaian president. Here's Dr. Jomo Kwame Sundram.
Thank you very much for inviting me to join you today. Unfortunately, I cannot join you in person as I have some work to do elsewhere. But let me thank you for this opportunity nonetheless. Allow me to make a presentation trying to explain why the only way to deal with the climate problem, which is equitable, which is just, and therefore likely to succeed, is by addressing climate with development. Now, as we know, the impact of global warming are such that we have a major problem in the world today, where currently it is expected that temperatures will be almost 3 degrees Celsius rather than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels if current trends continue. This will imply continued extreme weather phenomena, aridification, desertification, and of course the worst effects of all this are really in the tropical countries, mainly developing countries. Now, this means that the greater burden of global warming will be on developing countries. Now, many of these are the poorer countries in the world, the more supposedly backward countries, the underdeveloped countries, the mainly agricultural and mining countries. All these contrasts, of course, the fact that some countries are rich, advanced, developed, and industrialized are due to the fact that they have historically used fossil fuels to generate mechanical energy in order to industrialize and to improve living standards and conditions. All this is important for us to recognize because it reminds us that energy is so essential to improving the conditions of life. So if we look, for example, at energy consumption in the world, we will find that that energy consumption is very strongly correlated with what are called human development indicators. Countries at the highest who enjoy a higher standard of living basically use far more energy than countries which have a lower standard of living. But within all that, it is important to recognize that, for instance, the countries such as Japan and Germany enjoy relatively high standards of living, despite despite the fact that they use less than half the amount of energy per capita, which is the case in the United States. So one basically has to recognize that there are more energy-saving ways of improving standards of living, and others which are far less so. Now, having said that, I think it is obvious to everybody that the countries which have been most hard hit by global warming have been the countries in the tropical zone. Some countries, obviously, the small island developing states, for example, are far more hard hit because of the extreme weather events which many of them have experienced. Now, all this basically reminds us that the damage in terms of lives lost and damage into human ecology have been worse in developing countries. So developing countries, mainly tropical, have been relatively, on the other hand, relatively low emitters of greenhouse gases, and they're the least responsible for climate change. Yet they bear its worst consequences. Now, poorest countries can least afford, therefore, unfortunately, for obvious reasons, to adapt and to mitigate. So the burden of global warming is far greater on poorer countries. Now, moving on very quickly, I think it's useful for us to remind ourselves that even the so-called large emitters among the developing countries are in fact relatively small emitters per capita. So obviously India and China have very large emissions, but in terms of the per capita emissions, they are far lower than say the United States or Canada, or for that matter, Russia, as well as Japan. Now, let us quickly consider what has happened in terms of temperature and how alternative ways of handling temperature increases, so global warming, in other words, can be handled. Now, these projections were commissioned by the United Nations and undertaken by the late Dr. Frank Ackerman, who was teaching at MIT. According to Dr. Ackerman's findings, basically what you have is that if you consider different types of scenarios, business as usual will be actually disastrous for the world, but unfortunately there seems to be very little deviation so far from business as usual. On the other hand, if you look, for instance, at climate and a climate approach, in other words, an approach which basically emphasizes climate alone, unfortunately, we will find that the climate approach alone will actually not produce terribly good results in terms of development for developing countries. On the other hand, an approach which ignores climate and focuses on development alone also has such adverse consequences. So the best approach really is an approach which combines climate considerations with development. And hence, this is the basis for our advocacy of addressing climate through development. Now, let us consider the different types of scenarios if we look at per capita consumption. And here we're contrasting the United States with Africa. And if you look at this contrast in scenario, you will see again the superiority of the climate and development approach as opposed to one approach which only looks at climate, focuses on climate without doing anything about development, and another approach which focuses on development without addressing climate. So it's important for us to emphasize that in terms of the reduction in global carbon dioxide equivalent emissions, that means all greenhouse gases, the approach of climate and development again is far superior in terms of likely outcomes. Now, moving on, I think it is important that we need to ensure that any approach is basically one which looks at climate justice, because you can have climate action without climate justice. And this will obviously be inimical to addressing development. So it's important to recognize that reducing emissions in rich countries is obviously very, very important. But in developing countries, it is necessary to slow emissions because developing countries, frankly, have really emitted relatively less over the years. Of course, there are some important exceptions, some of the East Asian developing countries which have industrialized and so on, the situation is different. But if we look at the world as a whole, that contrast generally applies. So what you need really is what we call an investment-led approach to address both climate change as well as development. And this basically means that investments need to be front-loaded. In other words, you need to have the investments early because you are trying to make as much progress as quickly as possible in order to get the beneficial effects, not only for development, but also for climate. So, and in this regard, if we look at historical experience, we generally find that public investments, contrary to the usual claims by some economists that public investments crowd out private investments, when it comes to development as well as climate change, we find that public investments tend to crowd in private investments. And this can be done through a variety of methods, which I'm sure you'll hear about in this conference and also elsewhere. Now, having said that, I think we have to recognize that there will be a need to ensure that there are significant transfers of finance, because poor countries almost by definition do not have the financial resources, as well as affordable technologies. The emphasis here is not only on technologies, but also on the adjective affordable. Otherwise, unfortunately, if you offer the prospect of new cutting-edge technologies which are unaffordable, then you basically are not going to address the problem. Now, some of the arguments were anticipated while I was working at the United Nations in the beginning of about a decade and a half ago. And at that time, some of you will remember, there was a major global financial crisis. And in response to that, we proposed the idea of what we clumsily called a global Green New Deal, where you would have basically, we were proposing that you have a lot of upfront investments in order to reduce the longer-term investments needs. So if you think about it, the projections are very clear by anybody who bothers to do these projections seriously, that if you invest more right now, it might not seem very, very perceptible in terms of the bar charts which I have here. But in fact, what one finds is that in the longer term, the need for investments become far, far less. And so it is really much more achievable and makes a lot of economic sense to invest much more now, and that will reduce the investment requirements later. Now, the other thing, of course, to consider is the need to ensure that everybody benefits. Okay, you cannot have a so-called global Green New Deal if the benefits only accrue to one party at the expense of others. So the New Deal basically should be for recovery, for increased social well-being, jobs, of course, infrastructure and development. And it's also important for us to think about it being green in many ways, which I don't need to explain to this audience, and also it being international. And being international basically implies cross-subsidization among countries, between the relatively rich countries as well as and going to the relatively poor countries. Also, you can conceive of many situations where you have cross-subsidization in other ways. For example, if you had generated a lot of electricity in Northern Africa, you could convey that electricity to Europe, especially to Southern Europe, at relatively low cost, and you would be able to buy that electricity from, let us say, from the Northern Sahara countries, and basically you would have it at relatively low cost for a variety of reasons, and those countries would have a very, very strong incentive to invest in such things. Likewise, you can think of many other situations where you would want to do that, and it would work out very well for everybody involved. So I want to emphasize once again the need to have public investments, concessional finance, and so on, as means to induce the private investments so far. Unfortunately, many of these schemes have not worked out very well. They have been too private sector oriented and insufficiently thinking about the benefits to the society as a whole. That's why, for example, the former World Bank president's approach of, he resigned from the World Bank to join a scheme, and we can see negligible impacts from all these schemes. But I'm digressing. Let me come back to the whole question of adaptation, of the need to pay far more attention to adaptation and compensation than is currently conceived. It's also important, I think, for us to recognize that in the rich countries, many of them actually see some advantages in global warming. For instance, I still remember when I first arrived in the United States to start working there in 2005, the New York Times carried an article which basically argued that with global warming, you would have longer growing seasons, greater agricultural productivity, and you would cut the cost of shipping by going through the Arctic Circle rather than through the Panama Canal and by other means from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean and vice versa. So it's important to recognize that many people in rich countries, especially in the United States, seem to believe that climate change is a myth or greatly exaggerated, and that it's not a pressing problem. And so we need to recognize these kinds of problems as well. Now, and currently another problem, of course, is that most climate finance is for mitigation, very little for other purposes. So we need to pay far more attention to adaptation, as well as what has been called historical loss and damages. In other words, what a principle which has been widely accepted called reparations. Now, of course, in recent years, we have heard a great deal about ESG. And ESG sounds very good in principle. But if you think of the very interesting essay published in 3 parts by Tariq Fancy. Tariq Fancy was head of sustainability for BlackRock. And he basically pointed out, and I won't get into all the details here, that ESG basically has largely provided a means for greenwashing, rather than making any significant dent as far as climate action is concerned. So I think it's very important for us to be very careful and circumspect by a lot of ostensible proposals coming from rich countries, not only ESG, but I want to also emphasize the net zero target, which is actually a distraction in many ways, but I don't have time to elaborate on that here. And of course, carbon pricing and so-called carbon markets as solutions. These are all problems which my colleagues and I have written about, and I would urge you to acquaint yourself with some of the concerns here. Moving on very quickly, I think it is important to recognize that there are also a range of climate finance considerations. Let's face it, the rich countries have been reluctant to provide development finance for the last half century. And so far they have fallen short of their promises in 2009 to provide much more finance for climate. Given all this, let us seriously consider an annual issue of special drawing rights by the International Monetary Fund within the limits which the US Congress prescribes in order to solve this problem. Otherwise, I'm afraid that just because of the financing constraint, we are not going to have what is needed. We need to pay far more attention, I want to say, if developing countries are to come on board on climate, to adaptation concerns, because we are already facing it, even here in Malaysia. And if you look elsewhere, the situation is very, very dire. Salt water is going in, seawater is going into rice fields in countries like Vietnam, Bangladesh, and other countries, and food production is going to be adversely affected if we do not rise to this challenge. So it's important for us to recognize that we need to turn to multilateral cooperation in a variety of ways, including multilateral tax cooperation and so on, which I don't have time to get into right now, but I think it's important for us to consider. Finally, I think let me conclude by drawing your attention to the fact that we have had no significant progress as far as looking carefully at greenwashing, looking carefully as far as net zero and other such slogans are concerned. We have actually very poor record as far as reparations are concerned. We also, in principle, it has been agreed to, but the money is next to zero. I think given all these situations and it will take many years for tax transfers to become available through the proposed UN International Committee for International Cooperation and Taxation. So there is no alternative but to have an immediate issue of SDRs. I think the US is comfortable with about 650 million SDRs. They will probably keep most of it themselves because they have been basically relying on the rest of the world to finance their budget gaps every year for about 6 decades. So basically what we can count on is the balance which is accruing to developed countries, which they do not use, but which should be made available to developing countries on concessional terms. Let me thank you very much for your attention. I hope this has been of some use to you. I'm sorry I can't join you for the Q&A, but I'm sure you will have a very good discussion. Thank you very much.
Dr. Jomo has covered a very extensive presentation, if you ask me. Don't worry, his video will be, the organizers will put the video on their YouTube channel. Let me try, I'm a big fan of 3, so let me try and summarize it in 3 key areas. Firstly, climate change affects developing and poor countries the most. Here, he sets the context of how developed countries harness fossil fuels to generate mechanical energy to industrialize and improve living conditions. So the way I look at it, wealth is the other side of emissions. Despite the fact that developing countries emit far less than the rich countries, they bear its worst consequences, and they are the least able to afford and support adaptation and mitigation. So for me, the burden is heavy for the poor countries, and therein lies the inequality. Secondly, addressing climate considerations together with development is a far superior option. So what Dr. Jomo is saying is, you can't wait for the development piece to be completed, then you do the climate piece. So if you do both together, you will reap the benefits far better. Perhaps I can illustrate this with an example. Close to 1 billion people do not have access to electricity. Now, we want to provide electricity to improve their living conditions, but we want to do this by bypassing fossil fuels generation. We can go straight to renewable energy. In fact, today, RE is it's a very competitive option, except for coal. But then coal, as YB said, is the dirtiest form of energy. So there you go. If you do this, you're addressing both the climate aspects and you're addressing the development aspects, and it's a win-win. The third point that I wanted to pick on here is we need an investment-led approach to deal with both climate and development. And here he emphasized that we need to invest now, not later. Front-load those investments early to get the benefits, not only for development, but for climate. And I think my example on electricity, is a good one. It means you pay a bit more upfront, but you're dealing with both the issues at the same time. So how do we fund this? We need public finance and concession finance to incentivize and induce private enterprises. And he emphasized the word affordable technology. Yes, we need innovative technology, but it has to be affordable. There's no point having cutting edge technology and no one can afford it. And it also has to be for projects that benefit society and not just private enterprises. So the other point he made was rich nations have a moral obligation to step out on financing as they take up more than their ecological fair share. Indeed, climate justice is a precondition for climate actions. So let me introduce our final speaker, who has a short message for us. He's a scientist who specializes in urban climate at the Singapore Management University. He's the first Singaporean appointed as co-chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPPC, which is UN's highest body on climate science. With his co-chair, they will lead 300 top climate scientists around the world to report to governments on how best to work on adaptability and vulnerability. Here's Dr. Winston Chow.
Selamat pagi, everyone. My name is Winston Chow. I am an associate professor at Singapore Management University's College of Integrative Studies. I am very apologetic that I could not make it for the National Climate Governance Summit that's ongoing right now. I'm afraid I have a rather busy schedule and I wasn't able to make the trip up north from Singapore to KL. That said, Sunita has kindly asked me to give a few words about the importance of this summit, especially for this session on balancing economic growth with sustainability and well-being. So in my previous, over the past 6 years, I was previously a lead author for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC's 6th assessment report. And we were doing some work into the role of cities, settlements, and key infrastructure and how important livable cities can be, resilient cities can be towards dealing with the climate crisis that we currently have. And I would like to point out that the science in this is rather clear. One of the most effective ways that policymakers and other stakeholders can target and try and reduce this climate emergency that we're facing is to focus on sustainable development in cities. So the SDGs number 11, the goal number 11 talks specifically on the role of sustainable cities and how livable they are, how well governed they can be, the level of investments that the delegates in this conference have a role in, pulling the levers or influencing, can effectively contribute tremendously towards urgently dealing with the issues of this climate disruption, the climate emergency that we're facing right now. things that, excuse me, things that can be looked into would be supporting investment and development towards very energy efficient building construction techniques, towards better transportation that can not only improve air quality for cities, so replacing, for instance, diesel public transportation with electric vehicles, as is happening in most cities in Southeast Asia, is one way of doing so. The improvements on transportation can also affect the demand side equation of reducing carbon emissions. If there's a conducive environment towards public transportation rather than private transportation, you can shift the demand and lower the carbon emissions commensurately. So these are the small things. I say small, but these I recognize that they require quite a bit of investment. But these do have a very massive influence in terms of reducing carbon emissions from the cities in Southeast Asia that we live, work, and play in. So I was asked by Sunita as well to give a few important messages. I think one is that the urgency required to make livable cities, to make sustainable cities, is not just apparent in one part of the world, let's say in the global north, but also apparent in Southeast Asia, also apparent in a lot of South Asian and East Asian cities. There is a broader trend. Lots of policymakers, lots of the public sector, private sector, and the civil sector. Everyone's getting on board on this because the urgency of trying to halve emissions by 2030 towards net zero by 2050 is getting momentum. We can see that in recent climate conference of parties. Last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, a lot of action was done towards this. It will continue on in Dubai in this coming December. So be part of this wave. You have a role to play in trying to encourage investment, in trying to encourage standards to be adhered, regulations that promote green growth. And I would be, if I had one wish, if I was there, if I could say, I would ask you guys to join colleagues, your colleagues in Singapore. I also speak at the Climate Governance Singapore chapter, and I can tell you that the momentum that I was speaking about earlier is very apparent here. So with all that said, I wish you all the best for the rest of this morning's session. I hope to see some of you, hopefully, either in Singapore, in Malaysia in the future, or maybe as soon as this December in Dubai for the Climate Conference of Parties. All the best and enjoy the rest of the session. This is Winston Chow from Singapore, signing out.
So we've heard from three diverse speakers today: an educator, an economist, and a scientist. From Professor Powdell making a strong plea for nations to find a North Star beyond GDP, to take up nature, human and societal regeneration and development, to Dr. Jomo, who advocates that we need to address climate change and development together, and we need to invest now, not later. And Winston, wrapping up on the urgency for us to make cities livable, sustainable, and resilient with attractive investment policies that encourages green growth. So I started the session by framing one of the biggest or greatest challenges of our time, balancing economic growth with sustainability and well-being. I thank our speakers for advancing our thinking on this subject and also challenging us on what can and cannot be done. So getting there will not be easy. And I quote Marshall McLuhan, "There are no passengers on spaceship Earth, we're all crew." So we need a framework of policies and incentives that balance short and long-term horizons and interests across value chains and economic sectors. And we need to re-examine how our economies function, what we value, and how we measure progress. And I'll leave you with this Cree Indian proverb: only when the last tree is cut down, the last fish eaten and the last stream poison, you will know that we can't eat money. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Suit Fang. We would think that, if they are on recording sessions, speaking via online, we would think that it would not reach our hearts. But I think you all agree with me. 3 speakers actually shared with us a lot, and their thoughts really somewhat warms up our hearts on what we intend to do in the next couple of days. So without further ado, I'd now like to go ahead with our next session, and we will be speaking on a topic, or rather discussing a topic called Adapting Strategies to Increase Climate Resilience and Business Opportunities. With that, let me welcome our moderator, Yang Mulia, Datuk Tengku Marina Tengku Anwar Badlisha, the Council Member of the Climate Governance Malaysia, and her panelists, Madalina Muhammad, Director, Sustainability Unit and Islamic Banking, Bank Negara Malaysia, Dr. Chen Weini, Head of Carbon Market, Bursa Malaysia, who will be with us online, and also Navina Balasingham, the General Manager of Capital Markets Malaysia. Silakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give us a moment. This is a hybrid session, so I don't know whether Dr. Chen is connected.
Just give us a minute. But before we begin, would that be okay if I was to ask everyone to just stand up for a bit? I know we've been sitting down and it's pretty cold. Is that okay, Tengku? May I ask everybody to stand up, and everyone who's at home, 350 of you online, if you're at home, I'd like to ask you to just stand up for a bit. Okay, stretch a bit. We're going to be here till afternoon. Your Excellencies. And I'd like to ask all of you to perhaps take a deep breath. Okay, let's do this together. Inhale and exhale, okay? Just follow me. Inhale. Exhale. One more time. Inhale. Exhale. One more time. Inhale. Exhale. That felt good, right? Okay, sit down. Okay, Daniel, are we able to continue?
Okay.
Boleh ke? Is Dr. Chen Weini already available to join us? If not, perhaps Tengku, we can go ahead, and when she's ready online, we'll just continue with her. Would you like to wait, or shall we just go ahead?
Will it take long to get Dr. Chen on the line? I think she's waiting, so it's just a matter of connection.
Yeah. Okay. Can somebody already invite her in? But it's okay, cool. I think we just go ahead, and then later, let's not waste any time. Silakan.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. Your Excellencies, honored dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen who are here in person and those of you who are joining us virtually, so very warm welcome. My name is Tengku. I'm a council member of Climate Governance Malaysia, and I'm privileged to host this session on adapting strategies to increase climate resilience and business opportunities with three very esteemed panelists. So you heard earlier His Royal Highness, the Regent of Pahang, already talking about environmental leadership. So today we have our regulators who are leaders, and we hope to get some insights from them. Please let me introduce. But I don't know, Dr. Chen, are you trying to get her? Because I'd like to introduce the panelists together. Anyway, I will first of all introduce Puan Madalina Muhammad, who is the Director of the Sustainability Unit and Islamic Banking at Bank Negara. Ms. Navina Balasingham is the General Manager of Capital Markets Malaysia. Welcome, ladies. And if we have connection with Ms. Chen, Dr. Chen, she's joining us from across the seas. She's actually in Kuching, I believe. She's the head of carbon market at Bursa Malaysia. So you see we have an all-ladies panel today. We had heard earlier in the keynote address about the importance of climate governance to national security and how the climate crisis requires a whole of society approach. Just last week, the Prime Minister launched the new Industrial Master Plan 2030, and in the Minister's speech, Yang Berhormat Senator Datuk Tengku Zafrul emphasized the need to enhance the competitiveness of SMEs. The NIMP also introduced a decarbonization pathway for the nation to achieve net zero by 2050. You also heard this morning YB Nick Nazmi also talking about reiterating the nation's commitments to protect our biodiversity. Yeah. So we are in an environment where key stakeholders, including capital markets regulators, as well as allocators of capital, such as investors, bankers, and insurers, are demanding increased reporting and disclosure from businesses so that informed decisions can be made about the allocation of capital to businesses, industries, and countries. SMEs need to understand how to identify climate risks, then measure and mitigate the impacts of such risks, as well as seizing opportunities which are arising in the climate crisis. Don't have Dr. Chen. Okay. So to begin the session, I would like to invite each panelist to share some introductory remarks to provide some context to the discussion from the point of view of your respective institution. So perhaps we can begin with our central bank, Puan Madalina, silakan.
Right, thank you, Datuk. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. Well, let me just thank CGM for inviting me to participate in this panel. So imagine a tree. So you have a tree with its roots anchoring it firmly in the ground, and you have the branches reaching out to the sky. Now we have seen many instances where trees get uprooted, right? And this is simply because the roots are not deep enough, the roots are not strong enough, to hold the tree firmly intact, when there's at times of strong winds, at times of heavy downpour. Now, using the same analogy, similarly for businesses, having solid foundations is going to be very key. Having solid resilience, including climate resilience, is going to be very key for you. For you to be able to weather storms, for you to weather challenges that is brought about by uncertainties and so forth. So, in an era of change, in an era of winds of change, in an era where the winds of change blow stronger than ever, developing strategies that gel together the principles of innovation, the principles of innovation, sustainability, adaptability, it's no longer just a choice. It's actually an essential tactical response. So it's not something that, you think you have an option, but it's something that you really, really have to do. And, the analogy which I just shared basically sums out, how important it is for businesses not only to build their capability to withstand challenges posed by climate change, but also to, thrive to, by seizing the opportunities that, also being brought about by climate change. So it's undeniable that, global climate is undergoing unprecedented changes. So we are seeing, Datin Sunita mentioned, a few of our previous speakers also mentioned rising temperatures, more frequent and severe natural disasters. We have shifting weather patterns. Now, all these developments unequivocally point to the urgent need for a very decisive, for us to be very committed, and for us to be, to have concerted action in addressing climate change. Let me just share a report, findings by Deloitte in its Global Climate Check report. According to the report, climate change and extreme weathers have a direct impact on 70% of economic sectors. 70, that's a huge sum. And with 25% of organizations worldwide already feeling the impact. And, as the intensity, as the frequency gets, higher, you can expect that, this 25% number will just increase over time if nothing is actually done. So what is really needed is actually for businesses to, look at their organizational capability, in building their own capability to deal with the disruptions, to deal with the shocks, and also, at the same time, to continuously adapt to the changing environment. And what this means is that you need to look beyond just financial buffers. You need to, look at not just short-term survivability, but also,12-term resilience. So while I say all that, let's not, lose our appetite for lunch. I know it's 12 o'clock. It's not all doom and gloom. As I said, there is actually abundance of opportunities that foster innovation, that improve efficiencies, that open up new business areas. So these are the things that, climate change, dealing with climate change will also give you. And we know that businesses are the engine of our economy, and SMEs in particular are very critical component in our economy. More than 90%, in fact, 97% of business establishments in Malaysia are the SMEs. And if you look at some other statistics, they form major part of our supply chain. They account for about half of total employment. That's a huge number. And they contribute close to about 40% of our GDP and almost 18% of our exports. So these are numbers which, I think are significant enough for us not to pay attention to the small businesses. So I know, what I've just said, talking about managing the risk and the need for us to reap the benefits, it's all easier said than done. I know that. That is why, the regulators, Bank Negara, Securities Commission have actually been pulling our resources together to look at what is it that we can do to help businesses, navigate this journey. Let me just pause there.
Thank you very much. So I suppose in the course of our discussion, we'll find out how you'll be helping the SMEs. Dr. Chen, yes, welcome. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I think Dr. Tengku, I think Dr. Chen, if we're going to be asking her questions, you'd have to ask her, and then we have to be silent and only, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, we won't, but we'll be able to hear her?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just that you have to ask when she's answering. Kita kena just have to be silent for a bit. Yeah.
Understand. Okay.
Hello, just testing whether can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Chen.
Oh, wait, I can't hear you all already, if you are in mute.
You can't.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Well.
At the moment you're in mute, do you mind turning on, unmute yourself? Thank you.
Okay, technicality issue. Okay, never mind. We'll go on to. Thank you. We just heard the perspective from Bank Negara. Now, Ms. Navina, maybe you'd like to share your perspective.
Thank you. Thank you, Marina. First of all, thank you to CGM for inviting me here today.
Sorry to intervene, but the moderator is on mute at the moment, and I cannot hear what is happening in the session. Thank you.
This is so cute. It's just like at home, right?
Yeah. just give us a moment. Miss Navina will just, because otherwise she'll be interrupting.
Yeah, perhaps you can just, Datuk, would you like her to speak right now, or macam mana?
Well, she can introduce herself if she wants, and then Miss Navina can go after if she's ready.
Could you cue her since she's unable to hear us?
Yeah, just her introductory remarks, please.
Thank you very much, Datuk. Actually, I can now hear you. Thank you so much for.
What a relief! Okay,
yes, I think the online audience were actually full force giving me all ideas that, can you log in and out? So thank you so much, and I'm glad that you can hear me. I think first of all, thank you so much to the Corporate Governance Malaysia, in particular Datin Sunita and her team at CGM for hosting this amazing National Governance Climate Summit, and of course for inviting PwC Malaysia. I'm really very honored to especially provide my views from the carbon market perspectives. And very quickly, thank you so much, Datuk Tengku Marina, for the context setting. And I've heard the views from one Madalena, and completely agree with what she has said. But I think just to give a bit of a rundown of Malaysia, my background is from the energy sector. Yeah, I think maybe the host might have to mute the moderator side, because I think the echo is quite a fair bit. So maybe while I'm speaking, I think then there'll be not so much echo. So very quickly, I'd just like to give some high-level statistics about Malaysia as a country. I think if the speakers previously have not mentioned, yes, I think Malaysia as a country, we are particularly vulnerable to climate change. And this is in part also given our long coastline. Yeah? I think we have nearly 5,000 kilometers of this coastline. And according to a study that was released by the Asian Development Bank in 2021, the study was actually conducted looking at the climate condition between 1970 to 2013. Malaysia as a country, we have experienced surface mean temperature increase of 0.14 to 0.25 degrees Celsius per decade. So in that regards, we have also witnessed that we are particularly as a country vulnerable to flooding and natural hazards, actually contributing more to damage than any other country experiences. And I think given that fact that we do have very strategic national assets that lie along the coastline, such as our ports, our power plants, our LNG regasification terminals, our gas pipelines, urban developments, I think this will definitely impact SMEs as they form part of this supply chain serving these industries located to the coastlines. I think the SMEs, in my view, they have gone through a very rough time in recent years. And, we have just emerged out from a COVID-19 pandemic. Most of them are really realistically just trying to stay afloat financially. And I personally suspect that, I spoke with my husband and a few others of those who are in the SMEs, and it does look like, for them to assess the impact of climate crisis in their businesses and climate risk, may really not be the highest priority at the moment. But I guess this is where panel discussion like this can help SMEs to understand the need and urgency to adopt climate strategies, especially ones that make commercial sense to them. Thank you very much, and over to you, Datuk Tengku Marina.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. I hope you can hear me. Yes. Well, you just said it, that it's not a priority for our SMEs, right? You know, to address climate change, they've got other priorities. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, how Bursa is going to help in addressing this issue. So can we move on to Ms. Nabina now? Sorry to keep you waiting. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Marina. I'd like to talk a little bit about the insights that CMM has on the supply chain. So we established the Center for Sustainable Corporations 3 years ago, and we provide support to public listed companies in terms of developing their sustainable practices and adoption of ESG. And a lot of time has been spent in focusing on how we can support PLCs to adopt sustainable practices through helping them set net zero targets, as well as, you know, measure carbon emissions and set science-based targets. But along the way, we started to realize that in order to support our PLCs, it was very important to support the SMEs. And the reason for this is, in speaking to chief sustainability officers of our public listed companies, it's clear that one of the key challenges for them is the measurement of scope 3 emissions, and that it's been difficult to get scope 3 data. It's been difficult to get data from their supply chain. That's one thing. And then in 2021, when we started to really dive deep into the issues that PLCs were facing, there was a report that came out by Standard Chartered called the Carbon Dated Report, which stated that 78% of the MNCs that were surveyed by Standard Chartered said that they would drop suppliers from their supply chain by 2025 if they did not comply or did not adopt ESG practices. The report actually highlighted a few countries that were most at risk, the top 3 being India, China, and Hong Kong. But Malaysia was ranked 7th at risk. So this was something that was quite alarming, and we knew that we had to really focus on. And the other thing that happened was we also started to look at who was setting science-based targets. In 2020, when we first started looking at it, there were 3 companies in Malaysia that had set science-based targets. Out of the 3, 1 was a PLC, and 2 were companies that we had not heard of before. And when we started to research, and we actually asked CDP, you know, who were these 2 companies? And they said that they were 2 garment manufacturers based in Johor. And these garment manufacturers, very small companies, had to set science-based targets because they were supplying to Nike. And so we realized that SMEs are at risk. And not all SMEs, obviously, like, you know, there are 1.2 million SMEs in the country. The micros are, of course, less at risk. It is the small enterprises and the mid-sized enterprises. So these probably constitute about 240,000 SMEs in the country that are probably more at risk and really need to focus on adopting sustainability. And so what we did was we started to focus on how we could help them. So we developed a sustainability capacity building program that looked at how an SME can, number one, set a sustainability plan for themselves and start to measure their GHG emissions. And we took this program across the country. So in 2022, we met with and trained 1,500 SMEs. And I think the key message that we got from speaking to them is that they are more than willing to adopt sustainability. They are more than willing to report their carbon emissions because they're being compelled to. So it's not a matter of making it mandatory for the SMEs. The SMEs that are within supply chains have to comply. And I think our role, our job as regulators, government, is to make it as simple as possible for them to do so, because SMEs are too small to have a chief sustainability officer, to have a team of 10 people managing sustainability. When we're talking to them, it is mostly the finance manager or the quality assurance manager who has a day job. So they don't really have the time to focus on understanding what the GRI requirements are, what ISSB is asking for. So I think, I'll stop here, but my message for now is that sustainability is important. They know it. What we need to do is really help them to simplify it. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's reassuring to hear that CMM is actually hand-holding the SMEs in this journey. So thank you very much, ladies. That was a very insightful start. So let me begin our discussion by looking at how we are managing climate risks. The climate crisis is an urgent issue that poses significant risks to businesses, including supply chain disruptions, increased insurance costs, and reputation damage. In the past, we defined materiality as a percentage of revenue, profits, and assets. We now recognize dynamic materiality and double materiality. So how can SMEs manage emerging issues related to climate and include them in business strategies and innovative solutions, especially when we lack localized descriptions of such risks? So, Puan Madalina, maybe you'd like to take the question first?
Okay. Well, it's undeniable that managing climate change is complex. It's very challenging. And it's also true that, you can no longer just focus on the dollars and cents, not just, on profitability, not just on sales or returns, but, more and more, one needs to focus on the risks that can arise from the impact of climate change and also from the responses to climate change. So it's not just, what you are getting, but your actions and other people's actions on climate change. For the SMEs, managing, this multitude of risks is definitely a daunting task. Dr. Chen was talking about, SMEs recovering from, the economic hardship as a result of COVID. So you have a lot of challenges, a lot of issues that you have to deal with. And, here you have an added component or that added dimension for you to also focus on. Now, and it's, I think it's also more difficult when, this is actually a new area, something where you have no knowledge of, something where, there's not much information available. So imagine yourself being put in a dark room and not knowing how to, move forward. So now, that said, despite the complexity, I think there are steps which SMEs can take, meaningful steps that you can take to first and foremost understand, and also for you then to manage the risk. Now, what I would, okay, I think there's an echo. All right, and sorry. So the actions and the responses of SMEs are going to be very critical, and this is where I'm just going to share with you that SMEs must act. ACT. So A is about developing or having the awareness. C is by collaborating, and T is by adopting technology. So ACT. So you need to act. Now, let me just explain a little bit about what ACT really means. So when you talk about awareness, it's really about making the time. So it's not about waiting for time to be there, but actually making time to develop an understanding of the broader climate risk and how it's actually impacting your business. Give you an example. For instance, we are seeing more and more incidences of floods. So then you need to understand what should you actually be doing? Is there something that you need to do to, help insulate yourself or, reduce the impact of recurring floods on your business, for instance? So that's really about, understanding climate risk and how it's affecting your business. And at the same time, it's also to understand your own emissions profile. How much, what is your carbon footprint? How much are you actually emitting? What kind of equipments, are you using? And how can you then start thinking about, ways to reduce your own emission? Now, C, collaborating. So this is where, SMEs, you can work with your suppliers, and even more so with those who you are supplying, your products or your services to. So, and many of the SMEs that we have in the country, you are actually part of a value chain, and you should actually be talking to those whom you supply to. What tools can they provide you? What knowledge or capacity building can they provide you with? And and this brings me to T, technology. And this is where, how can you leverage technology solutions to ease your own transition, to also even help you, go into new business areas, and build your own resilience. And if you put ACT together, ACT, this is where, just giving you an example, this is where we have actually seen instances where you have a foreign purchaser that collaborates with SME supplier in Malaysia. What they do or how they collaborate is that this is actually what I want, this is the product that I want, and I will provide you with the knowledge, I will provide you with the funds for you, and I will also provide you with the technology, and you are the one that will deliver, the product for the supplier. So we have actually seen those cases, and what it means is that the SMEs will need to be a lot more proactive. The SMEs will need to actually, communicate and talk to your, who you are supplying your products to. And this is where I just want to also mention that what the regulator has done is to introduce this scheme which we call greening the value chain. So this is the case where you have an anchor, we call it an anchor corporate, and the anchor corporate has SMEs that are within its value chain. And what it does is that it provides, and this is actually happening locally, we have it already, although it's still in pilot form. So the anchor corporate partners with another party that provides the SME with tool for them to first measure their own emissions, and then for them to then start monitoring. It's actually through an application to an app. And what the SME is also able to access is where, there will be experts going on site to look at, this is actually your business processes, these are actually the equipment that you are having, and where can you actually reduce your emissions, what processes can you change. So there is that on-site diagnostic review that comes with it as well. So these are some of the things which the regulators are actively piloting, looking at ways to help the SMEs. I'll share more later.
Thank you very much. So good message. You have to act. SMEs have to act. So so it's act, collaborate, and invest in technology. Right. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Navina, maybe from you.
Sure. So just to add on to what Madalena was saying about the customers sort of helping their supply chain, I think that's really very powerful. So I think this is a message more for the SMEs themselves, but for the customers, the larger companies that are compelling information from their supply chain. There's one example that we heard of just very recently, and it's called Project Gigatron, and it is a collaboration between Walmart and HSBC, where Walmart has said that they've offered this vendor development program for all of their suppliers. And they've told their suppliers that if you're able, they've set 6 pillars, right, 6 parameters, and one of the parameters is a reduction of emissions. And if you can show a reduction of emissions, our banker, which happens to be HSBC, Walmart's banker, will provide you with preferential financing rates. So in this instance, it's a win-win-win for everyone, right? It's a win-win for the customer, which is Walmart. It's a win for the entire supply chain, and it's a win for the financer. And I think that these sorts of programs will go a very long way in terms of supporting SMEs in managing this risk. So that's one. But in terms of what the SMEs can do, I think, again, to build on what Madlina was saying, proactivity is really key. So even if you're not being asked to supply data, it's probably coming. Because what we're realizing is that more and more large companies are setting net zero targets. So we spoke with one of the largest asset owners in the country a few weeks ago, and they said that they've written a letter to all their investee companies telling them to set net zero targets. So what that means now is that all of these investee companies will have all of these suppliers that will have to start supplying data. So even if you don't have to do it now, I think the message really is to start preparing, start figuring out how you can measure your emissions, measure your water consumption, because you know, eventually it's just good practice as well, but eventually you may be compelled to do so. And just to continuously build capacity in this area, there are a lot of programs out there that some of them are complementary to understand what ESG adoption looks like, what setting your sustainability targets look like. So that's my message, yeah.
Thank you. So we have to start and stop. Yeah, we have to start now. Okay, Dr. Chen, still on managing climate risks and climate resilience, Malaysia is embarking on voluntary carbon market through the implementation of the Bursa Carbon Exchange. Can you explain how carbon markets are going to address climate resilience, please?
Thank you very much, Datuk, Tengku, Marina.
We can't hear Dr. Chen.
Moderator and Nabina. So certainly very insightful from Bank Negara as well as the capital markets. But from Bursa Malaysia's efforts, what we have actually embarked is actually the launch of the Bursa Carbon Exchange, which was actually mandated actually under the, it was actually announced in Budget 2022 in October 21, jointly an effort between the Ministry of Finance as well as the then CASA. Now it's called the Ministry of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change. But maybe just very quickly for the benefit of the audience who may not be so familiar of the carbon markets, I can very quickly explain that today we have 2 types of the carbon markets. One is the voluntary carbon market, the other is the compliance carbon market. So in a voluntary carbon market, it is a reward-based system whereby if you implement carbon projects, and these carbon projects should reduce emissions from the atmosphere, if you implement this project, you will be rewarded by being able to monetize the carbon emissions by selling them in a form of carbon credits to corporate buyers who purchase it for the purpose of offsetting or reducing their emissions. Now, in a compliance carbon market, however, and it comes in a form of either the carbon tax or the emissions trading scheme, it is a penalty-based system, whereby if compliance companies emit more than they are allowed to do so, then they have to be penalized by either purchasing allowances, in the case if you are under the emissions trading scheme, or if you are in a carbon tax regime, then you would have to pay the price of carbon. So the big question here is, how can carbon markets help to address climate resilience here? First of all, I think the role of carbon markets in addressing climate resilience are through several folds. Firstly, of course, by nature of carbon projects, they have to already demonstrate reduction in GHG emissions. And this reduction is important because they are the cause of global warming. Yeah? So these carbon projects, normally they demonstrate avoidance. Avoidance means you avoid emissions from entering into the atmosphere, a reduction, or removal. So removals means removing emissions from the atmosphere. And secondly, carbon projects, they can foster climate adaptation, reducing the impacts of climate change. And some of the carbon projects, especially from nature-based, they protect and they restore natural ecosystems, such as the forests, wetlands, and mangroves. And they help to reduce the risk of extreme weather events, such as floods, droughts, and storms. And they can also help to regulate temperature and humidity, which can in turn help to reduce the risk of droughts and heat waves. Now, thirdly, these carbon projects, some of them, they can also protect biodiversity and maintain the overall health of the ecosystems, which is very essential for the human's well-being. And this is really largely taken from lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, which is really a result of the outbreak in zoonotic diseases catalyzed by the climate change. So for us, I think putting a price on carbon is really very necessary for us to recognize that while companies, they can internalize the profit, companies today can no longer socialize their externalities. They need to be responsible for their negative contributions to the environment and especially to climate change. And I think that's why when we talk about energy transition, it is not just being equitable, but it's also being responsible. Tenaga, last week, they had their energy transition conference, and their theme is essentially a responsible energy transition. Also want to very quickly share with you about a recent article by the World Economic Forum. It was released on the 24th of August, and it mentioned that the voluntary carbon market space, it is currently one of the most effective one of the most effective way to address GHG emissions reduction. And it does so very effectively by mobilizing billions of dollars in private sector financing every year. Therefore, it reduces pressure from the government to actually have to funnel all these fundings to decarbonize their countries. And especially VCM, the voluntary carbon market, can help host countries to achieve our nationally determined contribution, even if such sales of the carbon credits are to corporate buyers outside of the host countries. Now, within the context of the international carbon market, I would like to share with you about the findings by the World Bank that revealed that carbon markets can help to mobilize resources and reduce costs to facilitate countries and companies in their energy transition. In fact, the World Bank found in their study that it is estimated by trading in carbon credits could reduce the cost of implementing NDC by more than half, and this is estimated around $250 billion by the year 2030. So within the context of Malaysia, I think the Malaysian government by 2022 is fully cognizant that we need to actually price carbon. In the past, we have actually relied on a lot of interventions. From the carrot perspective, we have the feed-in tariff, we have the net energy metering, we have the tax incentives such as the GITA and the GITE by the MIDA. I think the time has come for the government to actually put a price on carbon. And that's why the government actually announced through the budget 2022 an introduction of a voluntary carbon market space, which in time to come will actually pave the way to a compliance market. So therefore, I think it is essential for companies now, if we already are aware that government is looking towards a compliance mechanism, to see how we can leverage on the voluntary carbon market space to get ready our company to actually, in preparation for this compliance that we are facing. And in additionality, once you reduce your carbon footprint, I think importantly is that you can, if it matches the methodology that's available, you can do a cost recovery, and this will not hurt so much bottom line as you decarbonize. And I think I've mentioned a lot. Thank you very much, Datuk Marina.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Yeah, we'll come back to you on further on the carbon markets shortly. We talk about challenges and opportunities for the businesses. So following on from Dr. Chen, as regulators, how can your institutions help PLCs and SMEs make better informed decisions about increasing their climate resilience when we lack data? We mentioned already the lack of data just now, Ms. Navina, and this includes national level scenarios which will help businesses and industry strategize. Furthermore, climate action is long overdue and extreme weather events are already disrupting businesses. How can the regulators play a more assertive role in ensuring businesses and industries contribute positively towards net zero?
Okay, regulators do have a role, and how we are doing this is by setting a clear policy direction for our regulators. So to give an example, for the financial institutions which are regulated by the central bank, so these would be the banks, the insurers, the takaful operators, we've actually set a mandatory requirement for all our regulators to adopt TCFD aligned disclosures. And we actually not just say that, we actually provide a timeline. So we tell them that by 2024, all of you will need to adopt TCFD disclosures. But we don't just say that. We also then, provide support in terms of, how do they get there. And this is where I'm just going to talk a little bit about the Joint Committee on Climate Change. It's actually a regulator industry platform which is co-chaired by Bank Negara as well as the Securities Commission. So this particular platform is where we work together in partnership with the industry. So it's not actually a platform where the regulator tells the industry, but it's actually where the regulator works together with the industry to look at what kind of tools, what kind of guidance, what kind of frameworks the regulators would need for them to be able to manage and climate risk, and for them to actually be in a state of preparedness to do so. So one of the focus under the JC3 is on disclosures and governance, and we're very privileged to have Julian, who actually chairs the subcommittee that looks into disclosures and governance. And one of the things which the group has actually done is to issue what we call an application guide, a TCFD application guide for financial institutions. So that application guide basically is a reference for financial institutions in their preparation towards meeting the requirements. Now, that's coming from the central bank. Over and above that, the Bursa has also mandated all public listed firms to also adopt TCFD in 2025. So it's 1 year after the financial institutions. So that provides a path for not just the financial institutions but also on the big corporations. The other thing I also want to mention is Bank Negara has issued the taxonomy. It's actually a principle-based taxonomy. It's actually a transition taxonomy. And what it basically does is that, because it's a transition taxonomy, the focus is really for our financial institutions to help and work with their customers, whether it's big large businesses, or whether it's SMEs, on how they would be transitioning. So the focus of the taxonomy is not just about wanting to facilitate or fund green activities, but also for financial institutions to step forward and help businesses in their transition journey.
Thank you. Well, it seems that we are helping businesses to prepare for this. So let's hear from Navina. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think in terms of what regulators can do, so maybe I will expand it a little bit to also include government. And one of the key things our government has done, which I think is great in terms of setting the trajectory, is to actually set ambitious goals in terms of climate change. We've already set, as our YB minister mentioned, our our 2050 goal. And very recently, we also saw that there were 2 roadmaps that were launched. There was the NETR and as well as the NIMP that was launched last week. And both of these really set the direction for the nation, which is really important because once that direction is set, everyone is moving in the same direction. And I think more importantly also is that both the roadmap and the plan that were launched last week and the week before actually carve out opportunities for SMEs. They actually have a stated area where they see SMEs playing a role in achieving our 2050 mission. So 2030 mission. So that's really important. The other thing that regulators, and again in Malaysia we've already seen this with Bursa Malaysia coming up with the sustainability reporting guide and making ESG reporting mandatory for all PLCs. That is very helpful. And what the SC has done through Capital Markets Malaysia is next month we're going to be launching a simplified ESG disclosure guide for SMEs within supply chains. And what we've done is we, with the understanding that ESG mandatory reporting is not mandatory for SMEs, we have looked at how we can simplify reporting. We've come up with 35 disclosures over 15 topics over E, S, and G. And we've done this on the basis of reviewing ISSB, we've reviewed GRI, we've looked at TCFD, the GHG protocol. We've also looked at local regulations and frameworks. So we've looked at the Bursa Malaysia Sustainability Guide and the Malaysian Code on Corporate Governance. And what we've done is we've tried to simplify it in terms of the language. We've tried to simplify it based on what we think from our interaction with SMEs that they will be able to comply with. So this is going to be launched next month. We've had lots of consultations with public listed companies, with Bursa Malaysia, with the SMEs themselves. So yeah, that's something that you can look forward to soon.
Certainly looking forward to that. So, well, in the interest of time, Dr. Chen, we'll come back to you. You probably touched this a little earlier when you talked about voluntary carbon markets. But very quickly, what are the challenges you face and how are you addressing them? Also, what are the business opportunities for SMEs in this voluntary carbon market?
Thank you very much. Very good questions indeed. And yeah, it is the voluntary carbon market space is definitely still a very nascent space in Malaysia. In fact, to date, we only have 14 carbon projects that are actually registered with Verra today. And Verra is actually the world's largest standards provider, and they issued about 70% of the carbon credits traded in a voluntary carbon market space globally. So yeah, it is very challenging, although back 10, 15 years ago, under the Kyoto Protocol regime, Malaysia did have a rather vibrant carbon market, and we have around 150 projects registered under the CDM mechanism. But today, we are trying to revive back again our very vibrant market that was in the past. Now for Bursa, our mandate is actually not just being an operator of BCX, but we really need to facilitate the development of a DCM ecosystem. And this is very important for us because in the pathway to net zero, we just cannot rely, and in as much as my background has been in an electricity sector and I'm advocating for renewable energy and energy efficiency, it is not sufficient to come to a net zero. There are the hard to abate sectors that the carbon market is actually very well suited to transit that pathway into a net zero. But today we have many challenges in the carbon market because it is a very nascent market globally as well. And one of the key things that actually underpins all this issue is the fact that the quality of the carbon credits are still undergoing an evolving change. And because this quality of carbon credits are still undergoing evolving change, what it means is that standards provider will continue to tighten in terms of their methodology, in terms of how they actually impose the rigor on their auditors in doing their verification and validation processes. But the very key challenges for us is how we can facilitate this development of an ecosystem. And how we are going to do this is we do have a very high level overview of a midterm, short-term, as well as a long-term pathway. Short-term pathway is that we are going to focus on what we have done very well in the past carbon market, which is to foster more of these biogas projects as a result of methane recovery from palm oil mill, effluent, landfill gas, and also industrial waste. In fact, as you've correctly pointed out, I'm in Kuching at the moment, and I'm actually at a palm oil conference that's actually organized by BUSA. And yesterday we had a half day of a biogas roundtable, the second of its series, and we actually anticipate about not more than 100 that will turn up. Actually, only 88 actually registered for it. And what turned up yesterday morning was over 200, so the room was really overwhelming, and there was a lot of interest in the palm oil sector, given the fact that greening is a very big issue for them. How this kind of greening efforts, they can actually monetize it to do some cost recovery. And of course, in the midterm, we are looking at nature-based. Nature-based will take a much longer gestation period, and we are working very closely with the state government on this. And of course, not just nature-based in the midterm, but also biochar and green EV. Then on the long-term strategy, and also aligning with the NETA, which Navina mentioned just now, the long-term strategy will be looking at carbon capture, utilization and storage, and also the green EV. And the other efforts that we are doing at the moment for PwC Malaysia, how we are going to move up this development of this ecosystem, is that we have in partnership together with the Malaysian Green Tech and Climate Change Corporation, MGTC, we are jointly developing a VCM handbook, a special Malaysian VCM handbook, and also coming up with a VCM directory. And this directory will go live by this month, and the handbook we anticipate to launch at the IGEM 2023, which will be in October, just early part of next month. Aside from that, we are creating monthly awareness webinars, workshops, and roundtables, working really very closely with very critical stakeholders like the federal government, the state government, the financial institutions, the project developers, basically to connect the dots and to enable the development of such carbon projects in the country. But I think in closing, the key message here is that it will take time, yeah? Just like in renewable energy, in solar industry, it took about 10 years to take time for Malaysia to be now a significant manufacturer and also a market of solar. And the VCM, we know that there will be a lot of potential in Malaysia, but we just have to be very patient. It will take a bit of time. Thank you very much, Datuk.
Thank you, thank you. There's still a lot to discuss, but I think we have to wrap up because time has flown past very quickly. Before I actually conclude, we have had a robust discussion on how financial regulators can help create businesses, adapt strategies to improve climate resilience. So before we close, I'd like to request each panelist to share one call to action for businesses. So just maybe a minute or so to wrap up on for each of you. Go ahead.
Well, the actions we take today will determine if we have tomorrow, and what will our generations to come have. So we need to act now. We need to start small. We need to start now, and we need to do our part.
Thank you. Very clear. Ms. Navina?
I would say that there's a very real first mover advantage for SMEs to adopt sustainability in Malaysia. And I say this because the report that I mentioned earlier, the carbon dated report, Malaysia is ranked number 7th at risk, but that also means that this is a global problem, right? So there are 6 other countries where the SMEs are also at risk if they don't adopt sustainability. So first mover advantage will give SMEs this upper hand. If there are suppliers that are going to be dropped, then there is an opportunity for Malaysian suppliers who are at the forefront to take on these new contracts. So I would say that even if you're not compelled to report on your practices now, start now.
Thank you. And Dr. Chen, your call to action?
Thank you. And I think my call to action is that if we look at what IPCC report has shown, in fact, Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, is saying that we are no longer facing climate change, or rather we are not facing global warming anymore, but we have actually turned to global boiling. And I think in terms of the carbon market, the message here is that we should never let perfection comes in the way of doing good. You know, if we have to debate and really find the perfect solution to a carbon market, I think by then we have already breached over the 2 degrees Celsius threshold, let alone the 1.5 degrees Celsius. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's not be left behind. We have to start now if you haven't started yet. So you have it, the calls to action from our panelists. Before I conclude, a quick reminder to check our Climate Governance Malaysia website for upcoming events, including the Chairman's Masterclass series. And the next Masterclass will be on the 2nd of October and another one on the 13th of October. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things before I close. Earlier, His Royal Highness, the Regent of Pahang, also mentioned, you know, he talked about the to be united in purpose. So I hope today, with the discussion, we are all as, you know, whether we are regulators or governments or NGOs or businesses, we are united in purpose, and that we need to catch the green wave. So let's try to do that. It has been a pleasure for me to moderate this session. So thank you very much, Puan Madalina, Ms. Navina, and Dr. Chen, who's in Kuching. Thank you all for being an attentive audience here, and also those online. And if you have any questions or any comments on today's session, you can send us messages on the app, I guess, yeah, and then we will try to respond to them. So that's all from us. So thank you very much again, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. Catch the green wave, as Datuk Tengku Marina said just now. Thank you very much again to Dr. Madalina Muhammad, Dr. Chen, and also Navina Balasingham, and our moderator. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, I know it's cold. I was sneezing 3 times. I'm sorry if you heard that. I tried to put the microphone away, but you know, it's really tip-top microphone, sorry. Sejuk. It's cold. Okay, before we go for lunch, we actually have another presentation. This one is recorded, and we'll be having, our special guest will be speaking on finance, a barrier for developing countries action, and it'll be presented by Thelma Krug. She's the former researcher at the Earth Observation Coordination at the National Institute for Space Research in Brazil under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, MCTI. Also the Vice Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, PICC, for the 6th cycle of Panel 2015-2023. So if we're ready, let's just go straight into listening to our presenter, Thelma Krug.
Good morning to all participants, and let me first congratulate the organizers of the National Climate Summit for the initiative, and also for having invited me to be here today. As we observe more frequent and intense meteorological and climatological extremes around the world, it becomes imperative to find ways to respond to what science has been alerting humanity for a long time with increasing confidence regarding the impacts and risks of climate change with increasing warming. Moreover, the human influence in the warming of the atmosphere, the ocean, the cryosphere, and the terrestrial biosphere became unequivocal, and unprecedented changes in the climate system are being observed relative to pre-industrial times. The importance of rapid, ambitious, and sustained cuts in greenhouse gas emissions in all areas of society is paramount if we want to secure a livable world to all in the future, and also has important implications for the energy sector in particular, which contributes to almost 80% of the total annual greenhouse gas emissions. So deployment of low emission energy sources, the shift to renewable energy, including sustainable biofuels, energy efficiency, and energy conservation are just some of the options that can be implemented. And the mitigation report of the IPCC noted that available mitigation options costing less than $100 per ton of CO2 can reduce by at least half the global greenhouse gas emissions in 2030 relative to the emissions in 2019. And also note that half or more than half of these options cost less than $20 per ton of CO2, primarily through the implementation of solar and wind energy, improved energy efficiency, reduced conversion of natural ecosystems, and methane reduction. However, overall, there are financial and institutional barriers that can affect mainly developing countries, and there is a recognition that present financial flows fall short of the levels needed to achieve mitigation and adaptation objectives across all sectors and regions. And this highlights the fundamental importance of international cooperation as a critical enabler for just and low carbon transitions that can simultaneously reduce vulnerability to the impacts of climate change, but also contribute to the reduction of inequalities and poverty. So finance forms a critical barrier, as currently mitigation efforts rely principally on governmental sources and funding mechanisms which do not provide sufficient resources to enable the economic potential to be realized. Already in 2009, developed country parties to the Climate Change Convention committed to a goal of jointly mobilizing $100 billion per year by 2020 to address the climate change needs of developing countries. This commitment was reaffirmed as a key element of the Paris Agreement in 2015, but it does not represent the total need to respond to climate change in developing countries, nor the global cost across all countries. If only adaptation needs for developing countries are considered, the estimated cost ranges from $15 to $411 billion per year for climate change impacts out to 2030, with the majority of estimates being well above $100 billion. In addition, there is a climate financing gap to meet the needs for mitigation investments that is expected to increase between a factor of 3 to 6. The gaps are wide for all sectors and represent a major challenge for developing countries, especially least developed countries where flows have to increase by a factor of 4 to 7 for specific sectors like agriculture, forestry, and other land use. Delayed climate investments and financing and limited alignment of investment activity with the Paris Agreement will result in significant carbon lock-ins, stranded assets, and other additional costs. And this will particularly impact the urban infrastructure and the energy and transport sectors. In addition to financing, equally important are institutions and governance that underpin mitigation by providing the legal basis for action. But it's important to recognize that the developing countries face additional material constraints in climate governance due to development challenges and scarce economic or natural resources. And I'm sure that these issues will be highlighted during the summit, not only in the aspects related to climate change financing and how climate change can affect the small and medium enterprises, but also to identify opportunities that can be identified and explored to increase resilience and ensure broader inclusive governance. And with that, thank you very much for your attention, and I wish all the best for the discussions during the summit.
All right, if you'd like to listen to a lot more on what she has to say and her aspirations and her vision on our climate, she is available also online. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, enough of me speaking. I don't want you to hear me sneezing anymore. So let's take a breather. Let's go have lunch. It'll be outside at the foyer. And I just have to say, you guys are very smart because you guys are most of you using jackets and I'm not. So tomorrow you'll see me with a cardigan or a jacket. Okay, we'll see you in a bit. I think it should be about 2 o'clock, so you can also sembahyang Zuhur. And yeah, I'll see you too. Don't go away, okay? Don't go home. I need you in this hall. If not, I'll be too cold. Sorry guys, the lunch will be at the atrium. Where is it? Is that here? Upstairs, ground floor. On the ground floor. Atrium, ground floor, lunch.
Private sector is the key to meeting our sustainable development goals. Our involvement in a transaction gives projects an additional credibility with host governments, private investors, and lenders. We therefore help partners to structure bankable, environmentally sound, inclusive, and transparent projects, and to help catalyze a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient, as well as sustainable Asia and the Pacific.
three things that I would highlight that we are very focused on is number one is to focus more on upstream work to provide the right capacity to develop more renewable energy projects. Secondly is to focus on markets that most commercial banks are not necessarily ready to lend to, and specifically what we call fragile affected states as well as small island developing states. So markets like Cambodia.
Private sector is the key to meeting our sustainable development goals. Our involvement in a transaction gives projects an additional credibility with host governments, private investors, and lenders. We therefore help partners to structure bankable, environmentally sound, inclusive, and transparent projects, and to help catalyze a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient, as well as sustainable Asia and the Pacific.
So the three things that I would highlight that we are very focused on is number one is to focus more on upstream work to provide the right capacity to develop more renewable energy projects. Secondly is to focus on markets that most commercial banks are not necessarily ready to lend to, and specifically what we call fragile affected states as well as small island developing states. So markets like Cambodia, Pacific Islands like Tonga are our key focus areas. And last but not least, there's a lot of focus on renewable energy, but ADB's job as well is to look at markets and sectors that other people are not looking at. So whether it's new technologies in renewable energy like hydrogen or waste to energy, and other ways to fight climate change like electric mobility are areas that we are exploring in great detail.
All across our regions, we are seeing renewed commitments from the governments to facilitate the private sector to play a far more vital role in addressing climate change. Now, we at the ADB private sector are actually pushing the climate finance agenda in multiple ways in the region. And in terms of new sectors,
We are seeing an increasing call for support in relatively newer areas such as storage and electric mobility. Adherence to Paris alignment is increasingly going to assume center stage in our private sector infrastructure support in the region. We are actually using alignment with the Paris Agreement as an important part of our very initial screenings process. We do sincerely expect the topography of the energy sector in the region to dramatically change in the next 5 to 10 years. Energy transition in various forms and manners has certainly picked up steam in this region.
ADB's blended finance programs focus on finding new ways to unlock markets, and we're ultimately aiming to increase the pace, scale, and ambition of climate solutions. There's a lot of innovation and thinking on private sector climate solutions across Asia and the Pacific, and we're grateful to be part of this.
The global food system accounts for 34% of greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, agriculture is the most affected sector by climate change. Climate change is affecting crop yields and is making small farmers more vulnerable. So it is not a sector that can be ignored when talking about climate change. So far, about 30% of our agribusiness projects have had climate finance components. We plan to increase this proportion to 50% by 2025 and 75% by 2030. We plan to deploy up to $1 billion of climate finance investments over the decade to 2030.
Working through financial institutions, ADB has provided long-term funding for green infrastructure projects and transport. Financial institutions also provide ADB with a platform to reach a number of sectors and borrowers who may be too small to fund directly. We are also looking at ways to help small and medium-sized enterprises to decarbonize in South Asia. We also believe that women can be central to climate finance solutions. It's therefore critical to leverage their knowledge, capacities, and skills towards adapting and mitigating climate change. And we'll do so through a variety of different initiatives, including our very newest, the Women's Finance Exchange, which is partnering with financial institutions in the private sector to expand women's roles as economic movers and who can also enable client-responsive innovations.
Innovative private sector business models will play a powerful role in addressing Asia and the Pacific's climate-related development challenges. That is why Asian Development Bank established ADB Ventures. ADB Ventures helps promising early-stage innovators operating across our region scale up their impact in emerging markets. The solutions we invest in aim to conserve energy, reduce waste, shrink agriculture's carbon footprint, and make people, communities, and industries more resilient to the impacts of climate change. And the ADB Ventures is just getting started. Over the next several years, we will continue raising new funds from public sector and the private sector partners, employing a combination of early and growth stage equity, debt, and grant financing to support ADB's climate goals.
Our planet isn't in good shape. Currently, we are using the resources of 1.5 planets. Make that 2.5 if everyone was living by European standards, 4 if we were all Americans, and even worse, studies conclude that we've crossed several of 9 planetary boundaries that are necessary for a safe and sustainable life. We want to ask, how can companies and corporations foster sustainable development? What is true business sustainability that helps overcome society's long-term problems? Business and sustainability? That doesn't go together. Yep, that's what the traditional economic paradigm preaches. The business of business is business. The American economist Milton Friedman once said, only economic concerns like turnover, profit, market share, or shareholder value matter. Societal or ecological concerns mustn't distract private companies. That's what the government is for. We call this approach Business Sustainability 0.0. Jack Welch was a prominent advocate of this traditional model. As CEO of General Electric, he measured everything in terms of shareholder value. Neutron Jack laid off tens of thousands of employees and was widely admired and celebrated for his economic success. So how does sustainability enter the world of business? What role does it play there? In the first phase of business sustainability, companies react to social and ecological concerns. Economic objectives, however, remain the only priority. They just recognize that sustainability management may help them save costs, reduce risks, improve their attractiveness as an employer, and differentiate themselves from their nasty competitors. Sustainability management is all about managing the chances and risks that stem from economic, ecological, and social chances issues. And yes, that's where most companies are today, on the level of Business Sustainability 1.0, also called a refined shareholder value management. Sustainability as a means to an end, the end being economic success. A good example for this is Walmart, the world's largest retailer. Its sustainability strategy focuses on reducing things: energy, water, packaging materials, and transport routes, which fits perfectly well into Walmart's strategy. Everyday low prices. In the second phase of sustainability management, companies rethink their one-sided goal of profit maximization and pursue a triple bottom line approach. Value creation now goes beyond shareholders. Business is not only about economic, but also about environmental and social goals. In order to achieve these goals, organizations implement sustainability strategies and plans, using sustainability management systems and proper reporting. This is Business Sustainability 2.0. The organization embeds the triple bottom line in its structure and defines and implements responsibilities and programs accordingly. For example, in 2010, Unilever, a fast-moving consumer goods giant, launched its Sustainable Living Plan. Its ambitious goals for 2020 include doubling of sales, while cutting its environmental footprint in half and improving living conditions of millions of people along its supply chains. Time for a quick recap. There are 3 levels of business sustainability. Traditional management does not include social and economic sustainability. It's all about the shareholders. In Business Sustainability 1.0, social and environmental concerns are means to an end, the end being economic success. We call it refined shareholder value management. Business Sustainability 2.0 takes it up a notch by assuming a triple bottom line that includes not only economic, but also environmental and social goals. All 3 approaches share an inside-out view. How can companies avoid negative side effects? Of course, this is important, yet it doesn't go far enough. True business sustainability 3.0 isn't about reducing negative effects, but about creating positive ones. It is about active contributions to the world's sustainability problems, which requires shifting from inside out to outside in thinking. First, look at the challenges out there, and then start addressing them using your own resources. Particularly startups and social businesses see these challenges as opportunities. They address societal and ecological issues without forgetting that at some point they have to become profitable and self-sufficient. Among the bigger and more established companies, only a few companies have renewed their business models by shifting from inside out to outside in thinking. One example is SV Group. a provider of catering services for companies in Switzerland. Together with Worldwide Fund, it has recently launched 1-2-We, a new food program that helps clients provide healthy food to their employees and reduce their carbon footprint at the same time. With this program, SV Group directly addresses the sustainability issue, climate change, by making it an integral part of its offering. A second example is IKEA, a Swedish furniture giant. Through its foundation and in collaboration with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, it has developed an emergency refugee shelter that costs only 1,000 euros per piece, weighs 100 kilograms, and provides shelter for 5 people on 17.5 square meters. It is foldable, easy to transport, and already in use in Iraq, Ethiopia, and Syria, and parts of Europe. The challenges society faces are manifold and span across many fields: nutrition, energy, mobility, economy, and agriculture, to name a few. Solution-driven approaches not only require different business models, but also new forms of collaboration. Collaboration within supply chains, across industries, between private, public, and non-governmental actors, ultimately transforming the rules of the game. It may come as a surprise, but true business sustainability isn't such a new idea. Management guru Peter Drucker pointed out, every single social and global issue of our day is a business opportunity in disguise. Let's have a look at history. Corporations like Nestle or Unilever only came into existence because their founders set out to address pressing societal matters, such as infant mortality in Switzerland and hygienic problems in Victorian England. Which is why returning to the original purpose of business wouldn't hurt. We must directly link the sustainability goals of companies with the sustainability challenges of the world. Then we'll be talking about true business sustainability.
Cubaan suara. Nak nyanyi lagu apa? Tak ada muzik boleh. Tak? Bersorak orang. Baik tak pensel orang. Ya, sampai habis lah tu. Bersorak orang lah. Senang ke lagu menyanyi? Kaki karaoke stay ada. Seri tu nak masuk bilik adanya Seri. Macam-macam air Seri cakap. Istana yang lama tu KL. Minat sangat kerja Nazmi. Baru belajar. Baru belajar. Air wine je lah. Panas ringu jadi. Masa tu siapa photographer je tak payah tahu kursi. Oh tak ada. Aku pun 8 dah masuk dengan awak. Aku duduk tanah dah. Aku masuk, dia aku masuk ke sana. Dah habis dah, tengah sini je lah. Baik. Sini lah. Kapek tu ni. PJ tadi. Sini. Tunggu pagi. Kau PJ rumah mana dah? Ya, ni. Rumah ni. Dia nak balik ambil anak dia. Ni pada lebih tadi dia kata pos. Satu. Kau cuti mak kita kan ni. Sentuh ni bahannya basket. Kau tak ada kau ni. Dok, tak pernah pun ni basket untuk kawan je. Kau pelik itu hari tu ada budak di basket tu. Dia nak dia pegawai yang di Ahad ada tu. Hari satu dia kawan. Pagi juga seni kau di Karok. Dah, buat dia punya kawan dah kat Karok. Wan Karok. Basket pergi balik. Pergi balik pun tu sini. Aduh. Tadi masak ke Mai. Menuju dia pergi tak ni lagi. Tak sah lagi. Dia tengah ajak tak sah lagi. Masak Mai. Kalau ni lah. Tiga orang basket masuk saya. Lantai kau kerja lagi tu. 1 bulan 4. Satu dia sini lah. Ni lah. Kau masuk cuti kan tu. Dah basket dah semua dah. Putih lah je. Aku dah cakap tak boleh. Tapi nama dia lebih panggil Allah. Dia naik tu. Ubah. Betul lah ni, bukan ni. Dia jalan dulu yang kios ni. Isi dulu yang dalam lori. Belakang dah ni.
Hello, hello, everybody. To some of our friends who are still outside the auditorium, kindly come in so that we can proceed with our afternoon session. I hope you guys have had a good lunch, warmed up, had coffee, had tea. Assalamualaikum, everybody. It's good to have you back. I'm sure you have all fueled up and got yourself warmed up. We would like to begin the session for this afternoon. I'd like to kindly ask some of you who's outside to join us, and also for you guys yang tengah berdiri tu, pohon supaya duduk supaya kita dapat mulakan majlis. For you guys who are still standing, I'd like to ask for you to take your seats so that we can begin. We have a lot of space, so you can sit wherever that you're comfortable and amongst associates and friends. Okay, so once again, welcome back. I do hope you've had a good lunch break and networking with friends. Getting back into the groove this afternoon, we'd like to begin our session with another interesting topic, and I'm pleased to invite just a moment the UNDP resident representative for Malaysia, Singapore and also Brunei Darussalam. He is going to be speaking on net zero commitments by business, financial institutions, cities and also regions. So let's give a big hand to Niloy Banerjee.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. Datin Shri Sunita and members of the Climate Governance Malaysia Board, distinguished audience, excellencies, friends. I was asking Datin Shri why me after lunch and got a solid round of insults back in return. But if you're going to do your cell phone stuff, just don't let me see it, okay? I was very impressed by the optimism of the speakers this morning. Everybody had some degree of optimism. I'm afraid I'm not that big of an optimist. I'm a bit more pessimistic, and I'll tell you why in just a minute. But colleagues, I feel net zero is not working. It's not working. I have 6 domains of pessimism. Don't quote me, but this is recorded, so I'll have to be careful in what I say. But I just don't feel that we are going to make it with what we have promised. Timelines, technologies, institutional capacities, data capacities. I'm just not there. I don't feel it. So just quickly a recap of what's happening in the neighborhood and in Malaysia. India 2070, China 2060, Thailand 2065, Singapore 2060, and of course here, Malaysia 2050. My first domain of pessimism, colleagues, is these are not realistic timings. I mean, the Secretary General of the UN is not kidding when he says we are on a slow train to suicide. You will hear him a lot more at the General Assembly and then the Climate Summit and then the SDG Summit that's happening in about 10 days' time. He is really frantic and is trying to rouse member states to show that energy and commitment. And member states are also our private sectors, our cities, which are in the topic of my what I've been asked to speak on, are tracking our governments, federal governments, more or less. We looked at all the cities in the region; they're all tracking their federal government commitments. TNB, Petronas, also same 2050 commitments. Plus highways, Satpal just told me it's 2045. Well done, 5 years off. You heard Sunita say in the morning that ocean temperatures have been the highest, surface temperatures ever. Yesterday, Hurricane Idalia, it's not one of the most powerful hurricanes of the Florida coast. It blew flamingos from a Mexican game reserve up into Ohio. Ohio is pretty north, if you know the map of the US. And people thought they were toys, plastic toys. So people started photographing them because it was kind of a retro fashion in the 60s. And then the flamingos moved. I'm not being facetious, colleagues. The sister agency of UNDP, another UN agency, the World Meteorological Organization, says there's a 66% chance that we will breach 1.5 in the next 5 years, between 23 to 27, 2023 to 2027. 66%. That's a pretty good odds. So what does 2050 mean? It's not enough ambition. What does 2060 mean? It's not enough ambition. What does 2070 mean? I don't think that's enough ambition. We are running out of time. So that's my first domain of pessimism. My second domain of pessimism, colleagues, this one we know a little bit about, but we are not 100% sure what works, what doesn't work. We don't know the pathways. We are talking about policies, great. We are talking about incentives and regulations, even better. We don't have a rigorous analysis. We don't have enough data of what will work where. We don't know the pathways of our transition. We know a little bit, And we are kind of whatabouting, thinking something will strike and something will work out. I tried to find research on how Australia got to 50% renewable energy. So now Australia's energy mix is fossil and renewable, half and half. Very fast transition. I couldn't find enough numbers. So if any of you know the numbers and know the research, please let me know. Alizan, I'm looking at you. My third domain of pessimism, colleagues, is technology. We've talked this morning about affordable technologies. We just don't have the technology to make the transition. The conversation on technology gets stuck on the energy sector. We are going from fossils to renewables, great. But colleagues, the energy sector is some part of the problem. 31% of greenhouse gases comes from manufacturing. So fixing the energy sector, fixing the mobility sector, EV and all that is okay, but we have got to fix our manufacturing sector and not just SMEs. Let's not throw those guys under the bus. They're anyway struggling on many fronts. Cement and steel are still made with processes which are extremely carbon intense. They release huge amounts of carbon. And we don't have enough work going on to redefine, to reinvent these production systems. I think we have a problem. We don't have the technology. My fourth domain, colleagues, of pessimism is unintended consequences. Whatever we're doing now, and I'm serious, we are whatabouting, we are not sure on many fronts, may have unintended consequences. I am not sure. I'm not sure that mining lithium and nickel in endless quantities does not have consequences in the name of batteries for EVs, etc. Does not have other consequences. I'm sure you're also not sure. I'm not even sure that sequestration is a good idea. We don't know what the long-term impact of putting carbon in the soil, in the ground, inside rocks, on the ocean bed. I mean, my nephew asked me, what if there's a big earthquake? I didn't know. I didn't know. So I don't know that we have thought about unintended consequences. My fifth domain of pessimism, colleagues, is the accounting part. I think at the last session you heard, there's no one to verify. The quality of carbon credits is impossible to check. I grow 2 tomato plants in my backyard. Can I offset you? I don't know. So, I'm not sure the accounting is there. And those of you who are good with accounts in the audience could maybe help us with that. And then my final sort of domain of pessimism is just transition. Colleagues, it won't be just. Our office in Singapore follows precision agriculture, and the verdict out of precision agriculturists is that we can possibly, using precision techniques, IoT, etc., we can possibly grow 10 times the food that we're growing now, using, this is the good news, only 10% of the land that is currently under agriculture. That's the good news. We haven't figured out what we're going to do with the surplus agricultural labor, the farm labor. Malaysia has 700,000 blue-collar, working-class people employed in the fossil fuel industry, oil rigs, ancillary industries. They're not going to become photovoltaic cell experts overnight. So we haven't thought through transition. It's almost as though you go to bed on Friday, you wake up on Monday, there'll be a just transition. I don't think it's going to happen. We have to factor for it. There'll be huge outlays involved. There'll be cash involved. We have to lay out investments. It's not going to do itself, happen by itself. But okay, not all is gloom and doom. I have a few, to close, a few good things to think about. If net zero is going to happen only in 2050, what do I, the fisherman or the farmer, what do I do between now and then? So colleagues, plea number one, we really need to think adaptation. We are underemphasizing adaptations. So much of the energy is going on mitigation. We really, really need to think adaptation. There will be floods between now and 2050. So, yeah, somebody's got to think that through. And adaptation is not a public good alone. It's not only for the state to clean up after floods or a landslide. We need to back up tech, small tech, low technology tech, low cost tech. Anthony, this is not the time to look at your phone. I'm talking about you. Things like Anthony does in his resort. Filtering water, sewage water, to 60% drinkable quality using biological methods, microbes and plants. So let's please, colleagues, one plea, let's back technology. It doesn't have to be a big Siemens. All right. It doesn't have to be big tech, doesn't have to be expensive tech. Let's back technology. Third, we are not paying enough attention to financing models. Transition will cost, energy transition will cost, technology transition will cost, SME transition will cost. I beg for all of you here to please pay attention to the idea of blended finance. Public finance must come in to de-risk bigger investments that come in from the private sector, from banks. There is, we know, massive liquidity overhang in the banking and financial sector. Colleagues, Credit Suisse was bailed out in 4.5 working days. On 9th of March, you all read the news that Credit Suisse is in trouble. By next Wednesday, $800 billion was found from somewhere. I'm assuming the Swiss don't work on Saturdays and Sundays. So that's 4.5 days. So there's money. We just don't have the instruments to move the money from where it is sitting. We don't have the pipeline. We haven't made the argument that return on investment is also social return on investment, not just the economic return on investment. And you know, we haven't even found the instruments. It's only green bonds, green sukuks, sustainability bonds. Bonds are the only instrument? I don't think so. I was very happy to hear Jomo speak about SDRs. Let's think of instruments to get money where it needs to go. And please, once again, public finance must de-risk private capital. Otherwise, the private sector won't come in on its own. And for Malaysia, I have my final piece of optimism. We just did, UNDP just completed a study, and one of the architects is here in the room, Angie. No longer with UNDP, by the way. We just completed a study where we priced the value of biodiversity, non-timber forest produce, ecotourism potential, and a host of others in Taman Negara, Rendau Ampin, and Royal Belum. We had to do it in contained areas. And what comes out is that the sequestration value of our forests is actually the highest component of the value of our forests. In other words, Malaysia's forests are doing a huge public service, are paying a huge subsidy to the world by soaking in immense amount of carbon. So my final plea then to this august room, can Malaysia please, not voluntary, not domestic, can Malaysia please take the lead in setting up a regional carbon market? You will frankly make a lot of money which will pay for the ecological fiscal transfers that YB Nick Nazmi was talking about. It'll pay for ecosystem services. It'll pay to bring back the Malayan tiger. Malaysia can lead this. No, you know why no one's leading? Because no one wants to sort of put up the infrastructure, the institution. But you have two huge emitters on your two flanks, India and China. And then you have pretty big emitters within ASEAN per capita, Singapore. So it's, and Malaysia is 0.8 of GHG emissions. So there you are. You have massive carbon credits. So to all the policymakers here, all the people of influence, please think about Malaysia leading a regional carbon market. Thank you very much, and I hope it was worth it for coming back after lunch. And I will be happy to take questions at tea break.
Thank you, Mr. Niloy. Actually, that's a wake-up call. Didn't think that we were going to come back to listening, you sharing with us the reality of things. Thank you for your insight and sharing with us your aspiration and also what you hope to get out of the summit. So Mr. Niloy said just now that we need to adapt, we need to back up tech. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Filtering water by using microbes and plants, pay attention to blended finance, public finance, and that Malaysia's forest is soaking immense carbon, and we must take the lead in setting up the carbon market. And I'm sure all of you agree that after listening to him, we must really sit down and open our hearts and open our minds and start networking and rush, because we don't have much time. So moving on, I would like to invite a bunch of people who has been standing behind me, and I'm actually was eavesdropping what they were talking about. So I kind of like already know what they're going to say, but I just thought that it's best that I invite them up on stage. They're going to be speaking about best practices and initiatives to support climate action, energy efficiency and circularity. Our moderator is Mr. Lim Chi Kiong. He is the EVP of Group Strategic Program Sustainability in Maybank, with 3 panelists. Encik Harith Rizwan from Harith Green Carpenter, yes, and Engineer Kumar Kandaya, did I pronounce it correctly? Chief Technology Officer, Energy IR, Kakak, Architect Serena Hijaz, Director of Hijaz Kasturi Associates, and also Architect Zulkifli Zahari, yes, President of Malaysia Association of Energy Service Companies. So let's give them a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege and an honor to be moderating this session. I love the after-lunch opening by Mr. Niloy Banerjee. Very aligned. It's just that I didn't dare to ask Datin Sri why I'm also after lunch. Yeah. But, you know, it is a very, very interesting wake-up call, and to some extent, how we are planning to run this panel discussion is also, let's start with the horror stories, and then we transgress and move into the nice stories and the opportunities after that. Now, as a very quick opener, I would say that, well, Malaysia is committed to a low-carbon development aimed at restructuring the economic landscape to a more sustainable one, right? So in this context, the recently announced National Energy Transition Roadmap, or NETR for short, it basically sets the goal to, for Malaysia to accelerate energy transition and change the way energy is generated so as to improve climate resilience. Technically, we have a target to reach 70% of renewables in the energy mix by 2050. So I thought that was quite interesting. And therefore, energy efficiency and circularity initiatives requires a whole of industry approach. So like what Mr. Niloy is also pointing out, the bankers need to be at the table, the regulators need to be at the table, the businesses needs to be at the table, okay? Now, and basically when I looked at these areas, I see 7 things, right? One is, it's all about balance, okay? There is fear, there's enough horror stories, okay? And we'll share some horror stories later, okay? But there's also opportunities, okay? By and large, the human race is addicted to energy. We are addicted to energy because when we come into a room, we flick on a switch, we expect the lights to come on. We turn on the phone, okay, we expect to see data streaming, we expect to see our WhatsApp coming in. Okay, all those is powered by something called energy. Okay, a lot of the things that we do today are purely monetary cost considerations. Okay, there is also pressure, like what was mentioned earlier about energy, electricity, and these are essentially public goods. Okay, the consumption lifestyle that we live in generates a lot of waste. I mean, a lot of people here who have children, fast fashion is fantastic. The amount of waste generated from fast fashion is also amazing. And last but not least, you know, to consider a common sense approach. Okay, so in a nutshell, this is a preamble to our discussion in a little bit. Now, I'm going to introduce my speakers. Okay, so on my left, okay, I have Dr. Serena Hedges, and she is the president of the Malaysia Green Building Council. Next to her is Mr. Zulkifli Zahari, and he's the president of the Malaysia Association for Energy Service Companies. Okay, and then next to him is Mr. Kumarazon Kandia, and he's the Chief Technical Officer, okay, for Energy IR Sendirian Berhad. And last but not least, Mr. Harif Ridwan. Okay, he is the CEO of Harif Green Carpenter. So he's nicely decked out in green today as well. Yeah. Okay, so I'll allow my panelists the honor to introduce themselves a little bit more, starting ladies first, of course, and then we go from oldest to youngest. Yeah. Age is not relevant for ladies' side of things. Yeah, excuse me.
Hi, yeah, I've been in building and architecture for 25 years. This is actually one of my designs, this building that you're sitting in. It's designed for energy efficiency. We're just waiting for Bank Negara to put it in. So it was designed 15 years for it. I've been running after them saying, why don't you put it in? And they haven't. And that's because I started in the Green Building Index, and then now in Malaysia Green Building Council for over 10 years. I've been serving as a volunteer. I like what was said earlier because my belief is our target should have been 2030 and not 2050. We are late. Penang has already achieved 1.5 degrees, by the way. And we do know that water is rising and we have an issue. We also know that heat stroke is a really big issue. So I do agree with the previous speaker where we are in Malaysia, and our biggest asset in gold, I say gold, is our biodiversity, and we should be proud of that.
Afternoon, everybody. I'm Zulkifli bin Zahari. I wear the hat as the president of MISCO, Malaysian Association of Energy Services Companies. Just to tell Mr. Niloy, is it? Niloy. Why I'm here actually is because of UNDP projects too. You know, I was involved in 2 UNDP projects. The first one was 2000 to 2007, the Malaysian Industrial Energy Efficiency Improvement Project, for which one of the components is to start a association for energy efficiency, and it was targeted to industries. Yeah, but unfortunately, after 7 long years of successful implementations in the industries, after the project finished, after the fund finished, then it just kind of disappeared. So I think this is something that we should look back. I mean, I still have the records, and I hope UNDP does have too. The other project that I was involved in was the BSIP, the Building Sector Energy Efficiency Project, for which one of the components was also to look into legislations and so on. So in that sense, somehow, you know, I'm where I am because I think we have all this assistance from UNDP and so on. But just a quick comment. Our architect here designed this building with some of my friends. I see Datin down here shivering. She's always covering herself. As soon as I come in the hall, the MC was saying it's too cold. I went to the dining, and then they said, "Where's the sun? Let's sit under the sun." So, you know, even this venue has not really recognized that this building is efficient and it can actually achieve better efficiency rather than making us suffer inside here. Okay, thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Kumar. I'm an energy engineer, I think for last almost 25 years, same like Serena. And I've been involved in a lot of projects and chiller plants and compressed air plants. Why? Because that is the big energy guzzler in most industries. And over the years, instead of becoming an optimist, I'm like Mr. Banerjee, I've become a pessimist. Because when you go and look at clients and they really know they are burning a lot of energy unnecessarily, it all boils down back to dollars and cents. It's just not about the carbon emission, it's not about the environment, it's not about anything else. If it doesn't make money for them, they're not going to move. And only when it breaks down, if they are good enough or they are kind enough, they will start looking at energy efficient retrofits. But most of the time, the easy way out is a one-to-one replacement. What you have today, I'll just replace it as the same thing. Of course, it's new technology, new instruments, new efficiency devices. There will be a slight improvement in efficiency, but they're not capturing the full potential. And once that is missed, it's another 20 years of energy consumption that is blown away rather than being used effectively. So a lot of opportunities are always missed, unfortunately. And therefore, to get there, I think the industry really has to wake up. It's a wake-up call. Mr. Banerjee brought up lithium mining. We are not talking about the consequences, the effects. We're not talking about the human aspect, the social issues that come with mining. Are we looking at the miners? How are they mining? Are they mining it safely? Nobody cares about it. We're talking about EV vehicles. What about the batteries disposal in 20, 30 years' time? Is it going to be another plastic story we're going to look at? Solar panels, excellent. Recycling the solar panels, has anybody looked at it effectively? The technology is not even considered at the moment. So what are you going to do with all the solar panels that is going to be not effective in another 30 years' time? So these are a lot of things that is going to come back and bite us if we don't look at it in a holistic manner, we don't look at it as an issue that's going to crop up again and again. And when we talk about energy efficiency, the sad part is, I think most about, I'm not sure the number, maybe about 1 billion people don't have electricity. So what about serving them with power? We are talking about energy efficiency here, talking about reduction, but what about the 1 billion people who don't have supply of power? Shouldn't we look at how we're going to supply them first before we talk about reducing at our side here? So there's a lot of things to consider, a lot of factors, a lot of scary stories, like you say. So let's not go to too much of a scary story, but let's start off with something positive after this, when we have some discussions and feedback as well. Okay, thanks.
Hello everyone, I'm Haris. I'm also known as the Green Carpenter. So my story started 27 years ago. I think that time I was around 10 or 11. So during school holidays, people go holiday, but I have to work at my parents' factory. So I grew up in the industry. It wasn't really that fun, but I was exposed to it at a very early age. So I know the ins and outs. I know what the issue is, and I basically see everything lah. So after I'll be doing it every year until I finish my study. I came back to Malaysia, and I joined the family business. So that is in 2008. And then at that time we were doing large-scale interior projects. So we do renovation of 20-story floors, 100 room, those kind of things. So there's a lot of waste that we created. So people in the construction or industry, you will know that the skip, you will be throwing a lot of those, and we don't know where it goes, right? And then the industry, the timber industry, Malaysia has one of the largest timber industry in the world. Malaysia export to more than 160 countries. So the industry is very huge. But it's really, there's no sustainable practices. Like people don't really care where the material comes from. As long as it's cheap, it's to spec, then they use it. And the waste that we created as a timber manufacturing, the sawdust, the offcuts and all that, is ridiculous. And the last straw was in 2012, where I come across the statistic that Malaysia has the highest rate of deforestation in the world. So that was like the last straw. I feel like, because my business relates with forestry, so it makes me like feel really bad. So I decided if I want to continue the business, I want it to be in a more sustainable way. So what we did was we take the circular approach and we put it in the business. So we put sustainability at the middle of the business. So we not only look at the material that we use, we look at the glue, the coating, the packaging, the design, and also the stakeholders. We work with the makers, the community, the media, the industry, and now we work a lot with policy making as well to get sustainability buy-in. So we've been doing it for more than 10 years. And what we found is initially there's not much demand, people don't really care, but as after COVID it becomes crazy. So what started off as just wanting to save the environment becomes something that is business related. So what happened was, after a few years of doing it, we noticed that one, we reduce our costs. Two, we improve our margin. Third, we create new revenue sources. Fifth, we are attracting a lot of smart talents. And fifth, we are attracting investors to be part of the business. So suddenly, sustainability become a competitive advantage for us. So that's why, in terms of our business, we've sent our products to more than 20 countries. Last year, our green product revenue increased by 6 times. So what happened is, it started off as about environment. Now it becomes a business thing. So that's why I decided I need to share my story. And these past few years, I've picked up activism, especially getting more businesses to adopt sustainability. And it's been an interesting journey for me, because at that time when I first started with sustainability, I don't know what green furniture is. I don't know what should do. I know it's as long as you don't use new wood, it's good. So I use recycled wood. But as I learn more, I have new thoughts and all that. And suddenly it becomes such a big thing that now, last time I used to tell the one that make the spec and all that to do sustainability and people don't really care. But now they are the one that coming to me and asking how to do policy making, how to add the specs and all that. So the shift is surreal, and we are seeing a lot of young businesses, SME especially, are into this kind of thing. So what I want to just share a little bit is the hope. Of course, there's a lot of gloomy things or negativity that we can indulge in, but we have to also remember there's this new generation of young people that are really into this. right now, when we talk about sustainability, you don't have to sell sustainability to young generation. They want it. They assume that it's needs to be sustainable. So that is, I think, one of the good thing I wanna share a little bit before we continue more.
Wow, what a story. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Hari, please. This guy is a lion, you know, to be able to dare to do something like this when we're all talking about it. He's doing it, and I think this is something that is, you know, very commendable. We've heard some horror stories on the male side of the house. Maybe Dr. Serena, being an architect, could you also share with us some of those horror stories? Yeah, I think we like horror stories, right?
No,
it's a Tuesday.
You had
so
the doom and gloom before.
no, it's okay. Well, it's a Tuesday, so we are good.
I think temperature and humidity, that's going to be our biggest challenge as we're getting warmer. Not just because of forest fires in Greece and big parts of Europe currently, but where we're going to see is temperature and humidity, and we're going to see that the affordable housing, the cities, heat island is already measured in our 3 cities. You know, I had to sell the idea to engineers last week at the energy transition that greening our environment, there is a science to it. It is a part of engineering now. I call it engineering landscape. And so engineers should now consider that we need it just as much as anything else. But we all think that floods are the biggest issues in Malaysia. Actually, heat stroke is the largest issue in Malaysia, and Penang is feeling it already. So in Penang City, they are making preparations of a 1 meter rise in water. They're also making preparations of trying to green the city a little bit more to cool down the temperature. Being underneath the tree, it will be 5 to 7 degrees cooler. So that's the science. It's backed up with science. So, and the affordable housing are the guys that are going to suffer most. I saw a housing estate, very proudly done, 5,000 homes, single level, and it's affordable, and there's no green space, there's no insulation to the roof, and I'm just wondering how they're going to live in those houses. So that's my horror story. Affordable housing and heat island in our cities are going to be one of the major things.
Wow. So, following on to this horror story, we are now more interested in solutions. Okay, so perhaps to both Zu and Kumar. Okay, if you could share some examples that you've seen in terms of energy efficient solutions. You know, today it can be anything, right? Building, infrastructure, tech, and whatnot. Maybe start with Zu.
Okay, I think it should be a foregone conclusion that the first thing we should do in order to mitigate greenhouse gas emission should be energy efficiency. Yeah, but the fact of the matter is it's not the case. Yeah, in fact, renewable energy has surpassed energy efficiency by leaps and bounds. Yeah, and why is that? I think it is because the ecosystem of energy efficiency is still not conducive. You know, the banks are still not responding to fund energy efficiency in a bigger way, and we do not have the legislations yet in order to make sure that there is a balance between the carrot and stick. And of course, even our enforcement in terms of energy efficiency is still not there yet. But we are hopeful for the new Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, which is supposed to be online by hopefully this year. But if we are not aware, it's supposed to be online even as early as 2014. Yeah. So, well, energy efficiency, if we know why we need to do energy efficiency, it's because we are still burning fossil fuels. 50% of our fossil fuel is in coal, and the other is about in gas. And if you have this engineering, when you convert coal to energy, the conversion losses itself is more than 70%. And by the time it gets transmitted into the system and into our homes, into our inefficient appliances, the amount of input, if it is 100 at the beginning, it may be less than even 10, depending on the losses along the way. So what it means is if we save energy from the user side, and you work backwards inversely, that means the impact on the power station will be big. So that's the first thing we need to understand, why we need to do energy efficiency. Meaning to say, the other thing is, if we know that our installed capacity is 30,000 over megawatts in Malaysia in terms of the whole energy mix. Yeah. So even if we can save even 5 or 10%, that means 2 or 3 power stations. And the first one to go, of course, the coal. Yeah. So that's the first thing I need to say before I address your real question. What can we do? Actually, what can we do is, you know, if you talk about renewable energy, we cannot go away from mainly talking about solar where Malaysia is concerned, and biomass and things like that. But energy efficiency, the solutions and the technologies are huge. It ranges from commercial, from residential, from industrial, and not to mention passive, active. It is and until now we even have advances in technology where Internet of Things, where the lift knows where to stop at 10 o'clock because that office is going down at 3 o'clock. At third floor to have their break. That kind of level of energy efficiency that we have. So anyway, if you talk about purely on building, of course we have passive and we have active. And we have many tools and standards that we can refer to in terms of solutions. Yeah. If we talk about standards, we're talking about the MS1525, where we have our own standards on how we can design energy efficient buildings and the use of renewable energy. And if you talk about green building rating tool, then again there's a lot of solutions like air conditioning, like zoning of electric lighting and so on. The list goes on, but I think I'm gonna let others to also share on this topic of what can we do. Yeah.
Kumar?
I think I'm not sure I got your question right. Basically, energy efficiency should be back to simplicity. Okay, to make it complex with a lot of technology, sometimes it's just an overkill. You just have to reduce losses. It's so simple. It's not taught in schools. It's not taught in universities. I did my engineering degree in the local university, and also the same thing comes back from my friends who studied overseas. We did not see how a pump looked like. I designed a pump impeller in my final year, but frankly, I did not know at that time how a pump actually functioned. I mean, in academic science, yes, but in practical applications, no. So today, I hope I'll be out of business by 2030. Because every building and every engineering design should be energy efficient. I shouldn't be having a business. That's why I tell my children, I tell my son, don't ever think of becoming an energy engineer. Energy efficiency shouldn't be a business anymore. It should be common, it should be normal. It should be done right the first time. It's so simple. Why is it not done right the first time? It's because of cost. because the mindset is always first cost. I hope there's no financial controllers here. Okay. But you are the main guys. You are the main guys who are actually I will have to put it bluntly, stopping a lot of progress. Not because it's you, it's because the way the capitalism is run, Wall Street, Bursa Malaysia, everybody wants to see profit end of the day. If you don't make profit, your share price drops. And who gets blamed? The financial controller for not keeping it in track. So that part has to come off first. You have to look at life cycle costs, right? And life cycle cost now comes into the picture where I would like to have even disposal costs, carbon emission. If I'm going to dispose a pump, for example, why am I disposing it? Can I reuse it? It might be off a few percent in efficiency, but the cost of replacing that pump and the motor is going to be higher because if I took at the embedded carbon, it's going to cost more. So some of my clients find it very strange when I said, don't change all the chillers. You have one chiller that is new, that's running very well, keep it, fine. The other two old chillers, repair it, keep it as standby. I'm not going to use it every day. So this kind of mindset comes in, profitability also comes in. Okay, the same client actually bought another chiller using the savings that was generated by the first one. So if we stop thinking of it as a business and start telling the client, showing them methods to optimize costs, then the mindset will change.
Well said.
Yeah, I think what you're trying to say is basically do the renovation of energy efficiency over time, but start the journey. That's what you're trying to say. And the cost savings are already there.
It's fantastic. It just regenerates again and again. And once they are bought into it, it just goes on because they're convinced it works.
I think the first part is taking passive design first. I'm sure in a factory by the Green Carpenter, most of the areas are basically naturally ventilated with big-ass fans or something to circulate the air. I'm not sure if he's working in an air-conditioned system, but factories or warehouses now are moved to using just big-ass fans, and they're not actually cooling down the systems. We're seeing transition of, the bad word, petrol stations. But we're seeing the transition of those, and their savings are about 20-25%, and their ROIs are, within 2 to 3 years. So I think that the baseline is already there. We can actually easily do it. I think the frustration I'm seeing seeing the NETR roadmap is that the target is 20% reduction of energy efficiency. The first goal is energy efficiency. The second goal is spending more money on renewable energy, but they both can work in parallel. So if you want to get to the net zero, this big buzzword, I think we should be looking at, well, first of all, we should be looking at 2030 rather than 2050 as mentioned by Banaji before. But that energy efficiency, today you can already do your buildings at 40-45% reduction. Baseline. ROI maximum, 3 years. So, I think we've just been stalling this for such a long time.
So maybe just to add on, we ran a poll, and in the today, so in this poll, I asked a question, right? What's your expected ROI when investing in sustainability within your organization? Okay, so I have 35 respondents, 6 of which says their expected ROI is 1 to 3 years. Very optimistic. 13 out of 35 says that it's going to be 3 to 5 years. And 12 out of 35 say that it will be more than 5 years. The last one, 4 of them say, mana ada ROI. Okay, so here's the thing, right? And we were having a chat before this panel, and we were saying that, hey, would any CEO or financial controller approve any projects, okay, that has an ROI of above 3 to 5 years? And I think it's quite unanimous. Not going to happen. Okay, but unfortunately, as Dr. Serena rightfully pointed out, it is so when the conversation is about cost, then it is going to be very difficult. But when the conversation is about opportunities, then it could be a whole lot more seamless. But so we digress a little, but here we go, right? So Dr. Serena, as an architect, basically to me, that's the skeleton of the body, right? Our engineers here, both gentlemen, okay, basically they are the beating heart of the building, okay? Now, and within that building, you've got to fill it up with all the other organs and flesh. Okay, so we have a green carpenter here that also looks into things such as interior design, you know, to improve efficiency and whatnot. So Harif, perhaps if you could share some of your experiences as well as solutions that you have seen or you have personally done with everyone here, because I think within the building itself, we come to work. You know, we want to feel comfortable at work. Obviously there are some workplaces that are a little bit more challenging, and you know, but by and large, we want to be in a comfortable environment so that we are productive, right? So over to you, Harif.
Thank you very much for the question. I founded the Green Factory Initiative in around 2012. The brand wasn't there yet, but the idea is I want to create a model factory. We wanted to see how we can put sustainability, how we do business in a different way. So that was the idea back then. So we see it as a journey rather than we wanted to do everything at one go. We see it how we can step by step, how we can operate as a business as well, because it's not an NGO, right? We need to make money and all that. So we started off with using reclaimed wood. So I do a lot of construction work, so there's a lot of pallets create. And at that time, I don't understand what green interior or green furniture is. My understanding is as long as I don't cut new trees, then it's okay. So I started off as using recycled timber. So at that time, 2012, there's a lot of stigma to it. Like people think that is it clean enough? Is it strong enough? Those kind of thing. And it's a struggle for me to actually sell the idea and the product. But I stick to it because I believe at that time, like eventually, actually in the future, everything will be green. And now we're actually here. Now it's crazy the amount of traction or market is. That's why I'm excited to share with businesses as well, because my focus of activism is for businesses. Because right now there's so much opportunity that you can take. Right now we are lucky to work with brands such as Coca-Cola, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, to name a few. And we've sent our products to more than 20 countries. So what we found is throughout these 10 years of doing sustainability is there's so much thing that you can use. So when the previous question was about the new technology and all that, or tools and all that, actually, if you don't look at new technology, there's a lot of principles that you can use. For example, in my factory, we use so we shift factory. Last time our factory is in Sungai Buloh. So there we have around 2 acre land, and then we operate in a very because it started off as small business, right? There's a structure, and then we add. So the office was in the middle. So there's no natural lighting and all that. So in that room, maybe there's like 8 lampu Kalimantan. So it just runs throughout the day. So when we moved to the new factory in Ampang, it's half the size now. Half the size, and what it was like quite small for us, but we feel like, okay, how do we make it work? So we try a lot of different things as well. And in terms of productivity, the smaller factory, actually now with the system, process and machines that we have, we can produce more than the old factory, more than the bigger factory. So that is more in terms of production. In terms of energy as well, most of our room are using natural lighting, so we only open the lights when it's raining or at night, whatever, but during the day, we harvest natural lighting. So these are the things that, it's not about new technology. It's just how the methods that are being used. And one of the things that opens up our eye is actually you have to use new business model. Like for us, we noticed that because we have a lot of waste, so I don't want to send it to landfill. So what do I do? So we started off a brand called Dapo. So Dapo is a homeware and gift brand. So we make furniture, big tables and all that. So we have a lot of these offcuts that normally other manufacturers throw away. But for us, we want to use it, so we make products out of it. So we create new revenue source. There's no material cost. There's only labor cost. So the saving of the material, we give back to the customer, because we believe that green product needs to be accessible to all, and a lot of time the stigma is like green products always expensive. Of course, it's true to a certain extent, but there's a lot of way that we can use. So these are just method. These are not even technology or tools. So that's why I think the conversation should also include other parts of sustainability or other methods or techniques. I think that is from me doing it for 10 years.
Well, my takeaway is just two simple words. It's just called common sense, right? But common sense sometimes isn't very common, and we know that, right? Okay, so I want to spend the next section of this panel really talking about investment opportunities or opportunities in terms of how we can improve efficiency and whatnot. And I'd like to direct that to my panel. So anybody who wants to go first, quite happy to hear from you guys. Because like I mentioned, right, the baseline earlier, okay, is that if we talk about horror stories, we talk about cost, everybody falls asleep, and this is just after lunch, right? So let's talk about, are there opportunities to make money from sustainability? I think you hear some from Harif already, but to the rest of my panelists? Yeah, I was looking at you.
I have a go.
Because you holding on to the mic.
No, everybody is. So anyway, I was talking about the Malaysian Industrial Energy Efficiency Improvement Project. That was way back in 2000 to 2007. Yeah, we targeted steel, ceramic, and all the big industries, pulp and paper, food. At that time, the electricity tariff was about 17% cheaper, and that's excluding the ICPTs and so on. The average return of investment of all the measures done is within 3 years, and some even within 6 months, because you are talking about converting from from diesel to gas, switching, and in industries, of course, the word conservation is more relevant than energy efficiency, because a lot of the industries uses heat, thermal. So when they produce thermal from whatever source, they want to keep it. They introduce things like economizers, heat exchangers, heat recoveries, all those kind of technologies. They are very basic. But unfortunately, many are not using it. A lot of leakages and so on. So actually, the business opportunity of energy efficiency, no need to talk about technology, is there. It's a question of awareness, it's a question of the ability for the factories to do an audit and to show that it makes sense to invest. And of course, for the banks, at that time we had MIDF funding the EPC projects. Unfortunately, it did not continue. It shows that it is very viable. Of course, now we have the NETR, National Energy Transition Roadmap. What did the NETR say? Like Dr. Sarina says, energy efficiency is the level 1. And the amount of investment that the government intend to do up to 2030, according to the report, is 4 billion. Is that not opportunity? And they intend to retrofit energy efficiency devices and major retrofits to all the government buildings.
Which actually they're the biggest stakeholders.
Yes, well, they
of
have to lead by
existing
example.
buildings.
Anybody who want to talk about energy efficiency or something, they have to have ask themselves first what are they doing, you know. So I think that's a very good, promising opportunity for those who want to look into energy efficiency, because we're looking into. I mean, I went to India to look into just purely energy efficiency financing as a project, as a subject matter. And there was one ESCO in India. They call themselves Super ESCO because they are owned by the government. They only do one thing, nothing else. Lights, street lighting, factory lighting, house lighting. So what happens when there is economics of scale? So the key word of opportunity is economics of scale. When you buy in bulk, the price go down. When the price go down, everybody, like I should say, like everybody can fly, everybody can afford. Whether it's lighting, whether it's cheap split unit aircons or things like that. So I do believe if this project does go through, and coupled by the act, of which even the letter, they have indicated what are the things that are mandatory. Mandatory means must be some. Must be because there's an act. You have to audit the buildings. Because first and foremost, energy efficiency is only possible when you can measure how you are doing now. And benchmark against whatever maybe mandatory requirement or against the industry standards. Then you know how much you can save. And with that, then you will, even the banks will know. The banks also will have to have play a part because they need to be familiar with equipment. How much it costs to buy certain equipment, guidelines on how to manage the technical risk and performance risk of equipment. With that, then I think the industry will grow very fast.
We also have tax incentives. So, for those who are going to retrofit their buildings, etc., we still have, I don't know for how much longer, but you have a tax incentive for the incremental cost of going green. In other words, to get more energy efficient currently now, you can register your building to do the retrofitting, give a cost, and it'll become a tax incentive on the additional cost to go green once it's recognized. So we have some carrot, not all. We also have some tax incentives on energy machinery to go into your thing. So the government has done some things, at least, to propel. Of course, the other aspect we all like is that it becomes mandatory like Singapore, because we were already ready 10 years ago, but that's just my own wish list. But speaking on I met a factory owner, a tiling factory, one of the biggest ones. And, we had an interesting discussion, and he said, I put some solar. I said, you put solar? Who asked you to put solar? We thought we'll try it out. But, we got a return on investment within 2-3 years, and he was very happy. I think it's those people that are owners, those who run your own buildings, run your own factory, run your own, you SMEs, you will know the difference to go energy efficient or to get into circularity and other aspects. You will see what I heard yesterday at the meeting at COP28 is this word used by emeritus professor, return of value. So not ROI, but return of value, ROV. And I really like that word. So I think, as Harith is saying, if you're an owner, if I'm slowly converting my house with energy efficient fridge, aircon, I'm doing one every 6 months. It's my budget. I have a family I have to still provide for. So I'm doing that just in the long term because I know I need to do that. I'm just doing a little bit of my own recycling, taking every Saturday to put it in. So I think you, as owners, you begin to feel that the value of doing it, and really there's no additional costs in that sense. It's just you're paying ahead first in a very short term, not a very long term. Yeah.
Kumar, what about you?
Profit, right? looking at, it is profitable, of course. It goes down to your bottom line. So energy efficiency is a no-brainer. If you do it, you're going to make money. But like I said, I had one very good example about 20 years ago where I learned the hard way how financial controllers and CEOs think. We had a project that was supposed to give a return of 3 years. For us, it was great. It was, wow, 3 years, and it was quite a simple retrofit. But the CEO just turned around and looked at me and said, for the same amount of money I'm going to spend, if I put in a production line with the same amount of money, I will get back the money within a year or less because it's going to produce more. Okay, so when I argued back, I just said, as a young engineer, very gung-ho, I said, but the extra production line is going to use up a bit more aircon, you're going to need more cooling, you're going to need more compressed air. Then they shut me out, of course, after that. I didn't get to go back in again because I spoke a bit too much. But you see, the problem is nobody tells them the full story. Yes, you're going to make money, you're going to make extra, but you're going to spend a lot more. There's going to be more carbon emission. This was 20 years ago, nobody talked about carbon emission. I wish they were talking about it then it would have changed the whole scenario. So, having said that, energy efficiency does save money, no doubt about it. The cost of materials has dropped so much. For example, a flow meter, a magnetic flow meter, a full bore, those engineers will know, used to cost 3 times more than what it is today. So there's no reason why a variable speed drive is so much cheaper 20 years compared to 20 years ago. Of course, everything else goes up in price as well, but the energy cost has gone up so much as well. So the paybacks are getting better. So I don't think there's any reason why today, especially today, with all the climate issues that's coming in addition, that we are just not looking into energy efficiency at all in most places.
Oh, fantastic. Now, this part of the discussion, I'd like to open it to the floor. If you have any questions for our panelists here, please feel free to ask. I believe there are microphones in between each seat. Yes, ma'am.
It's something that we inherited from the colonial days, yeah. The UK, it works perfectly there. Have link houses and all that, very nice for the cold. It doesn't work. We are, link houses are heat trap. To design for tropical weather, we need different, housing. So are we even looking at that? We don't want air conditioning, with the heat waves coming on in a few years' time. How should we be designing our homes? Thank you.
There was a time where they put the courtyards inside the link houses, as you've seen in the old shop houses as well. That played a purpose. What we lost out from the British terms is that they built their walls thicker. They didn't build their walls as thin. The reason why you're feeling heat, one is orientation. So if you're facing more east-west, there is a complete different. This building, for example, is facing north-south, which is least exposure, and the gardens are on the east and west. You may not realize it, but that affects the passive design. So the internal courtyard, the shading, and insulation on the roof. Developers now give you houses without insulation. I do not know why they don't. I live in one. The temperature at the top in my room is 3 times more than the ground floor. For Malaysian tropical climate, the best time to open the windows is in the evening, not in the daytime, actually, because the temperature cools down. Your walls are heat trapped. They are latent heat. So concrete will release heat in the evenings after 6 o'clock. That's why you're still feeling it's hot. So you need to ventilate, and you need to have the courtyard. So that's how we need the shading, and we need tree shadings as well. So I know for mosquito-wise, in our area, you put away all your low grasses away from the house, but trees are fine. So not using these combinations properly, where we've gone wrong. We need to protect the courtyard.
But property developers need to maximize per square foot, right?
It doesn't cost more. We counted how much it was. It was like 10 ringgit or something per square foot more to put insulation into a house. And we had to prove that. to a developer. So, you know.
I may add, for housing, right, for buildings as well. Like what Serena is saying, Dr. Serena is saying, it is a no-brainer. Insulation is a must under a roof. But why is it not done? I mean, we don't have to put a carrot, a stick to do that. If it has to be, then the authorities may have to do it, if nobody wants to do it. Because that makes a big difference. And you'll be surprised, one of the earlier buildings in Malaysia, General Hospital, our GH in KL, is what, like Serena did said, the design is the same. It is east-west. They have a stairwell to block off the sunlight. And it's fantastic. They've got, what do you call the fins? Yeah, shadings. Yeah. If you look at, we already knew what to do then. The architects were already doing it. And then we left glass buildings. So things have to change again, come back again to the basics, and we'll make it right. Our wooden houses, the kampong houses are a fantastic example, right? So unfortunately, white roofs, we can even have a legislation of white roofs if they really want to do it. It's not that expensive.
Color.
Yes.
Color white, yeah. White
Color
walls.
plays a part, yeah.
So that
Just don't paint your buildings black. You
Yeah.
buy that, and that's a heat sink.
It's called solar
It's
reflectance.
Solar reflectant index.
Yeah.
The whiter it is, the more reflective, but if you go black, so if you're looking at those black apartments,
Yeah.
please reconsider
And
again.
grey.
It's very nice at night.
And plant a lot of trees, it helps.
Yeah. Sir, there's a question over there. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And just a wonderful panel. It's very exciting. Just 3 points. The first point, excellent to hear Dr. Hishas here talk about humidity. We spend so much of our air conditioning actually on latent heat turning, and as we get hotter, it's going to get more humid in our homes. Why aren't we using the hot air exhaust from our air conditioners to recharge saltwater dehumidifiers, which are extremely low energy, and then our air conditioners can be used just to cool rather than to dehumidify. That's the first point. Second point, would it be possible to use heat rejecting paints like we have now that radiate in the atmospheric window? We don't have to use, what is that, sodium? We don't have to use the most expensive chemicals for that, but even calcium carbonate. I worked in greenhouses in the summertime in temperate parts of the world, and just one coating of limestone whitewash on glass was enough to cool the greenhouse, and they emit from that surface, and the temperature of that surface is actually cooler than the ambient air. And the last question I have, maybe to Harith, all the single glazed windows that we have, right? Can we not begin recycling that glass into low-tech solar water heaters and then replace those with double glazed windows? All of these things are low-tech, old-tech, taking from Dr. Banerjee's argument. Why aren't we doing all of that? I mean, it pays well. It should pay well. Thanks.
Because we're consumers. We like to go shopping. That's one of the easiest questions. But yes, no, paint definitely makes a difference. We did this exercise for schools where we went to shoot the walls to see the thermal imaging of the walls. So you paint it red, you paint it green, you paint it white, you paint whatever. The green and the white really fared well. You go inside and shoot the same thermal imaging inside, and you see wherever that was red or black or below a certain spectrum was much hotter inside. So the thermal imaging is basically telling you color makes a difference, for sure. So low-tech things can really, really work. As I mentioned before, I'm really inspired by the 3 net zeros by Professor Yunus. We think solar energy is really for a lot of, only for the developing countries. He basically gets schoolgirls, be it they're in their above 15 or whatever, to put solar panels on houses because they're still using gasoline. And so his idea of the 3-0 is net poverty, and net zero is one of them. So I think, there's great inspiration. There is low tech definitely for wherever the situation you are in.
I think for me, I'll answer the glass thing lah. So it's not just about the glass. For me, it's about everything. So I work with a lot of waste. I work with recycled timber. I work with plastic. I work with waste, clothes waste. I work with a lot of different ways because I believe that the future of material is actually waste. So a lot of virgin materials are becoming more and more expensive, like most of us know, but no one looks at waste. So I think this is one of the areas that we need to look into. One, the waste that we generate, how we can monetize or use it back, put it in the system. And second is how different kind of materials we can reclaim back from whatever. Like for example, right now in Europe, they are talking about material passport. So you make houses and all that. Each part, the door frame, the glass, even to a certain, some part of bricks, you can put not QR code, but some tracking device. So whenever they want it to renovate or anything, those things can be reused and all that. In terms of how it's gonna be reused or whatever, I don't really want to go into it because you can do a lot of things with a lot of different things. But certain things in Malaysia right now, we have very excellent metal recovery. So we see a lot of a high percentage of metal are being recycled. But things like wood are it's not being seen as profitable to recycle. But wood is actually one of the most carbon neutral material. If you talk about compared to cement, glass, and other construction materials, wood is the way to go if you want to achieve carbon neutrality. So wood itself there's no issue with the material. The issue is on how we harvest it. So that's why I always tell people, because a lot of people, they like wood product, but they don't like to admit it because they feel like they are contributing to cutting down trees and all that. But actually wood is one of the best material if you want to talk into carbon neutrality. So that's why you see in Europe right now, they even make 7-8 story building just from wood. So what we need to make sure, one is how we can circulate the waste, and second is how we can use more carbon neutral materials such as wood and all that. So hope we answer in terms of the way the glass are being used and all that. I think it's a secondary issue. The first issue is how we can put it in one place and then people can use it for whatever.
Sorry, may I ask one question, please? Me here.
Yes, ma'am.
The
That's
girl
what I was
who's
like,
very
where?
cold. We're talking about glass study. We're talking about glass, and of course, talking about best practices and initiatives for climate governance. But we're not just talking about human beings, right? We're also talking about how animals can stay within the homes that we have, which is cool. But when we talk about glass, one of the problems that we see right now in Malaysia is we have so many buildings with glass panels, and we don't use that particular, I'm not sure what it's called, a layer, because a lot of birds are dying now because it's hitting the glasses. So what are we doing about it? We see so many buildings being built, and they use a lot of glasses, but the birds don't know. They just fly through and they die. So I don't know, guys. Perhaps maybe you guys can share something about this.
Is there data on how many birds die?
No
Actually,
data, but
well, I'm quite sure it happens lah, but well, I guess the only solution is to make the glass more visible to the birds lah,
No,
Otherwise,
I think
because they cannot see, it's so clear, yeah. And there's maybe they don't feel that there's any reflection or what, they just fly through. But I didn't know that this was a problem.
Yes, this is a problem because I was actually, yes,
yeah?
I read an article before, and there was also a news article, I think it was on BBC, and they said that some of the problems that we face is we build beautiful buildings, but we forget about the animals that pass through, and I think they use a certain, I don't know, a film or something, right?
I mean, the animals do have a compass, and sometimes in their compass, in their flight, anything in their way, they would have crashed into it. But
I know that there's research on, like we have polarized punya
lenses.
Lenses. So it can actually change based on brightness and things like that. Maybe they can also relate it to bird flying. I don't know. But it's something that
I still don't know yet.
Oh,
there was
because
a
it is
technology.
instantaneous.
There was one, but I don't know what happened to the research, where it emitted some kind of sound, some sound waves, which pushed the bird away. I mean, they didn't cross the pathway.
Okay.
But pretty expensive. Not a solution that you don't want to have something sticking out of the buildings and doing that. Yeah.
So perhaps one last question, because I know we've run out of time. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Right. So thank you so much for the sharing to all panelists. So my question is to Mr. Harith. So just now you talk about you are able to create new source of revenue without increasing the material cost, just having increase in labor cost. Just wanted to understand further on this. And second question, very intrigued and also inspired by your thinking about valorization of waste. So just want to understand what is the strategy to not increase the cost of production? Because what I understand right now is that production of green products Right. So green products are typically quite expensive, and the local market is not really there. Internationally, it is. So how can we reduce the cost of production and also increase the demand locally? Thank you.
Okay. I face that question a lot because I work a lot with businesses, and I'm also a business owner, so my concern is the same. So that's why I decided to pick up activism focused solely on business people, because business people, if you talk saving the environment, they don't really care. But if you talk about money, then that is when it makes sense for them. So what happened was, when we talk about sustainability right now, until now, when we talk about sustainability or when business talk about sustainability, it's always like, we should install solar panel, we should buy an expensive machine, expensive raw material. That is normally this discussion that turns off a lot of businesses because it's incur cost, right? So for us is we try to see it in how we can see this as a journey. So that is one. So we don't do everything at one go. So we change as when we need. So for example, like when it's time for us to get a new lorry, then we choose which is the most efficient, which is the greenest and all that. So it makes the costing less painful compared to doing at one go. But then because we have been doing it for quite some time, we see a lot of benefit. So we started off with simple things first, things that doesn't include cost or doesn't incur additional cost. So when I talk to businesses, I sometimes even say you might not even have to look at your product first. You can see other stuff, like for example, your waste. So your waste, how can you monetize it? How can you make something out of it? Or you can do things like digitalization. So you go paperless. So you reduce your paper costs, and then you also get to do digitalization and all that. So that is the initial way for businesses to adopt sustainability, because that is where the money is. And then after that, you can do different kind of things because you see the benefit of it. Okay. So regarding the two things, one is reduction in cost, and then two is increase new revenue stream, and then eventually also the cost of product. So normally when we talk about green products, it's always expensive, understandably why, but there's a lot of different methods. Like for us, we use one of the wood that we use for your information. We use Billah wood. We use certified Billah wood. So Billah wood is one of the wood that we normally use to make our kampung houses. So it's very durable, very long lasting. But it's also a very expensive material. So when we have offcuts, so we make products of it. Like one of the things that we do, we make serving board. So serving board, big serving board, and then we have offcuts from the handles and all that. So the offcuts we make into a phone stand, or I should bring lah next time. So normally I bring to show, but so the phone stand is made from the same material, so the premium material. Right now, I think Palau per tonnage is 9,000 good. So 9,000 ringgit. So it's very premium material. So you get to make a product, a phone stand, from the same material, but there's no material cost. So the material, so you can make a very high quality product, but then, okay, this is whether you want to choose profit maximization or certain thing lah. For profit maximization, sometimes people just, you put as there's a cost to it, then you just give to the customer everything plus you add your profit more, then you should. But if you look it into something more holistic, you want for us, we want to make green products accessible to the mass. So the savings that from the material that we use from waste, we reduce our price. So we have a lot of products right now, like it's below 50 and all that, so that people can buy for gifting and all that. So that is one of the easy way to make green product cheaper by using waste offcuts. So there's a lot of other things as well. Like I believe that design is actually one of the best way to solve sustainability issue. It's not just design of products; it's design of process and systems and all that. So, like system, like for us, we see system efficiency as one of the key thing we do. Like we use lean manufacturing, for example. These are all not new things. These are things that have been there for a long time. It's just that how we approach it, whether we want to do it or not, or whether we believe in it or not. So that's why, like, when we talk about sustainability, don't talk about the future or new things. That the current technology, we already have all those things. It's whether we want to do it or not. So hopefully the answer one, create revenue source. So from the waste, we create new revenue source. And just to share with you, the phone stand that we make is now one of our best sellers. We've sold thousands of it. To Simdabi, to Coca-Cola and all that. So just by wanting to reduce our waste, we create new revenue source. So I think for me, hope that answer that question. And to end it, I think I just want to share the question to add on to the question before that. You guys said that the old buildings, our like ancestors have been doing it in a way that is more sustainable, and it's really true. And we think that sustainability, a lot of us think sustainability is a Western idea, but actually we have been practicing all this while. Like I learned a lot about sustainability from my grandmother. Like we have a garden in our house, so she always rainwater harvest. So whenever she has bottle or the blender, the cup blender tu rosak kan. So you make it to pasu, she makes into that, and then she always like she jahit stuff, right? So kain-kain lebih they make into stuff. And then our forefathers, we don't have plastic packaging. We have tapau, right? The bekal and all that. The houses are designed in a way that is suitable for our climate. So what I'm saying right now is, in order for us to move forward, we actually should look at what has been doing in the past. And I think that is what is fueling me as well. Like all these things are not new. It's been in our culture and DNA. So why are we putting our backs to them?
Okay, so in conclusion, well, my mother, 40 years ago, when she's in the kitchen preparing food, all the food shavings and whatnot, you wrap in a newspaper and you throw it away, right? So there's no such thing as plastic bag. I did that last week. I put it on Facebook. I have 100 over likes. It doesn't make sense. Usually I post about other thing, I get 2 likes, right? You know. So in conclusion, the thing is like that. Okay, number one, a lot of things is what I've gleaned today is that a lot of things are common sense. Okay, the tech is here. Okay, the financials basically are in place. So based on what this morning's session was, and something that caught me was ACT, right? Awareness, right? And then C is collaboration, and T is technology. So let's act on it. I think it is here. Okay, what we are sharing today is no rocket science. Okay, it's got to start somewhere, and that somewhere starts here today and this week. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was an interesting session. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we have with us our honorable guest, which is the Honorable Liu Chintong, the Deputy Minister, Ministry of Trade and Industry. The Honorable Liu Chintong will be speaking with our moderator, Tay Kay Luan, CEO of FIDI Forum, on climate momentum and road ahead in investment and trade. Let's give him a big hand of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow participants, I welcome everyone to this session on climate momentum and road ahead in investment and trade. We're very privileged at this hour to have with us a conversation sessions and a presentation made by our young Bahagia, Mr. Liu Chintong, who needs no introduction to every one of us. He is the Deputy Minister for Investment, Trade and Industry. I got it right? Okay, and he's the most appropriate person, having emerged from the various sessions as well as dialogues on investment for the future. And to us, many of us would have read, heard and even witnessed some of the changes in the topic of climate change. Of course, the inconvenient truth of this climate change is well known to all of us. Indeed, this afternoon, as well as this morning, we heard from leading speakers the challenges as well as the opportunities of this climate change. Yet, at the same time, there are questions on the consumption model, right up to our over-dependence of the society on coal, which has been largely blamed from the huge carbon footprint that is being blamed for this climate change. There are, of course, goals to overcome with targets of zero carbon, and I'm very pleased indeed. In fact, every one of us is pleased with the national commitment to have a zero carbon by 2050, and also as well as plans to reduce the over-dependence on coal and realignment of the energy mix, which is largely the system itself that can be looked at to reduce our over-dependence on coal and as well as carbon footprint. Yang Bahagia, if I may begin by inviting you to speak on the perspective of prioritizing climate investment to improve our resilience and competitiveness This will be followed with Q&A before we end the session by 4:25 as planned. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tay K. Luan. I see Sunita here, Mikalis Rokas, EU Ambassador. Friends, good afternoon. I'm not sure whether this is the right hour because this is probably the most sleepy hour. But I would just like to share with you some of my views which do not necessarily represent the government's view. So I want to come as Liu Chintong and not as the representative of the government of Malaysia so that I can speak a bit freely to exchange ideas with you. And your title is National Climate Governance Summit. And I would like to touch on how we can reconceive climate and governance. And then I will also touch on a bit about the new Industrial Master Plan, which was launched by the Prime Minister on Friday last week. When we think about governance and the governing structure of this country, one of the very important part of our governance structure is that we do have state governments, which most of us try to ignore, whether you are part of federal bureaucracies or whether you are in politics. Most people try to ignore that there's actually a layer called state government. We will need a new framework and new framing to rethink how to finance state government in order to deal with climate. I have not spoken about this, and this is the first time I'm speaking about it, but this is an interesting and important topic that we will have to deal with. Today, so when Malaysia got its independence in 1957, and when Malaysia was formed with Sabah and Sarawak and at that time Singapore in 1963, the constitutional framework was fairly centralized, but at the same time, the distributions of revenues between federal and state was fairly equitable in the sense that federal took income tax, while natural resources were actually placed in the hands of the state governments. However, over the last 6 decades, thanks to modernization of our economy, income tax becomes such a big part of revenue, far exceeding the revenue from natural resources. But state government, because it doesn't have any share of income taxes, therefore it relies on natural resources mainly. In order to rethink climate change and governance, we will have to deal with the questions of how to find new ways to work with state government so that the states do not rely on logging rights for state revenue. The state do not rely on reclamation rights for revenue. The state government do not have to rely on sprawling our cities in order to get revenue. Now we have a development model which is very American because we became American before we got rich. We're heavily dependent on private passenger cars, and because of the heavy dependence on private passenger cars as well as the sprawling of our cities, we use energy very inefficiently. And it goes back to the federal state governing model that we have to renegotiate. We have to introduce climate into the federal state relationship so that states that do not have revenue or do not have sufficient revenue will be able to get revenue or some exchanges or in a renegotiated deal so that the state do not have to reclaim so much, the state do not have to sprawl the cities, the state do not necessarily have to rely on logging rights. Moving to the next level, or next questions, point 2 is about the role of GLCs, GLICs, and other institutions within our society. Currently, particularly the GLCs and GLICs are very involved in the financialization of housing. And we have seen financialization of housing, particularly private properties, over the last 40 years in this country. So we took on this whole idea of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, and government went on privatization spree and resulted in a lot of privatizing of government assets, but at the same time, the GLC was heavily involved in the property sector and getting involved in the financialization of housing. Housing becomes an asset rather than accommodation, and because of that, plus so we have, as I mentioned earlier, we have financialization of housing, we have sprawling of cities, and we adopted this model of Americanization of our cities, so everyone drives their own car, and everyone relies on the highway to get to their house, and 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers away from KL is considered part of KL. We're in this situation where we use energy inefficiently. That really, apart from looking at federal and state relationship, we will have to look at the role of the GLCs and GLICs in financialization of housing and in also sprawling of cities. We will have to get the GLCs to rethink how they make money and get the GLC to rethink how to introduce climate to every part of their economic activities. The third point I would like to make is that climate has to be introduced in the holistically into the way we think about our budget. Thanks to what I have just said in point 1 and point 2, last year, 15% of the federal budget went into fuel subsidy. Okay, 15% of the budget went to fuel subsidy. The total fuel subsidy was 52 billion ringgit, mainly because of Ukraine war, because of the high price of petroleum. But the point is that we have been subsidizing fuel in a massive way. We have been subsidizing fuel in a massive way, and tapering off that will be very painful. There are talks about targeted subsidies, which I think is very difficult to do. Targeted subsidy at pump is very difficult. You say, let's say you want to do targeted subsidy at pump, you say, okay, a certain category of people, let's say B40, they can get a different price. I think Malaysians are very smart. After 3 weeks, they'll game the system, and which is why subsidy at pumps is not easy to do. Now, I don't speak for the government, I speak for myself. I think Malaysians are very smart, and I respect them, respect their talent. So subsidy at pump is difficult. And other type of subsidies is also difficult to introduce, because the moment you introduce, it's difficult to taper off. So I think we should sit down and think through how to actually use this opportunity of tapering off fuel subsidy instead of thinking of subsidy cut, which I think some of my friends from World Bank or Bank the Grand is trying to push. Let's change the conversation. Can we think of subsidizing green transition? That means we know that we have a subsidy problem. We know that the subsidy problem was 15% of the national budget last year. But tapering off will have a lot of pain, will introduce a lot of pain, because we do not have a good public transport system, because the way we develop our cities. But let's say we consider this is actually a huge amount, a huge sum, in which instead of financing fuel, instead of subsidizing fuel, we give ourselves 3 to 5 years, moving the fuel subsidy to subsidizing one-time green transition. For instance, subsidizing EV usage. Buying, let's say, if you what you call scrap an ICE car, you get a subsidy to buy an EV, so that you do double transition away from fuel subsidy, but also transition away from fuel itself. So whether we can think through all this will be very important politically, as well as for our society, and for our societies to have that amount of money, that amount of investment into climate transition. These are difficult conversations. I don't know how, once it's reported, it may be twisted in a different way. This is very difficult conversation, which I'm very careful how to talk about. But I think it's important to see that to have a societal consensus. It's difficult conversation because the moment you take away fuel subsidy, people will feel the pain. And we have a situation where 80% of salarized people in this country earn less than 5,500 ringgit a month. The medium wage, which means 50% of people who are salarized, wage earner, the medium wage in 2021 was 2,250 ringgit. In first quarter this year, it was a bit higher, but the point is 50% of the population who are working a full-time job are only earning less than 2,250 ringgit or slightly above. So any pain that is introduced will be felt keenly. But how we do transition, whether the amount of money that we can save from fuel subsidy can also be pumped into public transport in a massive manner so that it can be transformative, I think these are questions that we will have to think about together as a society. And of course, the government will also have to be prepared to be transformative in its thinking. And then it comes to the questions of industrialization and how to redo industrialization. Last week, on Friday last week, the Prime Minister launched the new Industrial Master Plan. This new Industrial Master Plan, I hope you have a chance to take a look at it. It is online, it's being spread everywhere. You can get a copy, an online version, and take a look at it. The new Industrial Master Plan tried to introduce a new way of seeing how we can organize our economy. Instead of taking a sectoral approach, as we used to do, we took a mission-based approach. In this new Industrial Master Plan, we are trying to look at how to re-industrialize the nation with 4 major missions. That means this cut across all sectors, but these are 4 missions that we are trying to introduce. The first mission is to increase the complexity of our industry. We do not want to end up continuing at the low cost, low productivity, low wage model. We want industry to move into more complex products, more sophisticated products, and a lot more value added. And we also want to see a lot more linkages between the MNCs that are in the country and also domestic SME and other domestic sector. Secondly, the mission 2 is called Tech Up. We have been stuck in this low-cost model, and it's really low productivity and low utilization of technology. We would like to see a lot more adoptions of technology across the board and at all levels, and we would like to see a lot more automation. We would like to see a lot more digitalization. Mission 3 is called Push for Net Zero. We are trying to articulate pushing for net zero, not just as a burden, not just as a cost center, but to see this as the creation of green jobs, the creation of new jobs and new businesses as well as new industry. So we are trying to see it this way, so that it's not purely seen as from the perspective of cost center, rather than to see it as a potential growth sector. Mission 4 is economic security and economic inclusivity. We are trying to articulate that whatever we do in terms of industrialization, it cannot be at the jeopardy of Malaysians' well-being, including we want to see wages going up, we want to see manufacturing wages going up. We have a unique situation which is uncommon elsewhere, where manufacturing, which is supposed to be the most technological intensive sector, manufacturing wages in this country is lower than medium wage. Medium wage in manufacturing sector is lower than medium wage elsewhere, which is unusual. All other countries, or most other countries, would have manufacturing medium wage much higher than the general medium wage. So these are things that we are trying to do, and we hope industrialization in the years to come will be multifaceted and will try as much as possible to fulfill these missions. So with this, I thank you, and these are my general views and ideas about climate change and governance. Thank you.
Thank you, YB. I summarize quickly what YB has given us, his very inspiring oversight of the framework that he is talking about, and these are moving away and re-looking at the way state ownership has been. Privatization is one. between the private and public sector cooperation, re-looking at the role of GLCs, etc., as well as looking at fiscal incentives, as well as disincentives, towards the use of these to manage the entire budgets and monetary development. And importantly, I think he did raise the issue on the historical legacies that the government has inherited, where resources, has always been in the hands of the state, and therefore it is appropriate for us to address climate change. We need to go back to these fundamentals. YB, one question I'd like to ask you is, deep inside you, what are your preferred priorities? We look at climate change from a multi-dimensional rather than looking at a very silo sectorial. There are areas in which we spoke about this morning as well as other times on energy transition. Water management is one, biodiversity, food security, mobility and transport, circular economy, as well as waste management. All these are major headaches for any government of the day. Which one comes first?
I think which one comes first depends on which ministry I'm in, right? Yes. Anyway, what I am trying to introduce and what we are hoping to introduce is a more holistic thinking, so that we look at climate as a cross-cutting issues. And in my speech, what I'm trying to say is that we should introduce climate to old debates so that we can give a fresh look to old debates. Questions about waste management. We have been seeing waste as a problem. But actually, if we can articulate circular economy in a holistic manner, waste is a potential sector for investment. Waste is a potential sector for recycling, for new type of materials, and for new areas or sectors of growth. I visited a site, we launched a site in Johor, for a company that's going to produce sustainable aviation fuel. So they were telling me, number one, they have to establish traceability. Once they can establish traceability, they will be able to use grease, they will be able to use palm oil residuals to turn it into sustainable aviation fuel. I've met a company that's trying, a major car company is trying to assemble the entire value chain of how to scrap a car. They are thinking about scrapping cars. They're thinking of end-to-end life cycle of a car. Now, those are new areas in which I think it can be introduced. So we, like the approach we have taken in the new industrial master plan, we will need to break silos. Even when we think about sectors, we will need to inject climate into all these sectors, and we will need to inject collective action effort. We will need to recognize that the state or the government plays a very important role, and therefore we need to shift public debate in support of the government doing more for the climate. And we will also need to get the government to bring together or put forward a mission, a collective mission, so that private sector to influence and direct and incentivize private sector into investing in into the sectors that you mentioned, so that we see the challenge of climate not just as a challenge, but actually as an opportunity for renewal, for our economy to move to the next level, and for new opportunity to arise.
Maybe change is very hard. You have a 5-year time frame, sometimes even less. Given that the supply chain, and sometimes I call it food chain, can be very extensive, where does the government play, and to what extent would you use that as an opportunity to create green entrepreneurs?
I'd like to introduce you to a book by Mariana Mazzucato with the title Mission Economy. The idea is that we should move away from the Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan's type of thinking, which basically thinks that there is no such thing as a society. Capitalism was unfettered capitalism was the only way to go. We have moved away from that era, and we should move away from that era to think that government is the problem and private sector is the only solution. There should be collaboration. We will have to see that public-private collaboration is very important. The role of the government is to work with private sector to set up framework for common purposes for the mission in order so that we have clear mission and we galvanize public and private investment into solving common problems. And I think this is the spirit of the time. COVID and Ukraine war has changed the way the world see capitalism. It has changed the way the world see the role of the state. Before COVID, the idea was that unfettered capitalism was probably the best thing we have in the world. But today, everyone recognizes that you need public-private collaboration. You need to have a common public purposes, and with that, we galvanize private investment.
Okay, so are we going back to this whole concept of public-private partnership, which has already in place in any case, but there are complaints of too many leakages, and the whole idea here is that they see that as a subsidy mentality, you know.
So this idea of public-private partnership was introduced by Tony Blair when Tony Blair came into office in 1997. So this is a continuation of Margaret Thatcher, but Margaret Thatcher-like version, where it still talks about public involvement, but it was a lot about public-private partnership, which eventually ends up private sector getting the benefit. Now, I think we want to move away from that sort of model. We want to be able to identify what are the common purposes and common mission that we have to achieve. For instance, as I mentioned, in the new industrial master plan, we have 4 common missions. So we want to be able to say that the government has clear missions, or the society has clear mission, and one of which is clearly the climate. The climate is what we have to deal with in the years and decades to come. So the question is how to galvanize private and public investment into solving the climate challenge, and not necessarily to go back to all these rent-seeking projects. But what I'm saying is basically what we face here is a challenge that UK is facing, the United States is facing, the world is facing. The world is shifting away from what it believed in the last 40 years. In 1970, Milton Friedman talks about shareholder economy. The idea is that a corporation has only one obligation, that is to make money for the shareholders. But in 2020, World Economic Forum, the Business Roundtable, and many other people started to talk about stakeholder economy. A corporation has a role or an obligation to its shareholder, of course, but it also has an obligation to its workers, to its customer, and very importantly, to the climate. So we need this holistic thinking so that we can have a new framework to see how to move forward as a society and not in an adversarial manner. I think there's too much talk that to see private and public in an adversarial manner. But private and public should work together and should work in concert.
Thank you for this, YB. 98% of our industries are in SME. We have heard that many are still being left behind. particularly over the cost of energy and so on and so forth. And also, even transiting to new technology takes time, capacity, and all lots of problems. What do you think they should do?
We have experienced a long period of time of premature deindustrialization. Why we have experienced a long period of time of premature deindustrialization was because of that, SMEs in Malaysia are basically playing at the low end. So tracing back what had happened, I think Malaysia has experienced a situation of neither here nor there since 1997. We had a period of economic takeoff between 1988 and 1997. Between 1988 and 1997, the economy grew by 9% per annum, averagely. And during that period of time, wages went up very much. The economy was transformed. The size of GDP doubled within a decade. But since then, we have been neither here nor there. We have been neither here nor there in part because in 1997 there was an economic crisis. And that economic crisis left scars and also lingering effect, some of which to these days still felt to these days. Secondly, Anwar Ibrahim was sacked as the Deputy Prime Minister in 1998, and that triggered a series of political challenges and crises that resulted in a government that was not neither here nor there for the longest of time. Thirdly, which I think is very important to note, China joined WTO in 2001. When China joined WTO in 2001, investment into manufacturing from around the world went to China. Very little come to this region. Very little come to this region, and therefore this region were not able to capture that much investment, not to mention because of the political challenges and also economic challenges that we have, we were not able to make difficult decisions. For instance, gradually removing unskilled foreign labor in our system. And because we are so addicted to unskilled foreign labor, and government, the banking sectors, other sectors, and also there's lack of investment, we have not been able to transform our industry. And therefore, we suffer premature deindustrialization, and the SME plays at the low end. What we are hoping to see through the new industrial master plan is to see that our industry will seize the opportunity of the new scenario. The new scenario is that the world is talking about de-risking. The world is now worried about disruption. The world is now prepared to invest in Southeast Asia and diversify from China. So these are opportunities for Southeast Asian states and for Malaysia particularly. And we will have to take this opportunity to link the SME to MNCs that are already in the country, so that we help the MNCs to build stronger supply chain, stronger and more secured supply chain, but at the same time, we take the SMEs to the next level. Now, we are not talking about helping the smallest of SMEs. We are talking about creating the ecosystem. We will have to accept that we cannot help everyone. But if we can actually lift a couple of thousand SME, big SMEs, mid-sized SME, into regional and global players, and we can also help, say, tens of thousands of SMEs companies to tech up, to become, to adopt more technology, to adopt more automation, to digitalize a lot more. We will create an ecosystem where the rest of the SME will be at a better place, and through which we hope the mission to push for net zero is also included in the process.
Maybe you've spoken on the need to go on high income, and you also mentioned green economy. Are these together? Does that mean the green jobs will pay higher? If that's the case, many of us will start switching to green. Thank you.
If we look at some of the incentives that the Biden administration has provided for semiconductor and also for green transition, you can see that new jobs are created. Many of the new jobs are created, and of course, if you look at the European Green Deal, you can also see green jobs are created. Of course, not all jobs are created equally, but overall, if we have a clear idea that the economy, the Malaysian economy, based on Prime Minister Anwar's economic Madani vision, should move into an economy that's both competitive, but also paying Malaysians a lot more through productivity gains, through upgrading, through making the economy more sophisticated, through making our industry producing a lot more varied and complex products. We would like to see Malaysian being paid better and Malaysian being paid better both in greening existing industry, which is important. Greening existing industry is as important as creating new jobs. So both in greening existing industry as well as creating new jobs, new green jobs, I think this is something that can coexist and not sit as a contradiction.
Maybe the mission of going green is very inspiring. Indeed, I don't think there's anyone who is against this. What message then would you say to the people in this audience, as well as those who are online, is that what role can they play towards helping realize the goals of your NIMP within the next 5 years?
I thought this is a converted crowd that needs no convincing. But I think generally we need societal consensus. We are living in time of flux. We are living in time of flux. We are living in a once in a generation transition in all areas. The last global shift, massive shift happened around 1989 when the Berlin Wall collapsed to around 1991 when Soviet Union finally ended its life. So that few years, the world transitioned in multiple manners. In economy, in geopolitics, in the way ideas about economy is being promoted. And we're now seeing another major shift in history. So if we look back in history, there were several major transition points. Second World War was a major transition point. Of course, First World War, Second World War, the late 60s, 1989, and we are now living in that sort of transitional period. We experienced the pandemic. We are now still living with a hot war happening in Europe, and with geopolitical tension at our doorsteps. We are seeing the effect of climate change on a daily basis in our own kampong, in our own cities, and around the world. So this sort of transitional period can be very disturbing because we do not know what is to come. So it is important that we dialogue. It is important that we look for new ways, and it is really important that as a society we should find common ground.
I thought that since we have just 1 minute, I wonder if there's anyone in the audience who just want to pose one question to our Deputy Minister who's here with us. Anyone? Just one, please.
I don't dispute what you say. I think the United States, after 40 years of unfettered capitalism since Ronald Reagan, is now finding it hard that if the state doesn't take a role or doesn't play a role in the economy, they will be losing out and they will have to face multiple consequences. Just as Malaysia and the government in the region, for instance, South Korea is also finding it necessary to go back to the early 80s in search of some ideas. Because over the last 40 years, we have been influenced by these ideas that the government is the problem and not the solution. And the world is now trying to unwind it. But it doesn't mean that China has done it right also. There's certain part of Chinese economy which they have done right, which I think manifested in its rapid industrialization. But when it comes to financialization, and China is facing a very serious challenge because they have financialized housing and overly financialized housing. 30% of the Chinese economy depended on construction and housing sector, and that is unraveling. So I think all of us will have to be a bit more humble and say that we're in a time of flux. We're learning from each other. We're learning from our own model previously. We're learning from what is successful elsewhere. But ultimately, we need to find common ground. We need to find common mission to solve the common challenges that we are facing.
Okay, thank you. YB, thank you so much. On behalf of the organizers, I'd like to thank you for being here. And it's an honor to listen to your inspiring speech, as well as your perspectives, personal one as well. We won't quote you on matters that matters most, especially government policy matters and the challenges that the government will have. May I then request the audience to give our honored guests an applause.
Thank you to the Honourable YB Liu Chin Tong, and also to our moderator, Mr. Tay Keluan. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I am now pleased to invite our next speaker, His Excellency Michaelis Rokas, Ambassador of the European Union to Malaysia, who will be speaking on when and why trading partners are genuinely committed to sustainability. Your Excellency.
Thank you for this great honor to say a few words. Obviously, I had planned my speaking points a bit differently, but I got inspired by YB and many things he said, and I will try to match what EU is doing with what Malaysia wants to do. And since you quoted Milton Friedman, I remember his quote that he said, if you put the federal government in charge of the Sahara Desert, in 5 years you would struggle to find any sand. It doesn't mean that I agree though, but it's quite telling that how you can best mix government, business, and civil society in this common goal, which is fight climate change, and there is no more time to lose. We need to act immediately, and there is no more time for blueprints. The blueprints are necessary, but we have to move into action. So in the European Union, what we did is that we tried to do, first of all, an extensive consultation, meaning science has spoken. We see every day what is happening in the world. I have noticed that Kuala Lumpur now faces 5-6 consecutive days of high pollution. In the country that I know best, in Greece, after heat waves and devastating forest fires for 15 days, now there's a deluge today. and of course floods, because there are no more forests to protect us. So we don't need to talk about that. Everything is happening like in the kampung, like as you said, YB. But it is how we need to convince and how we need to make the economic case so that this transition will happen. And obviously, we are facing this climate change and achieving the SDGs while we had two hugely impacting facts that they happened. The one is the pandemic, and the other, which was totally unnecessary, Russia's war against Ukraine and the impact that it has on the global economy, grains, fertilizers, not to talk about the human devastation that is causing. So we faced in the EU this dilemma, and everybody, after this extensive consultation among scientists, civil society, governments, all walks of life, we came up with a package that we call the Green Deal, which is quite comprehensive and far-reaching, touching upon all aspects of the economy. But also, we need to find the funds. So, post-COVID, we decided for for the next 6 years, up to 2027, to insert into the economy 1.7 billion euros, out of which close to 40% will go to the green transition. Why? Because we know, and our economists, for once, they agree that the green transition is a way to create growth and jobs, and sustainable jobs. Jobs that they pay much better than the polluting jobs that we have nowadays. So what we did is we put this fund, but also we had to take into consideration the people that are going to be impacted by this transition. And this is what we call the just energy transition. So we decided to put 100 billion euros, which is 500 billion ringgit, on supporting the elements of the society and the economic operators that they are going to suffer through this transition. And we also managed to break the vested interest, because you talk about waste management, it's very difficult to break through, because now the waste is the new gold. Everything can be reused, and with the scarcity of resources and with the scarcity of critical materials, it is in our benefit to reduce waste and make our products greener and that they last longer. And I mean, the power to regulate is incredible. As I was coming, I was reading the press, and the press said that Apple company bent to the EU rules today, so they will have for their new phones the same charger like everybody else. And sometimes you think, how is this possible? You know, a mega corporate like Apple to do that. But they bent because we introduced this law. We know that it's going to cut costs. There will be a unique charger for all phones, and we will reduce waste. And we know very well how these big conglomerates make profits by just bringing another model every 10 months and then changing the charger, changing the iPad, the systems, the Samsung, they do everybody the same. So we regulate it, and there's the power of regulation, which is important when it is based on science. And I'm pretty sure you will say Malaysia and the EU, yeah, but it's ASEAN. Huh? ASEAN is, we have the same population now, and you have immense power. And as EU, we have a dialogue, and we can share, and we have an environmental and climate dialogue, and all these ideas, they matter. So you need a mix. So on the one hand, to do regulation, so okay, the blueprints, everybody agrees, science is there, has spoken. So we need to find a set of rules that they respond to all the needs of the society in order to achieve the green transition. That's why we did famous laws. Some they have been misinterpreted here, like the deforestation law, the carbon carbon border adjustment mechanism, but we have the farm to fork for the agriculture and many other initiatives on batteries on circular economy. We have banned single-use plastics by law since 2 years in the EU. All this can happen. But in order to make that, you need the funds and then bring the big corporations inside. And then how you bring the GLCs inside, we found out it is by giving them incentives. So you have to give the transition period, offer them, subsidize exactly the green transition, so that they do this transformation with a deadline, or you give them some years to do so, and you perhaps invest on their initial investment or risk that they take. So this mix is there. And then, of course, you need to educate. So you need to bring this debate to schools. You need to bring to every family. And you need to support, because there's no way that it can be successful if not everybody is on board. Therefore, I think that there are solutions, but there are no way that they can happen without a strong government intervention to give the incentives, to put the goals and set the deadlines. Because what is happening quite often is that we do the pledges, especially at COPs and in the various fora, and then time rolls and then there is no action. So we have done it already, so at the EU, and we are ready to share. And we are ready to share, and our actions, because especially on palm oil, but palm oil, it is I would say for you, it is an asset, because the deforestation has occurred, but the palm oil waste, it can be a powerful green either fuel or power, the way that I understand, the industry. So instead of importing coal, the palm oil waste, I have seen some plantations that they don't waste a whisker of anything. Everything is reused. So there are ways of doing, and Malaysia also has an amazing world asset, your pristine forests, which they have not been evaluated, and they are amazing carbon sinks. And like the EU, we have the emissions trading scheme. There are many ways of generating income in order to finance the green transition. So in all this journey, we're together, in the EU, and I want to finish with that. We are not, we do not want to create any island of prosperity or green prosperity, because if everybody else pollutes, we don't achieve anything. But we have taken the decision with our laws, and our companies are here, and there are 1,600 of them, 250 billion two-way trade with Malaysia without a free trade agreement. We should be doing it soon. 7 billion euros, 35 billion ringgit in investments, second on FDI here. So our companies are leaders on environment government, EGS. Did I say it correctly? Yes. ESG, yes, exactly, you see sometimes. So there, and we agreed that we should never export pollution anywhere. So you can be sure that our investments can be green and sustainable. And then we can also come and share this experience. Obviously, the European economy or economies are quite different with our friends in Southeast Asia, but many of the ways that we came to these solutions, they can be shared, and we can finance, whether it is the policy dialogue or whether you need some experts to bring and help in a very important work that you have put in place. Because for us, we want to be a leader. It is our vision. Our policies are open to change as new technologies come in, but we have taken the decision, despite the war and how much it diverts our funds and priority, it's a war in Europe, we will still achieve, and we are very confident about that, 55% emission reduction by 2030. This compared to the 1990 levels and the net zero in 2050. So with that, I will be extremely happy, and I have said that to Minister Nazmi, to yourself, and I will have the chance to repeat it to the government that we want to cooperate with Malaysia. Malaysia has a lot to offer, and it is a vital country for the European Union in ASEAN as a supply chain and as a democratic nation. And therefore, we will put all our efforts to your new incentives to assist you in a green transition, which will reap the benefits, I'm pretty sure, for all Malaysians pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. What a day this has been, and I'm sure you agree with me. So many things we've learned, so many ideas, so many emotions that came about after listening to all our speakers today. You know, I'd like to, before we end today, I'd like to actually hear it out. On stage, Sanjay Sarma, the president of Asia School of Business, to share with us his thoughts.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. It's a pleasure to be here, although the topic is a little bit more vexing than the standard topics we talk about. I want to talk about human change. I think many of us know that when we have to exercise in the morning, there's a little bit of procrastination involved, right? And the reason is we are very good at taking painkillers. We're not so good at taking vitamins. It has to do with delayed gratification. Pain is immediate. Vitamins are future gain. Exercise is future gain. There are many obstacles to action. One is simple inaction based on procrastination. It will not happen. I call it the myth of evitability. You know things are inevitable, but you convince yourself that somehow, perhaps by some miracle, it won't happen. Perhaps a volcano will go off somewhere, not cause much damage, but just create just enough coverage in the atmosphere to stave off climate change until Elon Musk invents a new solution to climate change, right? So one obstacle to change is inaction. The other obstacle, which is new, it's deadly, is the extraordinary power, the extraordinary manipulative power that we confront today, the real devil in the room, which is misinformation. It is hard to explain how powerful this is, and it's been unleashed, amongst other things, by social media. Let's take a recent emergency that humanity has just been through, COVID, the pandemic. Here we are, post-pandemic, 3 years later. Right? 3 years after the pandemic struck. The pandemic had some attributes that made reaction possible. First of all, it was an immediate pain. Remember, we're not good at vitamins, but humanity is pretty good with pain. It was painful. We watched people suffer. Some of us lost loved ones. Some of us got COVID and suffered through it. We wanted a painkiller. Humanity woke up and wanted a painkiller. Action could be taken. The other thing about COVID was centralized action was possible. The government said lockdown, and the best brains on the planet went to work on vaccines. Moderna, MIT company. I'm a professor at MIT. Moderna, by the way, is, you may not know this, the name comes from the letters mRNA. They made a name out of it, Moderna, because it seems modern. They were sitting around looking for an application, working on a cancer vaccine. And then COVID came along, and in 42 days they sequenced it, and within a year, between them and Pfizer, which is another mRNA vaccine, we had a painkiller. But yet, even with COVID, we struggled. The demon that is misinformation was unleashed. What did they tell us? The vaccines are dangerous. Don't take the vaccine. In the US, that mask, that silly little thing, all society had to do was say, I won't infect you, you don't infect me. That's it. Somehow it became a kickball in a misinformation campaign that blossomed in social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, on TikTok. Somehow it became a political football. Somehow it became a part of the presidential campaign. Somehow Anthony Fauci was worse than the devil himself. And it all happened because this misinformation unleashed over social media. And so even with something where the pain was clear and evident, and the painkiller was available, misinformation unleashed the other obstacle, which was inaction. In fact, opposition. In fact, it became so violent. There were riots. People died. And this is the most recent pandemic, a recent episode in human history where collective action was required. Actually, it was the one that we were most prepared to take on. Think about it. Just imagine if COVID had happened 10 years ago. No internet, no mRNA vaccines. Vaccine technologies that take 10 years. The fastest vaccine before COVID was 5 years. We would still be in lockdown and people would still be dying, right? Now we confront climate change. Global warming. We're not supposed to say that anymore, but it is global warming. Already I'm self-editing myself. I don't want to use words that scare or fearmonger or invoke a reaction. It's global warming. We've already self-edited and called it climate change, to be politically correct. But yet it's a tragedy that awaits us. And it does not, unfortunately, have the benefit, a sad benefit that COVID had. It requires a vitamin. It cannot be dealt with a painkiller. And that is one place where humanity is going to struggle. Because we're not good at vitamins. We're not good at going to the gym. We only react when there's an emergency. And this is a slow emergency. And that's going to be our first big challenge. You can address that with education. The ambassador said that. Education has to be central. This is a problem we are creating for the next generation. A lot of them will have to deal with it, right? I mean, the problem is already showing up, as we know, but is now gathering pace with global climate change, with forest fires, such as in Greece, which is heartbreaking, Maui in Hawaii, although the evidence is not clear that that was climate change related. That may have to have had to do with another sustainability issue, which is a grass that is non-native. So let's be careful not to blame everything on climate change, right? We have to also be honest about what is and what is not related, and we have to prove our credibility. All that said, this challenge can only be addressed with education. So what is education? As the president of an educational institution, as a professor, it is getting young people to understand what climate change is, what global warming is, what the implications are, what the implications on currents are, what the implications on the reflective capacity of the planet is. How when a glacier melts, not only is that an indication that the Earth is heating up, but we're actually reflecting fewer protons back into space. And we get into a lock, a cycle. The more the glaciers melt, the less we reflect, the more we capture, the more CO2 we put out, the more we capture, the more methane we put out, the more we capture, the more a bog, a swamp emits methane. It's 20 times possibly more worse than CO2, the more we capture. Our students, our young people need to understand that. They also need to understand the solutions. They need to understand the geopolitics of it. I argue sometimes that when rich countries say, country X first, what are they saying? They're really saying, I don't want to share in the burden of the sacrifice that the rest of the planet has to make. We need to educate human beings, not citizens, to be human beings, not citizens. Because there's a great quote, I'm not a huge fan of Churchill, but there's this great quote from Churchill, we either hang together or we hang separately. And so we need to get people to understand, young people, old people, everyone, that we collectively have to take this on and save the planet. That's only one step. But another enemy awaits. COVID suffered it, and climate change will. And it's already started, as you know, and that is misinformation. Misinformation is questioning, just as with COVID, whether climate change is real, whether it was created by human beings, whether it's avoidable, whether it's exaggerated, whether sustainability can be implemented in a way that doesn't destroy society, whether climate change is local. These are all questions that the misinformation is now going after. Flooding. How do we defend against this? Because knowledge can be neutralized to some extent for a lot of people with misinformation. And we need all of society to rise to take on this challenge. So even if you lose half of society with misinformation, you're in trouble. Well, there is a solution, and that is also education. We can educate people, young people, anyone who's getting educated on facts and knowledge, but misinformation can address it. But we must also start educating on meta topics, critical thinking, scientific thinking, metacognition, understanding and separating fact from fiction. Unfortunately, what's happened with our education system is over the last, actually 1,000 years, but particularly over the last 100 years, we've become very fact-based. We've become very exam-based. If you know what the capital of Mongolia is, you must be smarter than someone who doesn't. Ulaanbaatar, for the record. But we never test on things like critical thinking because it's hard to test. We are a test-driven economy. You get into a service because you passed a test. And unfortunately, a lot of these things like critical thinking are hard to test. So we've dropped them. How do you test for skepticism? How do you test for rational thought? So we choose not to do it. I have academia. I'm an academic. I blame academia for it. And those skills, skepticism, rational thought, critical thinking, cannot be defeated by misinformation. They're naturally immune. And what I think needs to be the ultimate vaccine for humanity is those concepts. And those concepts have to be rekindled. Schools, colleges, education systems, discussion, discourse, presentations, TV, TikTok. Why aren't there TikToks that talk about this? This is not brainstorm. This is not brainwashing. It's quite the opposite. We're just telling people, look at the facts, understand stuff, understand for yourself, make them immune to misinformation. At the Asia School of Business, we're very committed to rethinking education. At MIT, where I'm still a professor, for 10 years I was vice president for open learning, and we tried to develop these systems, where we try to train people not on facts. Of course we train them on facts at MIT, but in addition, on metacognition, on rational thought, on rational thinking, on critical thinking. And I think this is going to be our biggest frontier going forward. So my appeal to you is this. We today are trapped in a cycle of inaction. Right? Even this room is air conditioned. I'm wearing a jacket. I really shouldn't have to wear a jacket. And then air condition the room, right? This is the trap we're in. So actually, as a matter of principle, let me take my jacket off, right? Action, right? If I'm going to do it. In Japan, one of the ministers of I think the Ministry of Education, of Enterprise, Industry, a lady, I forgot her name, said, turn the temperatures up to 77 degrees in air conditioning and wear short sleeve shirts, for God's sake. That's action. So we have to start with action, but we have to prepare the populace with metacognition, higher level thought, facts and figures. And I hope events like this will trigger that. I do think we have a daunting task, but I do think education is possibly one of the great solutions if we're able to save the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Sarmal. They say all things must come to an end, but not really. This is just the beginning. We have so much things to do together. Having said that, I'd like to say thank you, everyone. Your Excellency, YB, thank you, distinguished guests, members of the media. Thank you for making time to be with us since this morning. Tomorrow, I'll be a bit more careful. I'll bring myself a jacket because, yes, it is a tad cold. Otherwise, we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Have a very good evening. Assalamualaikum and see you jumpa esok.